Ready? Good afternoon, everyone. It is my honor to call to order our Board of Supervisors meeting on a Monday, which feels a little bit weird, July 3rd, 2023. We will start, as we always do, with an invocation led by Pastor Mark Smith from Connecting Point Church of the Nazarene, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. But I would like to take a moment to pause and recognize that the board has learned of the passing of Mr. Jim Eads, who had served on the Board of Supervisors for 12 years and serving the community in District 5. So if we just take a moment of reflection to remember Mr. Eads and his service, we'd appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Pastor, if you would please lead us in the invocation, and Mr. Waters, please lead us in the pledge following that. Please rise if you're able.
Heavenly Father, we come to you with thankful hearts as we're reminded on this Independence Day, this weekend, that men and women have sacrificed over the years defending our freedom, which is an example of your Son, Jesus Christ. Let us not take freedom, both physical and spiritual, for granted. May we remember that freedom was purchased at a high price, as freedom cost others their very lives. Lord, today I just pray that you bless those who have served and continue to serve and their families. Heavenly Father, we pray that you'll bless this and give guidance to this county, the county leaders. A lack of guidance leads to frustration, but success is found in many advisors. And we invite you here, God, to lead this meeting. Give each one guidance so that they'll make effective decisions and direct the steps of those that are making these decisions to accomplish your kingdom aims. Lord, please, we ask you, be the center of this meeting. In Jesus' name, amen. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. All right. Thank you very much, Pastor. Thank you, Mr. Waters. We are going to move right along into a presentation of a resolution recognizing July as Parks and Recreation Month. Ms. Kronberg, if you would come down and meet me at the podium, and Ms. Biskewitz, if you would please read the resolution.
Whereas Goochland County's parks and recreation facilities and the department's personnel are an integral part of our community, and whereas our Parks and Recreation Department promotes health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people in our community, and whereas the department facilitates and promotes time spent engaged in physical activity, which positively impacts mental and physical health. And whereas the department's facilities provide space for sports, walking trails, and many other activities designed to encourage active and engaged lifestyles. And whereas the department's growing programming, such as out-of-school time programming, youth sports, and enrichment opportunities, support childhood development through interpersonal engagement and team play. And whereas the department's work and facilities contribute positively to Goochland's economic prosperity, and whereas our county's parks and nature areas provide a place for individuals and groups to connect with the outdoors, and whereas Goochland County Parks and Recreation has provided services for over 4,800 program registrants and over 550,000 visitors during fiscal year 2023, and whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas Goochland County is proud to recognize the many benefits derived from the work of our department staff and from our community's access to the facilities operated by our Parks and Recreation Department. Now therefore be it resolved by the Goochland County Board of Supervisors that July is recognized as Parks and Recreation Month in the county.
right. Mr. Chairman, I move approval of the resolution.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Please.
So I just want to say thank you on behalf of the department for the support from the Board of Supervisors. So we have a lot of things happening in the department right now. Obviously, we've got summer camps going on, different new programs such as the cycle program that's been highly requested for a while. Tomorrow night, we have the very highly anticipated fireworks event. And then again, at the end of the month, our next concert at Tucker Park. So I invite everyone to come out and enjoy either the programs or just spend some time out in the parks this month. Follow us on our social media channels to learn about some new and exciting things that we've got going on. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Excellent. All right, now it's time for my comments. This might take a little bit of a different tone. You often hear me talk about Goochland, and I don't really talk as much about a county as I do a community. And we have a lot to be proud of in this county, and the data supports that. You know, the smallest county with the highest bond ratings you can get. We have great schools that consistently get awards. We have great staff and departments that get awards that help make this a great community. Something came up the other day that I saw that was very interesting and I wanted to share. There was an article that came out that Goochland County is tied for second. I don't like being second, but we are tied for second for the most marriages per capita. And I think it takes a strong family to build strong communities. So I'm proud of Goochland County. I just wanted to mention that. This is a great place to live, and it's because of the great families and the great community that we have. We'll have several opportunities this month. Obviously, we heard about July 4th. It looks like the weather's going to hold out for us. It was looking a little iffy there. Please bring lots of water. It's going to be a hot one, but it's going to be a great show. We also have coming up the Centerville Village Plans. The Planning Commission hearing is the 25th at 6 p.m. And then we will have that in front of us on August 7th. So I hope everybody has an amazing Independence Day and enjoys time with family and friends. And I hope it's safe, and please pray for the law enforcement and public safety that will be helping support these events and the staff that puts them on. Mr. Carpenter.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, just a few items for you today to follow up with what Chairman Spoonhour just said. County offices will be closed tomorrow. The pastor's great comments of reflection on what July 4th is and the price and the sacrifices that have been made. The county does close to give its employees and the citizens that opportunity as well. A few other things for you. We'll discuss in a little more detail, but did just want to kind of make aware of the public that due to changes in the General Assembly, there some tweaks will be done in how we public notice events. Essentially, will be the law will now require that notices run within 14 days of action of the item, 2 consecutive weeks. And so it really won't change anything in the sense that we'll still be giving lots of public notice. We'll be giving lots of information for several weeks before anything major happens, but it is a slight change in how we've been doing things. Also, Mr. Chair, members of the board, I wanted to share some good, interesting news. Well, not interesting, just good news. One of the things that we look for when we're managing county resources is we keep close eye on the finances and honestly money coming in, money going out. And had the opportunity today, Ms. Duncan shared with us where we are with our mid-year collection. And collection rate is something that is important because that's always a leading indicator of the economy. And when you look at collection rates and you see if people are ahead or behind, that kind of tells you way in advance when things might be starting to slip a little. And if you recall during the budget process, we were very concerned about making sure that if a recession were to occur, that we would not be taken by surprise. Well, Ms. Duncan has shared with us where we are after our first half of collection rates, and very good news because in 2022, our personal property rate was a 79.4% collection rate. This year it's 86.4%. It's about a 5% increase in collection rate. Same thing with real estate from 93.8 to 96.2%. So that's the kind of thing that you look for when you're looking for leading indicators. And that's a strong indicator that, at least in Goochland County, regardless of what happens in the federal or the state areas, in Goochland County things are still very strong. As the chairman was saying, the smallest triple in America. And these are the things that kind of lead us and that give us that the reason that people in New York like us so much, because we're fundamentally strong. And then there's one other item, an update. A number of our citizens have expressed concerns over the beginning of a process for the Hockett Road realignment. So I just wanted to touch base a little bit about that. The Hockett Road realignment is going to be a multi-year process that we have just started the very basic process of engineering, designing, and getting something done. So it's about a 3-year process. At this point, nothing has been decided, but one of the early preliminary proposals showed that the stoplight that's currently there would be removed and taken out, and it would be moved down where the Hockett Road realignment is going to take place. So what I wanted to stress is at this point, that is not part of any actual design. That was part of an application that we looked at. And when you look at applications, you want to look at everything and consider everything for the scoring. And scoring is important because we're competing against the entire state of Virginia when we're putting in these applications. So the application was written in mind with, okay, what's everything that could happen? Let's put it in there. So and we were successful getting the funding. It's a funded project. So now that actually starts the whole process. So the process will include significant public input. It'll include a lot of opportunities for public hearing as well as the design of the project. We'll go through the many months, so we're probably 18 months out from the project really even being fully designed. Then we'd have to go out for construction and bid. So I say all that to try to reassure people that whether a stoplight is there anywhere at this point has not been decided, and it would be many months before that process actually happens and takes place, and citizens will have a significant opportunity to have input into what finally happens with this project. So I just kind of wanted to touch base on that, Mr. Chairman, as well. And with that, that's my report.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Board, are there any requests to postpone agenda items or any additions, deletions, or changes in the order of presentation? Okay, great. So we will be moving on to our citizen comment period. This is a chance for citizens to address the board on topics that are pertinent to Goochland County that are not on our agenda. If you could please come forward, state your name, give us your address, and please try to limit your comments to 3 minutes. On the bottom, there you go.
Okay, all right, I'm on, okay. Linda Moore, 2164 Prophet Road, Mannequin-Sabot. I am here today, being a proud American, and as you can see, wearing my garb. And I'm thankful to every one of you all who sits there to take the time and energy it takes to answer our 101 questions, because inquiring minds need to know. But I would like to bring you a little bit of an issue that my community is experiencing over the last few months. It has to do with the staff report that is written. Currently, the last Capital Broad LLC, Richmond Farmland, the Centerville Village Small Area Plan, and this newest one and outrageous one is which has errors in saying that it's not on Rockford Road, it's on Rockville Road in there. It doesn't give any credence to the fact that Ford's development is RP, you know, it just doesn't make any mention to the fact that it's not in the Tuckahoe Creek Service District. It's not in the designated growth area. It doesn't have any of the elements that you would think for an enhanced, for a rural enhancement area, but yet that is absent from this report. It even makes known that it is within the comp plan, and I just hope that you're going to hear, you know, on Thursday night from these neighbors and several of my people who go to church with me. One's a 90-year-old and one's a 7. I think you know June Frick. Her property is adjoining this, and she was in my Sunday school class just beside herself for the last 3 Sundays. Thank you very much. Please help me out. Fax checking is not my strong point. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Good afternoon, Board. Jonathan Lau. I'm Chairman of the Monacan Soil and Water Conservation District, and I want to give you a little bit of a Monacan update, if I might. We, just like the county, finished our fiscal year. We finished not with a huge, but about a $3,000 surplus, which we are putting in prudent reserves. But the good news, in this past fiscal year, we put over $1 million, again, second year in a row, over $1 million in cost share practices in place, all of which will count towards meeting compliance with the Washington mandates for the Bay Act. So that's the good news. And close to $700,000 of that was in Goochland. So we are working with producers here in the county to implement best management practices. The bad news is we returned about $500,000 to DCR and the state. We simply are not able to invent farmers. And the people that qualify for these programs also need to make time commitments. Usually practices are going to be 5 to 15 years commitments on their part, and our farming community is aging. We don't have as many as I wish we did of 30-year-olds going into farming. So while we can't invent farmers and we can't make them participate, everything that we do at Monacan is voluntary. There is no mandate that people do the things that we do. For 23-24 fiscal year, we have already signed our agreement with DCR, with the state, and we're going to get $1,900,000 in potential cost share money. And this is the General Assembly's commitment to meeting the Bay Act requirements. We have worked our budget. We're currently going into the year with about $950,000 in what we believe we can credibly project will be cost share programs. But Mr. Peterson can help us with the math. That's in excess of $1 million of uncommitted resources here. We very much appreciate the support we've gotten from the county. We hope we'll continue to see that support with the liaison. But if there are collective concepts on how we can do a better job in reaching out to the ag community, we would certainly like to do that. That's exacerbated a little bit. We've had one employee announce her retirement. Betty McCracken's been with us for 17 years, and in December she's going to begin a new chapter in her life. We're assessing our personnel needs, but I am not encouraging that we just automatically go out and hire people to fill a slot. We need to make sure we understand what this person would do in meeting the charter that we have. Last Tuesday, we did have a very successful, and again, the county was helpful in helping us with an outreach program. We had a significant number of producers participate. We had cooperative groups, the Virginia Cooperative Extension, Virginia State, the Richmond Region Land Conservancy, and the James River Association all participated. And I believe we will see benefits from that. So again, we appreciate the county helping us in that kind of outreach. I'm going to finish up here, I guess, at 6 o'clock because the red light flashed, but there's more to share. And thank you very much for your support for agriculture.
Mr. Lau, thank you for your comments and thank you for your service. Anyone else wishing to speak during the citizen comment? Okay, I'm going to close the citizen comment period. Okay, Board, next on our agenda is the approval of our meeting minutes that were in your packet for your review. We'll be looking to approve into the record the transportation work session from June 6th, the regular meeting June 6th, special meeting June 12th, and the joint work session June 15th. June was a busy month, y'all. Can I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Long.
I move that we approve all of the minutes from those 4 meetings. But I can't wait to the dinner break to ask you, who's number 1 and how many people are we going to have to get married to take that spot?
Well, we are tied with Powhatan for second.
Okay,
I forget who's number 1, actually.
okay. We'll follow up.
Yeah.
Thank you, that's my motion.
Second.
Thank you. Motion second. All those in favor, please say, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Now we will move into our reports, and I see Mr. Nguyen in the audience, so Review Dot partners, please like to come on up and let us know what's going on.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Carpenter, Marshall Nguyen with VDOT. This past month, we had 129 work orders, completed 152, had 4 call-outs. Completed our first cycle of secondary mow, and we're working on our second cycle of primary mow right now. doing the same type of maintenance work, pothole patching, asphalt repairs, shoulder repairs, pipe replacement and cleaning, ditch repairs, tree limb and debris cleanup. Had some of that during the storm last week, as you probably know. The bigger item is, in my opinion, well, we did finish the rumble strip work last week. That worked out fine. Hope that we don't get too many complaints about it. So, other than that, with the roundabout underway, just want to give some updates. I called the construction manager this morning to get a update on paving schedule. He said they will be paving Thursday, the 6th. Should be completed by the 7th. Pavement marking right after that, as long as it doesn't rain, because if it rains, you got to wait 48 hours to put pavement marking down. Just wanted to let you know that up front. That's by, certification and everything. Other than that, their schedule work is ongoing. We still have some more roads to Surface Street. The one thing I do want to say is I'm saddened by the communication breakdown with the roundabout, but there's some information that didn't get to me, that came from construction and didn't get to y'all. So in the future, my plan is to really deal with the contractor more and, stronger than I have during this process. But with that, I mean, the fixed completion date is October 25th for this project. As of today, that's 115 days ahead of time. So I was hoping we will get it paved the first week when it rained, and that really put us back. That contractor has other jobs to do, so that's the reason for the delay in paving. So hopefully within the next week, we'll have everything done, and we can walk away from the project and have a successful project. Other than that, don't have anything else. If you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Wynn. Board? Ms. Lescott?
Thank you, Mr. Wynn. So I'd like to pull up with you maybe after this. Still have an issue with these guardrails, the one there on Route 6.
Okay.
It's not at all what it needs to be. And there are two others in the county I'd like to bring to your attention as well.
Let
So,
me just call you and we get together.
yeah,
Or email me, let me know when's good for you.
yeah, let's do that. Maybe we could do it sometime this week, rather than taking time going through each one. I'd like to catch up with you on that.
Friday afternoon would be a good day.
It would?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
usually that's a bad time, but okay.
Friday afternoon, after lunch would be good with me. Fridays are good for me.
Okay, well, let's plan to do that. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Wilkins?
Mr. Wynn, are y'all finished on the neighborhood by the high school there on the,
I know they've surface treated it. I haven't been in there to see if they put the slurry down. I will check that out when I leave here this afternoon.
all right, thank you.
Okay?
The rumble strips, are
Yes.
they a different type? The reason I ask is because they seem to be a lot less noisy. It's still effective. Is it a new process?
Well, there's two types of rumble strips. There's a rumble strip that's louder, type 1. Type 2 is what they call a mumble strip, which is lower tone to it. So that's probably what you're hearing out there.
Yeah, it seems much better
Right.
than what we may have on Broad and River.
Right.
I think it's your new ride.
I haven't had the top down. Okay. Well, thank you for the comments about the roundabout. It is, it's difficult when, citizens, we saw so much progress up front and then for
Right.
just halt and I know there was the halt on the surface piece and it's just killing the businesses.
Right.
I had the manager of Food Lion telling me they're down 30 to 40% in revenues. So it's just, it's hopefully we can get it done this week. So.
Yeah.
And appreciate your comments about the communication. All right, board, anything else? All right, thanks so much.
All right, thank you.
All right, now we get to have the introduction of new county staff with our HR director, Ms. Dyson.
Good afternoon, board chair and board members. I have the pleasure of doing the introductions for the June new hires. We had 3 new hires, one for fire, the assessor's office, and animal protection. So As I call your name, I just ask that you stand. First, we had on June 1st, Jeffrey Lewis joined Fire and Rescue as a firefighter, EMS, in a role of firefighter. In this position, he will perform fire duties as emergency services for citizens of Goochland County. He comes to Goochland with over 19 years of experience in the field. He has held positions in other localities as firefighter, paramedic, fire, and EMT educators. Mr. Lewis most recently worked for Monacan High School as an EMT instructor. Next, on June 1st, we have John O'Connor joined the County Assessor's Office as a Real Estate Appraiser 1. As part of his duties, he will assess real estate properties for general reassessments and reevaluation. Mr. Connor comes to Goochland County with over 5 years of experience in the real estate field. And finally, on June 16th, Marissa Golden joined Animal Protection as a part-time animal shelter attendant. As a shelter attendant, she will perform routine care at the animal shelter and adoption center, including the cleanliness of the facilities, feeding, and managing the well-being of the animals at the kennel. Thank you and welcome to the Goochland County.
Thank you, Ms. Dyson, and welcome to our new family members. All right, moving right along. Board, you have the Planning and Development Activity Report in your packet, along with the Accounts Payable Report from our treasurer. And we will move to our broadband report with Mr. Drumright.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Paul Drumright, Community Affairs Manager, and it's my pleasure to speak briefly with you about broadbanding, as I've been doing every month. This month, our our report is in the board's packet, but I wanted to touch on two things that are just recently came out through the state. One was an announcement last week that many may have seen, that the Virginia Department of Housing and Community Development announced that they are receiving $1.4 billion, that's with a B, funding to close the digital divide in Virginia. These funds are coming through the Federal Broadband Equity Access and Development, or otherwise known as the BEAD, B-E-A-D program. And so they're coming as part of the Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act from the federal government. So these funds are going out to all the different states, where I believe up in the top 10 of receiving the most funds, and they're going based on where there are unserved areas. That money is going to be going to the state, and the state is actually in the process of working on a proposal of how they are going to be dispersing those funds throughout the Commonwealth of Virginia to finally close the remaining gaps of the folks who are unserved or underserved in Virginia throughout. So that would include Goochland County. So we, as you know, and as we've been reporting on, we have broadband projects right now going on, working to close gaps that we've received funding through the Virginia Telecommunications Initiative. And so they're going to be using that initiative through a different process to help hit those remaining gaps that still exist. So we're well aware that there are some homes that did not get included in the broadband grants that we've gotten so far. Those homes would be addressed in this process. Now, the one unique thing is this process would not necessarily involve localities. Instead, it would be directly working with the private providers to put together proposals to hit all those unserved areas. There will be a role for localities in there, and we're going to be making sure that we work with our broadband partners, so Firefly, Port 80, Internet Service, Comcast, any of our partners, to make sure our folks who are still unserved get service. But right now, they're still in that process of defining that program and then having to take it through the state and federal approval process. But so we'll be monitoring that program and going forward with that to make sure we can try to take as full advantage as possible, because we want to make sure everybody in Goochland who's unserved or underserved is able to be eventually connected. So that's the first thing just wanted to mention, because I know I received some emails and some questions about it and wanted to make sure the board was aware about that. And so we are monitoring that. That money will benefit Goochland. The good news is it's going to be between the provider and the state. We're going to be in there, but we don't have to be fully involved as well. So then the other one is the state has recently launched a Virginia Digital Opportunity Survey. This is a short survey where they're trying to understand the needs of the Commonwealth, the residents, for digital equity purposes, so affordability of internet, access to internet, and they're going to be using that data to put together a full program that they're required to put together. And so we're going to be promoting that to the citizens, and we're in talks with the Commonwealth to make sure that we also get access to that data so we can help to make sure we address our efforts as necessary. So those are just two of the items I wanted to bring in up to the board's attention that are going on at the state level and that we'll be starting to promote here as well. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Drumright. Any questions? Ms. Lescalet?
Okay, Mr. Drumright, I guess that's good news. More money coming this way for broadband. I guess we don't know yet how that program's actually going to work. It'd be like a VATI program, or we don't know yet exactly.
So we don't have all the final details because they're, again, they're going through the process right now of establishing that program, so getting feedback from localities, providers, and everybody else. But the intention is that they will ask providers to put together proposals for specific areas that are unserved or underserved. And there's going to be a process right now, and they haven't finished defining it, where they look at those areas and put it out to everybody to say, here are the areas that we've identified as unserved or underserved. And they're going to be asking localities and providers to challenge those areas. So is that truly unserved, or is it served and it's just not reflected right on a map? Or is it shown as served and it's not served? That, you know, Comcast or Verizon or somebody is claiming they serve it when they're truly not serving it. So that's part of one of the roles that the locality we can play, is making sure that what they are showing in this program accurately reflects on the ground level here.
And I guess in theory, the other side is true. If they miss someplace,
Yes.
then we say, no, wait a minute, we've still got these 3 homes over here or whatever, kind of thing.
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a sense of, once, you know, we've got all these grants, all these programs going out between Comcast, Port, 80, obviously Firefly. Once those are completed, right, assuming those are done, what other percentage of Goochland County is still unserved? Do we have a sense of that?
We have, so I would say it's probably in the 10 to 15% roughly. But that all depends on once Firefly and Port A are finished and who's been signed up and all that. But so our projects with Port 80 and Firefly are taking our significant chunks of unserved territory out.
Right.
So there are smaller areas we have, and so it could be even smaller than that percentage, but just to be on the safe side.
I don't want to put you on the spot.
Yeah.
I know it's probably a kind of a moving number, but just wanted a sense. So this additional money could be very beneficial for those pockets. And I'm calling them pockets. I guess there's little pieces here and there, right, throughout the county.
So it's that, the BEAD program will be one of the big players, and there is going to still be another VATI round. There's going to be additional VATI rounds in the future. So there's going to be still, you know, opportunities, a couple different opportunities to be able to address those areas. And it kind of will be looking at which program fits that area the best.
Right.
So I would say the BEAD program is one of those last big puzzle pieces we were looking for, that the Commonwealth was looking for, to help position us to serve everybody in the Commonwealth.
Right. And one more, if you don't mind. I'm on a roll. So do you have a sense of the, again, this 10% or whatever number we're coming up with that would be unserved? Is that primarily Dominion customers, or can you tell? I mean, it won't be any Central Virginia because they did theirs. And Rappahannock's probably pretty much going to be done as well, right?
So almost, I believe all of Rappahannock should be connected.
That's
So
what I'm
it
thinking.
will be only Dominion customers, more than likely. I would say, and I'll say it's not just in one area of the county. There's little pockets here and there, and it's just where they've been left off because of various reasons.
Right.
And we haven't forgotten them. We continue to remind our providers about areas when we talk with them about trying to reach these folks, and we're keeping it in mind as we work through this to make sure we get those. As we find out somebody's unserved, we're going to make sure we keep track of that so we can try to get that person, find the way to get to them.
And you made me think of one more question, I'm so sorry. So right now, we're telling folks to sign up for Firefly.
Yeah.
And so you're in the system, and they know you exist, and you want the service. But what do they do with folks who sign up, or can you even sign up if you're not within their service area, their grant area?
You can sign up even if you're not in their service territory.
And what happens to that data?
So that data goes onto their Firefly's map. So when folks sign up with Firefly, it goes on and populates into a map on their back end that shows folks that are interested in service. Now, it will say you're not in a grant area, but it will still show up on Firefly's data. So that's helpful. In some of those areas, Firefly may be one of the providers putting together proposals. They can have, from what I understand, potentially multiple proposals for an area from different providers. So they could have a Firefly and a Comcast, a Firefly and a Port 80 and a Comcast proposal.
Right.
And the Commonwealth would then be looking at which one they're going to choose.
How they parse it out?
Yeah.
Okay, so that'd be pretty valuable information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've also had a survey that we've used in the past, and if we may roll that out as well, or just, it's still there, but it's kind of been in the background.
Right.
That
dormant.
we've gotten a lot of data from, and that's what we've been using to kind of track on some of that stuff.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Mr. Waters?
I thought he was going to go. Is there any retroactivity to this? And by that, I mean, with that big a pool of money, if there was somebody who is underserved, underprivileged, I mean, really using a large portion of their income to connect because they needed to for one reason or another, is there any way to tap into that?
I'll say, because it's a federal program, I think there's a lot of different federal rules, and I'm not familiar with all those federal rules. That's something we can pass to the state, but I would assume more than likely not, because they're going to try to use that to now, at this point in time now, and so to go back to reimburse somebody, that's going to be a lot harder, because you got to start drawing lines and other stuff in how you do that. And those federal rules have to cover programs all across the Commonwealth, or not just only the Commonwealth, but across the country. All the different other states are all having to deal with this. So I think kind of unlikely that it would be going back in time.
I mean, I hope we wouldn't give up on trying to do that because it's very similar to the student loan issue in some ways. I mean, you're underserved, you have to get it. You've done the effort to do that, and now a big pool of money comes available. So just something to keep in mind. Thank you.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Mr. Rogers, were you talking about affordability as a component of this effort just a second ago?
Access and affordability, in that, I mean, some people might live in a low access area, but just had to do it and were disproportionately affected by it. So,
Because that's where I was going to go. But another angle on where another approach to, I think, where Ms. Lasclat was zoning in on, and I might put you on the spot because you're our spokesperson for this. You've been leading this, so I might go ahead and put you on the spot. Because I think what you described, and I'll say a couple things. You've said it's a new program, and I'm looking here at their press release. It is just 7 days. Very, very young, 7 days old, a press release on the DHCD site. And here's a quote from the director, part of a quote. By utilizing the framework of VATI, we will be able to effectively and efficiently utilize these federal funds, talking about this is a press release on the BEAD program, to utilize these federal funds to connect unserved Virginians and move the needle even further on adoption and affordability. So that's why I thought Mr. Votter's follow-up was So my question to you, stepping back, a different approach to, I think, what we all are thinking. But if somebody were to come up to you, you're now aware of this program, you know what we're doing, you know what we've done. Somebody would come and say, oh, Mr. Drummond, you're Goochland's lead person on all things broadband. What are today, and knowing what has yet to be done, what are our needs right now? What would you say, this is what we would focus on in terms of, trying to move the needle on how they're crafting this program?
So I think where our needs would be of getting the folks that have gotten in, there's some programs that exist. They have some restrictions to them. And so the BEAD program would be able to maybe have a little bit less restrictions from those other programs. But we have some folks who are in areas where, because of the income around them, they're disqualified for participation in certain programs. And they may fall just outside of it. And so trying to find ways that we can work through all the different angles, even if it's having to, okay, you may fall outside of it, and then saying, okay, requiring contributions from that. So
you're looking for gaps in,
So-
I know I was trying to really pin you down, what are those gaps? But we can talk a little bit more detail later. But I think what you're telling me, because you said a couple times that this is good news, this is between the government and the providers. But you also said a couple times that we're going to make sure that localities have a role in this, and that we are going to have a role in this. So what I'm hearing, this is just my reaction to what you're saying, is we ought to get in front of this and take the lead in speaking up to Virginia, because in general terms, they've said underserved and affordability and uptake adoption. So it seems to me, again, very early, but there's an opening here for us to speak to the formation of these things, in terms of our needs. Am I right about that?
You are correct. So kind of to put it in a little bit more perspective, and I didn't want to get too far down in the weeds on all this, it's a 5-year plan that they're working on, their proposal. So the funds aren't all just coming at once and getting spent all at once, but so it's a 5-year proposal. And once they hit, and it's referenced in the press release, once they hit all the unserved or underserved areas, then they've talked about how they would pivot with those funds to then address the affordability, the uptick on, getting folks who may have chosen not to subscribe for a reason, trying to do some more of those efforts. But first, the first thing is to hit the unserved and underserved areas, get them connected, and then if we have money sitting around left over, then we can.
And if I could, Ms. Lumpkin, also, as Paul said, this is the very early stages of this program, so the details of it are still unknown, but the critical part as far as the programs that our citizens can take advantage of that make it affordable for them, that's where we've got a role to make sure our citizens know what those programs are so they can access that aspect. A lot of this is going to be the accessibility. Can you even get it in the first place?
Right.
And running the lines. Then can you afford it? Will be the next phase.
Well,
of it.
that's kind of what he just said, that
Yes,
this
sir.
first round of money is we get people connected.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so one follow-up, and I know it was just an estimate, and you said it could change, the 10 to 15%. Two things came to my mind. Are you talking about geographical, like if we were looking at just a geography, or are you talking about number of homes passed when you say a percentage?
I'd say it's more geographic. So I don't have a specific number of homes passed, out
Well, then
there.
the
But
next
so
question-
looking at the territory of the county, looking at the,
The next question I have is, when we talk about gaps or whatever, is, because I know when the head of CVEC was always talking to us, he was talking about everybody's that they pass is, they're going to find a way to get access. But if somebody just doesn't get internet for whatever reason, they just don't want it or just don't care about it, is that going to count as unserved? I mean, do we have a way of measuring, like, okay, you can get it if you just raise your hand, but if you don't choose it, we're not going to count you as underserved?
so I would say the Commonwealth kind of looks at it, and using our Port 80, so they look at it as if passings occur. So if it passes somebody and they're eligible to get it,
Then that,
they consider
served.
that somebody is served.
Okay,
They may not have subscribed to it, but they can pick up the phone, Port 80 can go out and connect them. So that's a serve.
And also, Ms. Lumpkin, one of the key parts that's going to be happening is mapping. And that mapping is going to be determining who actually does and does not have service. Because right now, that's one of the unknowns is you may have a private company, Comcast, and they don't release who actually is on their system.
Right.
So it's in their service area, but they don't have them on their system. So this mapping is going to be very important to allow the state, and the federal government, and the county to better understand where we actually have real holes. Because right now, we're depending on what we're told by the providers where these are, and this mapping will give us an actual map of where it is and where it isn't.
I just think accurate and complete data is really going to help us drive the next step of this discussion in terms of the affordability component. So I like where this is heading, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions for Mr. Drumright's quick update?
I try.
That's all on us. All right, thank you, Mr. Drumright.
Thank you.
All right, board, any reports? Let's start on the left with Mr. Lumpkins for any boards you serve on.
I'm done with chairmanship of TPO. I've completed my chairmanship with TPO, and so nothing to report from there, but we have a meeting this week, later this week, so if I have anything, I'll pass it along.
Thanks, Mr. Lumpkins. Mr. Boyd. Nothing to report from CBTA. We don't have a meeting this month.
Just one thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Greater Richmond Transit Authority, GRTC, CTRC, yeah, thank you. GRTC, has a survey out, and I think the due date is July 17th. Get it to the county, has to do with bus transportation. It also has a section on micro transportation, and that's small areas such as Goochland, bus service within the Goochland area. And I encourage folks to take a look at that and maybe respond to the survey. It's not particularly well-written, in my opinion, but it's an opportunity to weigh in on that. So I'll get the information. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other reports? Mr. Peterson?
Mr. Chair, nothing to report from the Finance Committee, although we do meet next month immediately prior to the board meeting.
Okay, looking forward to it. Thank you. All right, moving right along to our consent agenda. We have 3 items for our consideration. So I think, Mr. Carpenter, you're going to be going through them, and then we can take a motion to take them as a slate or pull them out as your desire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. There are 3 items in front of you today. The first item, item 5736, is an amendment to ordinance that adds a provision requiring tax-exempt entities to file an application every 3 years for tax-exempt status for their real and personal property in Goochland County. The second item, which I alluded to earlier, item 5751, the General Assembly made numerous adjustments to timing and substance of public notices. For ordinance amendments and land use cases, the requirement continues for notice once a week for 2 consecutive weeks, but now requires that both notices run within 14 days of action on item. For land use cases, the state law revision eliminates the requirement for a descriptive summary, but requires tax map number or address of affected parcels. So in order to comply with the new law, both Planning Commission and Board of Supervisor public notices will now run 1 week later than has occurred. Based on the Wednesday weekly publication date of the local newspaper, Planning Commission notices will generally be published 1 week before the first ad and 1 day before the second ad, their Thursday meetings. Board of Supervisor notices will generally be published 2 weeks before the first ad and 1 week before the second ad, their Tuesday meetings. This amendment removes the details of when the notices will be run and instead requires notices be in accordance with state code, achieving the same result. And then finally, the third item, item 5757, is construction of roads within Kinloch. Section 8 subdivision is complete. VDOT notified the county that 12 sections comprising approximately 0.91 miles of streets are ready to be accepted into the state secondary road system for maintenance upon the board's adoption of the resolution. The roads requested to be accepted and detailed in the map that is in your packet. And those are the 3 items, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Board, do we have a motion?
I move that the board approve consent agenda items 1 through 3.
Thank you, Mr. Botters.
Second.
We have any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, our last item of business is our appointments. We have 2 folks that are willing to serve. One is for the Goochland Powhatan Community Services, Mr. Marcus Allen, and it is an appointment to fulfill the unexpired term, effective July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2025. And then also appointing Ms. Barbara Sloan to the Pamunkey Regional Library Board for a 4-year term effective July 1st. Can I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the 2 appointments, as long as these people know they've been appointed, right?
They did.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? So I was able to speak with both of these, and I think they're going to be excellent candidates for us in serving. So all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right.
All right.
Thank you to Mr. Allen and Ms. Sloan for serving. All right, and we will be in recess until our 6 o'clock session.
Kevin Carroll, Chair of the Chesterfield County Board of Supervisors and Chair
Good evening. I'd like to call back to order the Board of Supervisors July 3rd meeting. We're getting ready to have our public hearings, but before we have our public hearings, we are delighted to welcome a couple friends of ours, Mr. Kevin Carroll and Mr. Chet Parsons. Kevin is a good friend of mine and is also the chairman of Chesterfield, and he's also the current chair of the Central Virginia Transportation Authority, which we thought it's important that your tax dollars are going towards transportation projects. So Mr. Carroll and Mr. Parsons are going to come up and give us a brief presentation. Mr. Parsons is the current director of Central Virginia Transportation, as well as the Richmond Regional Transportation Authority. So a lot of great information. So if we can please welcome Mr. Carroll and Mr. Parsons. I'm sorry, our walk-up music is not. So,
Turn on, Kevin.
there you go.
Press the red button at the bottom.
Thank you. Perfect.
Now it's green. All right, we're good. Green means go. Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. It's my honor to be here tonight. I think this is the last of a series of presentations that we've done in the Richmond region to all of the Board of Supervisors for all of the jurisdictions that you'll see listed up here, as well as the cities. It's important for us as an organization to get before the community and let them know what the CVTA is, what it does, how well we've been working together regionally in the last 3 years since this organization was created. And it's especially important for the citizens in Goochland to see how much truthfully they are going to benefit and have benefited from the amount of transportation dollars that are actually going to be utilized in this area. So part of what Chet's going to do is go through the presentation. I know we're on a time crunch here, so I'm going to let him get started, and then I'll have some follow-up at the end. So Chet.
Hi, I'm Kevin Carroll, Chair of the Chesterfield County Board of Supervisors and Chair of the Central Virginia Transportation Authority. Since the General Assembly created the CVTA in 2020, we have sought to fulfill its mission to identify and fund priority transportation investments across the region, which comprises the 9 localities included in Planning District 15. I'm very proud about what the CVTA is accomplishing for the region. Thanks to the stewardship of this group, several projects are in the pipeline. All of these projects will get funded thanks to the work of the CVTA. Otherwise, we're left waiting for state or federal resources. We're making big changes that are going to benefit a lot of people. We're also demonstrating how cooperation is getting things done for the region. Allow me to share with you just a few examples. One of the biggest projects on our list is widening Interstate 64 along a 29-mile gap between exit 205 in New Kent County and exit 234 in James City County. The CVTA has committed to funding $100 million of the project, which will begin construction later this year with an expected completion in 2027. In the city of Richmond, the Mail Bridge replacement projects, which will cost a projected $90 million, is possible thanks to the CVTA leveraging $5 million to make it happen. In Hanover County, improvements to the Route 1, Route 30 intersection will provide necessary safety improvements to all involved. And in the town of Ashland, the CVTA is leveraging $4.6 million to help complete and compete for a $32 million federal grant to construct a rail overpass at the Vaughn Road intersection, providing for vital safety connections for school and public safety infrastructure. Over in Henrico, the CVTA is looking to fund a project that will convert right turn lanes along westbound US 250 or West Broad Street to a continuous share through right lane from Tom Leonard Drive to Pouncy Track Road. The $3 million in CVTA regional funds helped to secure $23 million in state smart scale dollars. The CVTA funding will allow development of the project to begin this year with construction anticipated in 2027. Meanwhile, on Route 288 in both Powhatan and Goochland counties, the CVTA is using $8 million to match investment from the state to reconstruct the shoulder on the northbound side from the Route 711 on-ramp to the Route 6 off-ramp to create an extra travel lane with appropriate overhead signage during peak morning travel hours. Here in Chesterfield County, $37.5 million in CVTA dollars are being used along with state and local funding to extend Woolridge Road from Old Hunter Road North to Route 288. The extension will be 4 lanes with a median, a trail, and a sidewalk. A roundabout will be installed at the Old 100 intersection and a traffic signal at the Route 288 intersection. Construction is planned for 2024. Lastly, we're using $750,000 in CVTA funding to begin preliminary engineering and help secure state funding for the smart scale process for the Route 360 widening project from Wood Lake to Otterdale Road. The project will be resubmitted for smart scale funding consideration in the fall of 2024. The CVTA originally programmed $20 million towards this project when we passed our regional transportation package that was part of a $276 million package that was passed. For folks dealing with significant traffic congestion along 64 on the way to and from the eastern part of the state, or for those in Short Pump and on 288, or in Richmond or Chesterfield, projects like these will make a meaningful difference. It's exactly why the CVTA exists and why we're so excited about the impact this new tool is having on transportation throughout the region. It has been an honor to serve the region and the CVTA these last 3 years, 2 as vice chair and this past year as chair. Regional cooperation is important to all of us here in Central Virginia, and it's never been more vital. What we've been building here with the CVTA has never been done before, and it's with one goal in mind, helping to accelerate the ability to fix transportation in Central Virginia. The members of the CVTA, the Central Virginia Transportation Authority, are devoted to this work, and we're committed to using your tax dollars wisely to fix your roads.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the opportunity to be here this evening. I'm Chet Parsons. I'm Acting Executive Director of the CVTA. And as you can see, we've done a lot in a few short years. I just wanted to take a few minutes tonight to highlight some of the things that the CVTA has taken on and achieved collaboratively. As Mr. Carroll said, we were organized after the 2020 General Assembly session. So we're in year 3 of operation. And as you can see in the video, there has been a lot of work that's been done so far, but we're just getting started. We have 9 jurisdictions in our region, which also matches the footprint of Plan RVA and the Richmond Regional TPO. We also have members of the authority, as you can see on the screen, representing many of our state agencies, the General Assembly, both the Senate and the House, and then RMTA, the Port of Virginia, and the Capital Region Airport Commission. We do collect taxes as a result of that 2020 legislation through a gas tax and a sales tax, and those funds that are collected, those revenues, stay in the Richmond region and can only be used for transportation improvements for the 9 jurisdictions that represent the CVTA. So the taxes are collected, they stay here, and they can only be used to improve our system. The revenues are dispersed according to 3 different categories, and I'll get into that in a second. But we also have, the last bullet there, we have some advisory committees that make sure the authority is informed and is able to make good decisions to represent the entire region. So we have, this is a little bit of a unique nature. There are 2 other transportation authorities in the state, one in Northern Virginia and one in Hampton Roads. They both operate in a little bit of a different organization structure than we do. And we've been told and like to believe that our way is the best. We've learned from some of their growing pains, and we have 3 different pots of funds, essentially, that the CBTA operates under. The first is a local. 50% of all the revenues collected go directly back to the jurisdictions that make up the region. So Goochland gets a percentage of those revenues back to be used for whatever transportation purposes you think are the priorities for your jurisdiction. We have 15% of the revenues collected go to GRTC, the Greater Richmond Transit Company, and it is to be used for the improvement of regional public transportation. That does not mean regional fixed bus systems like GRTC uses. They have an added responsibility because of this legislation to look at things like microtransit, which is one of the studies that is currently underway that can serve jurisdictions and populations like those here in Goochland, Powhatan, Charles City, New Kent, even the town of Ashland, and meet the needs of the population that's here. And then the remaining 35% is set aside for big regional transportation needs. Those are typically the types of projects that we heard about in the video, like widening I-64, things that are going to serve the entire region and push us forward to better compete with other areas of the state. So we have a couple functions and powers. The regional funding, we have the responsibility, the authority to prioritize and prove that the funds are going to the highest and best use of those needs to serve regional transportation purposes. We approve an annual regional transit plan. We oversee the distribution of local funds. So when those funds on a monthly basis come back to the jurisdictions like Goochland, CBTA, the staff, is involved in making sure that we verify those funds are being used for the right purposes so that we're able to continue as an authority and keep putting those dollars in the right place. And then we have the ability to issue bonds as needed. At this point, the authority has not had to do that yet, but is slowly building up its understanding and knowledge base to issue those bonds when the need arises. When we have the project demand that is going to push us over the threshold of being able to use PAYGO funds like we're doing now, basically revenues in, revenues out. So that's something that we're going to be looking at harder in the next year or two. We have a process flow. We work closely with the TPO, which is the planning agency. So we understand what the needs are going to be out into the future and are able to develop those regional priorities along with the elected officials around the region so that we make sure we're doing the right thing for everyone involved. A brief timeline. I'm sorry to say that the presentation tonight is reflective of FY22 funds. If I was to come back next month, I'd be able to give you the next year of funding levels. But just from April 2020 to May of 2022, we approved 2 rounds of regional funding. Over $265 million in funds went to just the regional project identified. And then we were continuing to be able to put local funds back in the jurisdictions. Some of the projects that were approved, we have identified just under $105 million through CBTA funding to be matched with $42 million from the Commonwealth Transportation Board to support the development of the Fall Line Trail. Hopefully many of you have heard of this, but it's a 43-mile trail from Ashland south through Hanover, Henrico, City of Richmond, Chesterfield, into Colonial Heights and Petersburg, and it's going to be a great companion or competitor to the Capitol Trail. We want to make them connected so people have the ability to use all. But that project is well underway thanks to the funding that the CBTA has provided. We were able to widen I-64 by committing $100 million in future funds to match with state revenue, federal grant, and then smart scale funding from round 5, which was just approved by the CTB in June. That project is estimated at $800 million, and it's moving forward, and it couldn't have been done without the support of the CBTA. In FY22 alone, almost $2.5 million of CBTA revenues came back as the local funds to Goochland to be put towards 3 planned transportation projects. There are lots of other projects that are being worked on and identified in this last fiscal year, FY23, that will add to that amount. But we're excited about the ability of getting funds back in the hands of you all who make the decisions and make the priorities locally. We're able to leverage local dollars. And I think the chair could probably talk to this, but the Ashland Road DDI is a great example of this. $1 million in local CVTA funds can become $5 million as a 20% local match for a TAP project. It can double as the 50% local match for revenue sharing, and it can also be used to leverage other types of funding projects like Smart Scale or RSTP CMAQ or other types of federal dollars now that are coming through the bipartisan infrastructure law. I believe it was just under $34 million of CVTA funds was able to leverage almost $80 million for the Ashland Road DDI. So that project is moving forward as a result of this process. So we were happy to partner with the county to make sure that project moved forward and got the attention it needed, and showed great success in this last round of Smart Scale. Some of the three planned projects that were identified just for FY22 are on the screen, and then we know that there are additional projects that have been identified for FY23, and we're looking forward to continuing to help the county identify those needs and fund the necessary improvements. The splits, and this mirrors the pie that I showed you earlier. Almost $200 million have gone back to local jurisdictions as that 50% return. And then just under $144 million stayed for regional projects that were identified there. That was just FY22. I think in all, yes, through FY28 now, we've set aside almost $365 million for all types of transportation improvements throughout the region, including bicycle pedestrian, highway, bridge, and then planning and engineering. We have a process that I'm not going to bore you with tonight where we identify how to prioritize regional needs. And there are lots of eligible things here which county staff are actually heavily involved with as part of our technical advisory committee. So thank you, Austin. And we are now working on revising those funding criteria. We just finished that last month. And then we're looking at identifying future projects. What are the needs going to be down the road? How are we going to best be able to help assist our member jurisdictions cover those costs and make the projects happen quicker and more efficiently than if we were just depending on state revenues or federal grants. So with that, I'm going to ask Mr. Carroll if he wants to come up and address anything I might have missed, or we're happy to answer any questions.
It doesn't look like anybody fell asleep in the audience, so that's good. I think it's important for the community to understand that I don't think that regionally, quite frankly, previous leaders were able to do what we've done with the CVTA from a regional cooperation position. Because let's face it, each one of us that gets elected to represent whatever county or city we're in, we're fighting for our individual people and our individual districts to make sure that we get the funding from the Commonwealth of Virginia for transportation in our districts. And part of what this allows us to do, though, which was, I don't know if we necessarily drilled this home, is it allows us to compete with Northern Virginia and Tidewater. So Tidewater's Transportation Authority, they get $200 million a year that they've leveraged to almost $6.2 billion in transportation projects in the Hampton Roads region. And Northern Virginia, same thing. So when you have that kind of money and you're competing with us regionally for money, they were doing much better. This actually put Central Virginia in a much better foothold. And why is it important to come out? Because y'all are paying more for gas. It's part of what the tax was. But what is important is for us to let you know that your money's not being wasted, and it's going to, in the near future, as these projects come out of the ground, you're going to see tremendous improvements. Because one of the biggest complaints we all get from as being elected leaders is, when are you going to fix the roads? Why am I sitting in traffic on 288 northbound trying to get to Goochland in the morning, and I'm stuck at the bridge? Well, when we widen and put that additional lane in that can be controlled electronically, you'll see traffic flowing much better as people are trying to get north and south on 288. So there's a lot of great stuff that's coming in the future. And part of what we're trying to do is to make sure we get the community to know that. So, and I don't know if anybody has any questions, but I'd love to answer them. And I do want to say this. Neil and I met the very first day of the CVTA, and we're both brand new at this. We're like, I don't know. We're going to make it work, though. And we have, and we've all worked together. All of the others that have worked together, John and Susan, we've worked together on other committees, and it's just been a great experience, and we look forward to doing good things for the community in the future.
Thank you so much, Mr. Carroll. Mr. Parsons, board, any questions for our guests? We really appreciate you coming to Goochland. We appreciate the partnership and working together and making a lot of improvements for Goochland.
It's our pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all for having us.
All right. Now we will switch gears a little bit and we will open our citizen comment period. This is a time for citizens to address the board about topics that are not on the agenda today. What I'd ask you to do is to come forward, give us your name and address, and try to limit your comments to 3 minutes. And with that, I will open the citizen comment period.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Jonathan Lau, 1521 Mannequin Road, Chairman of the Monacan Soil and Water Conservation District. And for folks that weren't here at 2 o'clock, I'm going to continue my report on agriculture in the county. We still have agriculture in the county, and quite a lot of it, actually. As I shared at 2 o'clock, last year we put $1 million in cost share money into effect for the ag community here in the county. And we're in line to get about $1,900,000 in state support for agriculture here in the county. We are an elected authority. It's what we call the What's That office on the ballot. It's the last thing on the ballot. Nobody knows what it is, and some of us get voted in anyway. The spoiler alert is I'm not running for re-election this year. The good news, or maybe even better news, is that we will have 2 candidates on the ballot. Kate Anderson, who is the owner-operator of Pineview Farms. She's a poultry operator. Has 49,000, that's 49,000 turkeys under roof right now. Look for it in November. Probably one of them will be at your Thanksgiving table with you. The second is Sebastian Volker. He operates historic Clover Forest Farm out in the western part of the county on the James River. He's currently an at-large director, and when he's elected, we'll have an opening on the board that can be appointed. Anybody that has 20 extra hours on their calendar and would like to serve the county and promote agriculture is welcome to apply. No yard signs are involved, so there's a benefit there too. I also wanted to mention, even though it's not a Monacan project particularly, the well water testing is taking place again this September. And this is run by the Virginia Cooperative Extension Office for $65. Those people who have a well can get their water tested. It tells you if you've got any kind of bacterial or other mineral issues with your water for $65. Can't be beat. I would encourage everybody to go to the Virginia Cooperative Extension website and get the information there. I also will mention that on August 12th, we will have our agricultural expo out at the Ag Center on Dogtown Road. We are going to have large animals there. It's not a petting zoo per se, but if you like to get up close and personal with a cow, here's your opportunity. And the final I would mention, as a Farm Bureau director, the Farm Bureau will have its annual meeting at the Fife Firehouse on September 18th. I guess in closing, I'd just like to say I wish everybody a happy and celebratory 4th of July. Our independence and security of the nation is really related to our agricultural efforts. A nation that can't feed itself really can't defend itself. I hope that you, as county administrators, will continue to support the agricultural community here in the county. Your support does play a big role in our ability to keep Goochland rural. Thanks very much. The red light flashed.
Thank you, Mr. Lau. Thank you for your service.
Good evening. My name is Tony Pelling. I live at 70 West Square Drive. Now, last week Each of the 159 homes on Randolph Square found an overlarge trash bin dumped on their driveways, courtesy of our recycling operations. So those who do not recycle, and those who informed CVWMA that they already had a standard recycling bin, were lumbered with a heavy, unwieldy, redundant bin. With the bins came this promotional note. And the county was the primary signatory to this. This is a county document. Now, my reading, and that of the neighbours I have heard from, is that the note was what they called false advertising, and indeed, as one neighbour said to me, intellectually dishonest. Now, recycling is a difficult market, and the authority needs our sympathy. So I think we can all accept that bins for all, the exercise, was to provide cost and labour savings. It wasn't about all the flim-flam that was in the note that the county put out. At present, it takes 2 staff to pick up recycling on Randolph Square and beyond. Now, the idea, I think, behind this exercise was to provide cost and labour savings, and that is very virtuous, except it probably means it's going to have top loading with these automatic grabs, and there'll just be a 1-person operation instead of 2. So some of our neighbours are going to lose their jobs. But I don't blame the authority for that. They're doing their best. But the giant size of these trash bins is just amazing. And they will not be stored in garages. So they're going to litter our driveways. I can't understand why our standard isn't for smaller trash bins than these things. My widow lady next door says it's just too big for her to move at all. So I just wish that this ill-starred operation would have driven our county to have revealed the true reason for it, not the advertising reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pike.
Mr. Chairman, would you mind seeing if he'll leave that flyer with our clerk? Sir, if that's an extra flyer, would you give it to the clerk so we can see it?
I'm surprised that you didn't see it in the first place.
Well, maybe I did, but I can't see it from here, so I'd love to take a look. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else from citizen comment? If not, I'm going to go ahead and close the citizen comment period. Okay, it's closed. All right, now we're going to move into our public hearings. I see a lot of new faces in the room, so I thought I would kind of go over how this will work so you can kind of have an expectation. We've been at this for about a half hour now, usually around the hour and a half mark. We'll try to take a quick break. But what will happen is staff will come and do a presentation, and then the applicant will follow. The board may have some questions for either staff or the applicant, and then we will open the public hearing. At that time, for the more cases where people want to speak, we're going to ask that folks come as they're waiting to come on the front row, so we're not waiting for people to go back and forth, just to make it move a little quicker. We do ask that you refrain from any sort of applause or comments during this as well, just so that we be respectful of everybody. And once the public hearing is done, the same as we did with citizen comment, you would come up, give your name and address, and keep your comments to 3 minutes. After that, the applicant can come up and then answer anything that they may have heard or that they want to address from the citizens. And then I will look for a motion for my peers, and then we will have a discussion and then our vote. So that's how the evening will go. We've got several cases, and we'll start off with our first one. And I would ask our Deputy County Administrator, Ms. Onitis, to come forward. Thanks.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. I'm Crystal Onitis, Deputy County Administrator, so I'll just put it in the record twice. The first case you have before you all tonight is for Portico Restaurant, Tuckahoe, also known as Tuckahoe 1. It's a conditional use permit. This is a renewal for the restaurant. There are no changes proposed to this conditional use permit. It's an area that occupies a little over an acre, and its location is 12506 River Road. The zoning is agricultural, limited A2, and the land use is single-family, medium density. So just a little orientation, it is in the eastern end of the county. As I mentioned, it is on River Road. That is the zoning map that shows the A2 area in which it is located. And some background and history on this location. So within the comprehensive plan, this is designated as single-family residential medium density. However, there's over 50-plus years of commercial use that predates our actual zoning ordinances. Imagine that, there was a time before there was zoning. And our comprehensive plan. The imposed conditions that are affiliated with this property will actually minimize the impact on the surrounding area, and that's something that our applicant, that you'll hear from this evening, should you need to, they've worked in earnest to address concerns as they've gone through this process. This is not their first renewal. So just a little more background. In 1969, the property was zoned residential R1 with the adoption of the original zoning map. In 1999, it was actually rezoned to agricultural limited A2 and issued a conditional use permit for a gift shop, antique shop, and restaurant. That ran for 10 years. 2008, the renewal was issued with an expansion of hours of operation for 5 years. 2013, they renewed with another expansion of hours and additional seating for 10 years, and a certificate of approval was issued for outside improvements. So with the existing layout, there's, again, as I mentioned, a little over an acre, it's 1.1 acres. The restaurant actually occupies 3,046 square feet. It's 1.5 stories tall. There is an outdoor seating area. It's very, very nice if you've ever been. It's a nice area to sit and enjoy a glass of wine. There's a garden. It actually used to be called the English Garden before it was portico. There are required parking spaces of 27 spaces, which they have actually provided 37 spaces with access easements. A community meeting was held April 26th of this year. 3 citizens attended. The citizens in attendance were supportive of this request. The Planning Commission at June 1st was held. The Planning Commission recommended approval of this request with a 5-0 vote. 2 citizens spoke in support of this application. The conditions that are on this conditional use permit, as I mentioned, there are no changes. There are no substantive changes. Per the applicant's request, there's 2 changes made to the conditions since the June 1st Planning Commission. They removed the reference to their conceptual plan so as to not box themselves in, if they choose to play with their layout a bit. And the CUP, the conditional use permit, will actually run with the land. So should they transfer the land, sell it, deed it to a family member in the future, that conditional use permit would stay. So that would allow for continuity of that use, along with the conditions would still apply as well. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Onitis. Staff, board, any questions for staff at this time? Okay, would the applicant like to come forward?
Green button, go. Mr. Chair, members of the supervisor, Andy Conlon here on behalf of the applicant, Tuckahoe 1. We have with us Rhonda and Paulo and Mateo that are the owners of the restaurant, Portico Restaurant, which I think we don't have to describe at all. And of course, Ms. Unitas had described the history of this property that, quite frankly, has been in existence since 1999 for the CUP when with multiple extensions and revisions to the conditions. But this request before you is simply to extend the time period. We're not asking for any other changes, substantive changes otherwise. The small business has been providing great food and service and does so within the conditions required by the CUP. Would like to continue just exactly as that. It's obviously been a Goochland institution, known well beyond Goochland, quite frankly, and is a fantastic place to go. So even though it's in the comprehensive plan as residential, this has been a commercial use since well before 1969. We would just like to continue this very important business that provides service for the entire community. So with that, we'd ask that you follow the recommendation of the Planning Commission and approve the extension for 10 additional years for the CUP. And we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Board, any questions this time before we hear from the public? Okay, don't go too far. All right, I'm going to open up the public hearing. So anybody wanting to speak in favor or against this proposal, please come forward.
Good evening, Board. Jonathan Lau, 1521 Mannequin Road. This reminds me of a case you all considered for a CUP extension about 3 months ago for Little Hawk Farms, which had a similar historic establishment and had been operating in the county in the same manner that it had been for 25 or so years. At that time, I suggested you might want to extend the CUP to 15 instead of 10 years. Give these folks a little bit of relief from having to come back. Not that it isn't enjoyable coming to the board meetings, but once every 10 years might be everybody's limit. So if it is possible, I would ask if the applicant is amenable to having this CUP extend for 15 instead of 10. I think that would show a commitment to them, and they are an established, I'll call it a local iconic business. And 15 years would be okay with me, and they're just down the road for me if you follow the crow flying. That's my request.
Thank you, Mr. Lau. Anyone else? Seeing nobody, I'm going to close the public hearing. Board, any questions? Motion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I know when this was first considered, there was a significant amount of apprehension among some citizens that, can you really do a commercial restaurant in the middle of a residential area and have it fit in and have the citizens appreciate it and love it for what it is? And the current owners have been able to pull that off. It's not that easy to do. And I've had nothing but positive feedback and no complaints that I'm aware of. So with that said, I'll go ahead and move that the Board of Supervisors grant conditional use permit CU 2023, number 3, for a restaurant at 12506 River Road, subject to the imposed conditions as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Lascolette. Discussion, board? Seeing none? Hearing none? I will address Mr. Lyle's comment. While I think it would be a great idea to do that, with the transferring potential of the CUP, I feel personally more comfortable at the 10 years. So that's just my comments. Roll call vote?
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Lascolette?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Mr. Valdez?
Yes.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes. Congratulations, and thanks for what you do for the community. All right, now to our next case.
It's me again. See, I had all these bonus slides. You made it easy. The applicant made it easy. The next case you all have before you is a rezoning request by Jeffrey and Ann Brock. This is a rezoning from agricultural limited A2 to residential rural with proffered conditions for one additional lot. The area that is in question, where we're seeing the application for, is 5.95 acres. The agricultural limited A2, and there's a tax map ID, and again, the current land use designation is residential. Over here, you'll see the vicinity map. It is in the eastern part of the county off Hermitage Road. And again, there's the aerial map just so that you can see. It is in the rural enhancement designation for land use, which means there's large lots of land, so they're either large residential lots or farmland. On this map here on the right, it shows the proposed rezoning site with the rural residential, the proposed lot line for rezoning. I should make mention, as I'm working to orient you all, this is an overall 15-acre tract, and they are working to have a rezoning of 5 acres of that 15. So just a summary of this application. This application is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The rezoning, as I mentioned, is part of a 15-acre parcel to rural residential. The proposal is for one additional single-family lot of those 5.9 acres. Existing lot is part of a subdivision with frontage on a private road, actually Cedar Run Trail. Again, there are some requirements that exist with Cedar Run Trail that would kick in, and the applicant is well aware of, which is with regards to our street standards and how many homes you have. Once you have more than 5 homes on a road, then the state street standards kick in. This is a proposed layout, and again, this is very high level, it's not a proffer conceptual, it's just showing the orientation of the home, proposed home, and where current roughly setbacks and other things are. So, summary of the proffers, the applicant is agreeing to preclude further subdivision of the 5.95 acre piece, preclude access to Cedar Run Trail until such time it is brought up to state standards. And they are also proffering a 100-foot buffer along frontage of Cedar Run Road. There was a community meeting held for this application on April 20th of this year. 2 citizens and Commissioner Patuck were in attendance. Concerns were raised to the applicant regarding access point onto Cedar Run Road, lot clearing, orientation, and visibility of proposed dwelling on property. As you can see through the previous slides, those concerns have been addressed through the proffers. The Planning Commission heard this case on June 1st of this year, and the Planning Commission recommended approval with a 5-0 vote. One citizen spoke in favor of this request. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Board, any questions at this time? Ms. Lascolette?
Just real quick, Ms. Onitis, the concerns that you said were raised at the community meeting, were they all addressed in proffers?
Yes, ma'am. Let me believe I have, here we go. I've got a whole thing in front. So the property will not be further divided. The property will not access directly to Cedar Run Road.
Right.
Then we also had the 100-foot natural buffer, a tree save area to be provided along the right-of-way. So those are the 3 proffers. And if you go back to the concerns that we heard at the community meeting, it was regarding Cedar Point Run Road access, lot clearing. So we've addressed that with the tree buffers and the tree save area, as well as the orientation and visibility of proposed dwelling on the property. And that was also provided with their proposed layout.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
just bear with me. So the buffer is along one edge of the property. Okay, so I don't know where the concern was on the buffer. That's my first question. So where was the concern about the buffer?
Yes, ma'am. The concern on the buffer was facing street side
And
of
that's,
Cedar Run Trail. As you can see there, let me not point with this, but
Cedar Run Road. you meant
Cedar
road.
Run, sorry, Cedar Run Road. Sorry. This is why I don't specialize in this. Pointer for a living. So up in here, so they're having a 100-foot buffer here, and 100 feet distance between here.
but no concern about Cedar Run Trail.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, I'm just asking, I just want to be clear on the buffer
I can,
part.
I will have the case manager answer.
Okay.
So Cedar Run Trail is actually the private road, so that's just a
Okay.
setback. The concern from one of the neighbors in that area is this area, most of these lots in the area were RP or RR, and they all had large treed setbacks from Cedar Run Road and other roads in the area. So they were concerned, why would this house be any different than the others? And so the applicant agreed to proffer the buffer so that they would have the same sort of appearance from the street as other houses.
That's what I need to know. Thank you very much, Mr. Cash.
Thank you, Mr. Cash.
Mr. Lumpkins?
So, following up, when you did the presentation and you got to this, you said this is just a sketch and it's not proffered.
No, sir, it is
So-
not proffered.
So that 100-foot that you see from the distance house, that's not part of this case, that's not.
The 100 feet is,
The 100 feet that you see from the proposed house to center of Cedar Run Trail,
correct, that's the general setback
by ordinance?
by choice.
But you said this was a
This
sketch
is not
that's
proffered.
not a proffer.
Correct.
So when you say that to me, then I throw it out.
Correct.
So the 100-foot buffer we're talking about is along Cedar Run Road.
Yes, sir.
And I have a couple of, and there's no buffer proposed along Cedar Run Trail. Correct?
Correct.
So, question I had, the last sentence said, should utilities on the 100-foot buffer, the last sentence said, should utilities need to be located in the buffer, those should be located perpendicular to the buffer. Question, well, that's something unique I don't see too often, so my question is, has utilities reviewed that? Does that make sense with what we would expect?
I will defer to staff.
So generally, we preclude buffer, any type of utility to go parallel through a buffer because it eliminates or reduces the buffer. This is restated a little bit different in that we would expect utilities to go through those. There is already existing power lines along the road that are outside of the buffer area. And this area, we don't expect our utility department to be in that area for quite some time. It's really the intent is that we don't want people coming there and start chopping away at the buffer.
Natural buffer, right. Is staff comfortable with the language in here? It talks about provided along the right-of-way, existing shall be retained except for cleaning for sight lines along trail and Cedar Run Road intersection.
Yes, that is, it's that area being wooded, there was concern, as one of the things referenced, and there was, the safety coming out of that private road.
And how will we ever enforce not using Cedar Run Trail until it's improved to comply with VDOT? I can't imagine we'll ever be able to enforce that.
There will not be a direct connection or access from that proposed home.
So if that would be, well, that's not what the proffer says, but.
So that they cannot have direct driveway access to the road.
And that's how you interpret that if.
Correct.
If they come along and pave a driveway over to that, that's like, no, you gotta remove that.
Correct, they cannot legally connect until the road is brought to state standard.
All right, thank you.
And if we need to potentially clean up the wording, we can do that to make it a little more clear. But again, that is how it's interpreted.
Okay, anything else, board? Would the applicant like to come forward?
Hi,
Good evening.
I'm Ann Brock. I would just respectfully request that the Board of Supervisors approve our request. It's been a long time desire of ours to have one of our children live near us, and our daughter hopefully will be locating back here soon, and we would love to have her live on that piece of property.
Thank you, Ms. Brock. Any questions for Ms. Brock at this time? All right, thank you so much. All right, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. Okay, not seeing anyone come forward, I'm going to close the public hearing. Hope they all go this smoothly. It was a joke. Okay, board, do we have questions, motion?
You do a motion and then discussion?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right, so I move approval, that the board approve rezoning RZ 2023-0005 for 5.95 acres at 785 Cedar Run Trail from agricultural limited A2 to residential rural RR with proffered conditions as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Lascalette.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Discussion.
All right,
Ms. Lascalette.
you didn't even look up.
I'm getting that good. I can feel your person in my head.
Okay, so this issue of the 100-foot buffer along Cedar Run Road not being proffered seems a bit unusual to me. So I'd like to have some explanation, because typically,
Ms. Lascalette, a 100-foot natural buffer and tree save area will be proffered along the right-of-way of Cedar Run Road,
but not trail.
not trail. Yes, sir, we most certainly can.
Mr. Chair, if I could, thought I heard during the discussion that one of the concerns was that citizens that use that area with their wooded setbacks and all, that the 100-foot was important. Was it the 100-foot on the trail or the road? Mr. Cash maybe is the right person to answer that question, that they were concerned with. Because what we did hear is that, the concerns had been addressed. One of the concerns was the 100-foot setback, and I'm just trying to figure out whether it was the 100-foot setback on the road or the trail that was the concern, to make sure the concern was addressed. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We can clarify if it was the frontage or the
That would
trail
be
side.
helpful. That would be very helpful. Thank you so much.
So, that's pretty consistent along Cedar Run Road, which is basically serves as the primary, almost like a subdivision street, because it's several collectives of private road developments in this area, is Cedar Run Road. That's where the majority has that streetscape, really separation from the road. It doesn't really apply on these interior private drives, which Cedar Run Trail is. So that's the distinction.
Okay, so that, since this is not being proffered, if it was built 50 feet instead of 100 feet from the trail, that wouldn't raise any concerns?
No, I mean, because it's a cleared area now where it's access for the interior, those lots that run along Cedar Trail already, to include the rocks.
Okay.
So the concern was the appearance of the Cedar Run, which was the primary access for all the other people living on the other neighborhoods.
That was the concern that was raised, and that concern has been addressed. And this other is not being proffered, wasn't a concern that was raised?
It was not a concern or discussed at the community meeting.
Understand.
I believe the citizen that brought up the concern originally actually spoke at the planning commission meeting in favor of the case.
Understand. Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Mr. Waters?
I just want to make the comment that these type of thoughtful plans and very positive proffers to allow families to grow up together and be together is what I think is important in Goochland County and preserving our values. So applications like this, applicants coming up and talking about what they hope to get, I really appreciate it, and I hope it's something that, when we do have development and cups, things like that, it's an important consideration. So,
thank you, Mr. Waters. Mr. Peterson?
Staff, does staff have any residual concerns about this proposal or application? I understand it is in compliance with the comp plan?
Yes, sir. This proposed application is compliant with the comp plan. Again, the primary concerns that we worked with the applicant on were protecting the view shed from the Cedar Run Road, as well as making sure that we had proffers that would ensure that.
Mr. Nettis, as far as this goes from the subdivision ordinance perspective, so we've got, would this be considered the first split of the home tract, or how much further? I understand that they proffer that this 5.95 acres can't be, but that leaves another 10 acres. What is the potential for splits there?
Correct. So one of the conditions that I will believe, it will preclude further subdivision of the 5.95 acre piece. However, there is a larger piece that the parents own and maintain. At this time, they did not mention any plans to subdivide that. Again, the intent is to keep it as family land.
I understand,
But it can divide.
I'm asking how many more can it be divided?
It's 10 acres, and the smallest that's allowed by county zoning is 2 acres. With
I'm seeing
well
some
and
dissent behind you.
No, well, to be clear, I think you're
In
asking
theory.
if there's any more by right splits
Yes.
available.
By right.
Right, those have been utilized actually to originally create the original private subdivision. It's the collective of several, so there was no further by right splits.
There are no further by right
Which is
splits.
part of
Okay.
why we're in the zoning here.
Thank you very much. Okay. All right, any other questions? Discussion? Mr. Carpenter, roll call vote.
Ms. Lascolette?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Waters?
yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes. Congratulations. All right. So far, so good, y'all. All right, on to our third case. Mr. Nettis.
Okay. This is a rezoning request for Tuckahoe Lands LLC. This is a rezoning for a 14-lot subdivision. The existing land use designation is A2 Agricultural Limited. They are seeking a R1 Residential Limited designation with proffers. The proposed subdivision site is a 14.29 acre site located on River Road. The land use is single-family, medium density. So just a little orientation. It is located down on the eastern end of the county on River Road. And here on the right side of the screen, you can just see the vicinity map as to where it's located and where the parcel is. Here we have the zoning map and the comprehensive plan map. The subject property is surrounded by residential uses to the west. There are 2 residential lots not part of a subdivision development. And I'll also note that there's the Rivergate subdivision abuts the property to the north, and Wickham Glen subdivision abuts the property to the east. South of River Road are the Lower Tuckahoe and Randolph Squares subdivisions. So with regards to the comprehensive plan, the reduction in lots brings this application closer to the comprehensive plan designation, but it does not meet compliance with the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan recommendation of an average lot size is 1 acre. The applicant is proposing an average of 28,166 square feet, or roughly 0.63 acres. So just a little over half an acre lot on average. The average is taken, so just a little bit about how we get there with regards to the comp plan with average and density. Average lot size is taken by adding the size of the lots and dividing by the number of lots. This does not factor in roads, amenities, or open space buffers. Density is calculated by taking the overall acreage and dividing by the number of lots. Density, 14 lots, 14.29 acres. This does factor in roads, amenities, or open space buffers. So while the density is not inherently conflicting, it's the average lot size. So just an application summary here. The rezone, again, for this property of a 14-lot, single-family subdivision, it will be, as proposed, served by public water and sewer, and they are proposing proffers to regulate the development. Just a brief case history on this. In February of 2023, the Planning Commission recommended denial with a 5-0 vote. They cited at that time comprehensive plan compliance, lack of buffers, environmental concerns, and traffic impacts. In March of this year, the applicant deferred to April. In April, the applicant actually then deferred again to May. And then in May, the board actually remanded back to the Planning Commission. I will say between February and April, staff received several substantive updates that led to that remand back to the Planning Commission to give the Planning Commission an opportunity to hear substantive material changes that were done to the proposal, going from 17 lots to 14 lots. Some of the proffered conditions changed quite a bit. So again, the intent was to remand it to the PC for that reason. And so on June 1st, the PC heard the case again. They recommended denial on a 4-1 vote. Based on the information in the staff report and from the public hearing, again, I touched on they recommended the denial, but they cited in their motion that it was not keeping with public necessity, convenience, general welfare, and good zoning practice, and it was not compliant with the comprehensive plan, and they cited concerns with the 15-foot perimeter buffers. So I did mention that there were some substantive changes from February to June. So there was a reduction in lots from 17 to 14. There was an increase in the River Road buffer from 81 feet to 100 feet to be consistent with area of residential setbacks. The applicant has proposed to provide a 15-foot natural buffer adjacent to residential subdivisions, and a commitment to a full right turn lane has been added. Now, there's been a change also as a proffered commitment since the June 1st Planning Commission that the applicant is no longer requesting the left turn lane waivers, which means they are going to put in left turn lanes. So this is a table that I just wanted to put in here to show, because I know in the beginning we talked about the orientation of where this falls in relation to other existing subdivisions, and we talked about average lot size as well as density. So this was a table that staff put together just for you all as a board to have as we discuss this tonight. and I'll be happy to come back to it. The conceptual plan as proposed by the applicant is a limit of 14 lots. There is a 100-foot buffer along River Road, a 15-foot buffer to existing subdivisions, a right turn lane, public roads, so the roads once constructed would be turned over to VDOT, 20% open space, and as I mentioned before, they are now dropping their request for a waiver of the left turn lane. So, as I mentioned as well, there was a increased effort on buffers from when it originally went to the Planning Commission and when it went back. So again, the 100-foot buffer from ultimate right-of-way, that does make it much more consistent with recent residential developments. Again, that blue that you'll see on the map or the conceptual layout, that actually shows existing vegetation then with some proposed supplemental landscaping. The purple area circled is existing vegetation, and then the red outlined is the perimeter of that 15-foot buffer behind residential lots. They have proffered elevations and home sizes as well, so a minimum size of 3,200 square feet of floor area, as well as building materials of brick, stone, and cementitious siding. I think I said that right. Back on turn lanes. County code, a subdivision of 5 or more lots. We have language within our code that gives us the ability, based on our analysis, to install right and left turn lanes. We do have a waiver process as well that can be requested through the rezoning application. As I mentioned, there are no waivers now being requested. There's a traffic study that is also required. That traffic study did not warrant any turn lanes. However, county code is a higher standard that we have just for consistency, safety, congestion mitigation, all of those things. There was a community meeting held February 14th, 2022. There were 36 citizens that attended. There were some major concerns noted at that time. Size of lots, buffer on River Road, buffers to existing developments, location of new houses to existing development. There were citizen comments since the community meeting and the various times it's been listed on agendas, as well as the times it's been heard at the Planning Commission. We've received 17 opposing emails in addition to phone calls and office visits from citizens. Namely, their concerns on lack of perimeter buffer, the turn lanes, lot sizes being out of character, stormwater runoff, light pollution, tree removal, and lack of sidewalks. Just something on the proffers that they are having in this proposed application. The conceptual plan, as I mentioned, a max of 14 single-family lots, the 100-foot buffer along River Road, a 15-foot perimeter buffer, elevations, building size, and materials, the cash proffer, which does meet our capital impact model and is compliant with our policy. There is a right-of-way dedication, as well as public roads that will be to VDOT standards. The open space will be dedicated to and maintained by the homeowners association. There will be sod and irrigation of lots. There'll be an entrance sign and feature and underground utilities and minimum setbacks. Questions?
Thank you, Ms. Unitas. Ms. Lascolette.
Okay, so a lot to unpack here. Would you mind going back to page 36 of your presentation? Just a few back. I was with you up to there, right? I know, it sounds so simple, right? So help me, I think I understand this, but just to be sure I'm clear. Looking at this diagram, can you tell me, you're doing east, west, north, south, but looking at this, what's at the top, the bottom, the left, and the right?
As far as neighborhoods?
Yes. Or whoever, whatever's there.
Crystal, you mic.
Yes. Sorry, I'm also trying to read it.
Yeah, me too.
Yes, I'm terrible with compass directions, but I can read. At the top of the screen, I'm so sorry, you guys get to learn all my limitations when I'm up here. At the top of the screen is Wickham Glen. To the right, and I know I had mentioned it, to the west there are 2 residential lots not part of a subdivision development. The Rivergate subdivision abuts the property to the north, and Wickham Glen subdivision abuts the property to the east.
So that top, bottom, left, right. Left is north, okay.
This is north.
All right, so that's Rivergate,
Yeah, this is Rivergate.
all right. Wickham Glen.
Wickham
At the
Glen is the top up
okay.
here.
And then to the right, which would be south.
This is River Road,
River
and
Road,
so there's
okay.
Lower Tuckahoe and Randolph
Gotcha.
Square subdivisions.
Okay, and at the bottom,
And at the bottom, there is, surrounded by, I believe that's Rivergate? No. Two private lots that are not part of a subdivision.
they're not part of Rivergate.
No, they're two residential lots that are not part of a subdivision development.
Are they built out? Or are they just empty lots?
I will defer to staff for just a moment. Are they built? They are built out with residential homes.
Okay. All right, good. All right, so page 39. So whether they're good answers or not good answers, a lot of this at least has been attempted to be addressed. The one thing that I'm not seeing, maybe it's in the next page and not this one, is the, yes, it's here, the stormwater runoff. So how is that being addressed?
Yes, ma'am. So, good thing my mic's on. This proposed applicant understands, as does the county with its efforts in administering its environmental management programs, that it has to be EPA and DEQ compliant with stormwater management and mitigation, meaning anything that is done on that site cannot make anything at adjacent sites any worse or have any adverse impact. So they will have to have permitting from EPA, DEQ for the construction work. County staff does inspections during construction. So there's BMP, best management practices, that are put in place that we inspect.
Okay, all right, that's the answer. And then on page 40. So the buffers are 100 feet along River Road and 15 feet along the perimeter. So it's 15 feet between these lots and the neighbors, which there were three, well, I guess really, yeah, three residential neighborhoods around them, right?
That is correct.
Okay, is that common, standard, normal?
I will ask our planning director if that is common standard. It is not a standard practice in Goochland from the table that we have, but is it a common practice within planning? It's not an entirely uncommon practice in the planning field as a whole. However, if you look at nearby developments that have taken place, you can see the buffers.
But the,
So this is substantially different than the other buffers.
all right, so we're saying that, let's see if I can see this better. All right, Wickham has a 50-foot perimeter,
Yes, ma'am.
but Rivergate is 0.
I will let our Director of Community Development answer.
Good evening, Jamie Sherry, Director of Community Development. So Rivergate does have a 0 proffered perimeter. They do have a 50-foot that is in their covenants. But during the rezoning case, it was not part of the rezoning case. So there is a buffer, but it wasn't part of the rezoning case.
Okay. All right, thank you. You've answered the question, I appreciate it.
Okay. Any other questions before we hear from the applicant? Mr. Peterson?
Good. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it was page 40, the proffered conditions.
There we go.
Here we go. If you could indulge me on this, could you very quickly go down that list, and how does this differ from, say, a by right as opposed to a rezoning with proffers?
I will defer to Ms. Sherry.
That would be fine. Ms. Sherry, call a friend.
Good evening again. So yeah, we have the list of proffers. So they are proffering a conceptual plan. there would be no proffers with a by right. So pretty much everything I'm mentioning, other than that would be required by code, would not be included in this. So the 14 lots, 100-foot buffer along River Road, 15-foot perimeter buffer. Ms. Lasklat, it's actually on two of the sides. On the conceptual plan, there was like the red L, so it shows those two lots that are independent. They talked about that's not part of the 15 feet. They are providing elevations, building sizes, as well as materials. The cash proffer, which Ms. Onitis mentioned, does mitigate their impact. Right-of-way dedication, public roads, to VDOT standard and accepted by VDOT. Open space that will be dedicated to the HOA. They would be required to do some open space in the R1 zoning district, but there would be no requirement for them to proffer that would be part of the HOA, so that would be another difference. Sod and irrigation on lots. The entrance sign feature, there's no requirement for that. Underground utilities, no requirement for that. The minimum setbacks would be just that which is part of the zoning ordinance.
I guess it might have been easier if I had asked which of these would be in a by right as opposed to which of these would not.
Again, they all have, these are all proffered conditions outside of the ordinance.
They'd all go away.
That is correct. None of these conditions would be required, nor could they be required.
And the number might change from 14 to something else, but all the protections or proffers or plantings or whatever it is, it would not be any.
Correct. The county's ability to then require the buffers, the perimeter buffer, the buffer along the River Road frontage, as well as how we're requiring the roads be public, as well as the turn lanes, all of that would change.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Thank you.
Just real quick to follow up on Mr. Peterson. So what is the number at which they can build by right?
We received a zoning determination request on Tuesday of last week. Staff is working to analyze that because it is specific to each proposal and each property. I don't have an exact legal answer at this time. State code allows 90 days to respond. We're working to respond as quickly as we can to the applicant.
So we don't know if it's 5 or 10, or we just don't know.
Not definitively.
All right, thanks.
Okay. Mr. Lumpkins?
I know you got the zoning confirmation letter request and you have time to respond. This case, though, has been back and forth and up and down, and the number 12 is what I've heard all along.
Correct.
Does staff have great heartburn that that's number is way off?
There's general consensus that that would be
Accurate.
the accurate
Okay,
amount.
good, because that would be quite a change from this, what we've been talking about as this case has gone back and forth. I think in the earlier discussion I heard on the other side there, it might be helpful to go back to the diagram again. There's two parcels involved in here, and I was trying to jump on GIS, but I'm having trouble getting on GIS. But there are two parcels that are subject to this. One is already zoned R1,
Yes.
and the other is zoned agriculture.
Yes, sir. So they are seeking the rezoning. So one of their parcels, and let me get to it, it's in the very beginning. Okay.
There we go.
Here we go on the left-hand side there, right here. One parcel is already zoned R1, and so there is development that can occur by right with existing rules that are in zoning. However, they are seeking a rezoning of R1 and A2 with proffers for their proposed application. So their intent was to proffer so that they could also rezone that A2 to make that R1.
So in that diagram on the left there, the parcel is both parcels are in the rezoning case.
Yes, sir.
The smaller rectangle along River Road and then the horseshoe surrounding that.
Yes,
That's
sir.
the entire case that's before us. So everything below or to the south of the green is already zoned R1?
Yes, sir.
And that zoning, is that in compliance with the comprehensive, would you call that consistent with the comprehensive plan?
Yes, sir. The R1 in the adjacent areas is zoned residential.
I got the zoning, but would you say that that front part is consistent with, or in alignment with the comprehensive plan?
Of course, something that's already zoned doesn't have to be in compliance with the comprehensive plan, but that doesn't mean it's not a valid question. But that comes up as an inquiry when someone wants to rezone. But what's on,
The planning commission, one of the reasons that we've heard all along, and I've been looking at emails all afternoon, don't approve this because it's inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. My analysis of this case, going back and forth, has been the zoning in the front part of this parcel already isn't, quote, consistent with the comprehensive plan. So that was just my question.
So
if this was all A2,
yes,
and somebody came forward and wanted to rezone the bottom little more than half R1, would that request be consistent with the comprehensive plan?
So let me answer your question maybe in a different way. The reason that they are seeking the rezoning of the A1, A2, and also incorporating the R1 existing piece is so that we can have conditions that apply to the entire portion. So you don't typically split that.
I understand that. But what I'm getting at is the current zoning, meaning what they could do by right, is right from the get-go
Correct.
inconsistent with the comprehensive plan.
On the A2 portion. Sorry, I'm getting very confused by your question.
On the R1.
On the R1.
We'll pick this. I didn't want to get into it this early, and I think the applicant will probably speak to some of this. But
I think, if I can follow that, the portion that's currently R1, would that have to have an average lot size of 1 acre, or could .6 be considered in compliance? Is that your question?
no, that's a zoning question. My question was comp plan. But I think that's another point of discussion.
Well, I thought that's where you're going with this, is what the R, that's already R1, what could be there today? Does it have to be an average lot size of 1 acre, or could it be the .6 they're asking? Is that?
I think that
Is that
is another way to
a different
slice it.
question?
Yeah, if you're looking at the comp plan component of average lot size, correct. We're good. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, the applicant is dying to come forward.
that's a podium foul. You're not allowed to have that many materials up there.
Is there a way to get my, I'm a little afraid to come up after all this question. I got all the answers in that binder.
And we're going to see you digging through to each one. Uh-huh.
It's all up here. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sherry and Ms. Leonidas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Andy Conlon on behalf of the applicant for Lockhart Green. Very happy to, there's a couple of things I think you've already been presented from staff that I think did a very good job of understanding and providing for a summary of this case. But obviously you know this property well at 14 acres. And as has already been pointed out, it's 2 parcels. I would point out that as we're looking at this, where it says site, that's the smaller triangle parcel, and then the horseshoe parcel has been described. The Lockharts, who are the property owners, actually live on the 2 parcels to the left. That's what you were asking about. They're actually the property owners of this property. They're under contract to sell. They farmed this property for many, many years, and they couldn't be here tonight because some of their animals were sick, and they apologize for that. But they're going to retain and live on, and currently do live on, the 2 parcels to the left, or to the west in this instance, just to clarify that. And as has already been described, you can see Wickham Glen in this case to the right. That's a subdivision. Rivergate above us to the top, which I think I switched things around from the other plan, but we're going to keep you on your toes. To the left is what I've already described as Lockhart, and then River Road is to the bottom. And as you can see as well, Lower Tuckahoe and Randolph Square with St. Mary's as well to the below that. So, and then as we talk about the comprehensive plan, you can see is all for single-family residential medium density. I would point out that the comprehensive plan does call for R1, which is what we're making an application for under the single-family residential medium density. I would actually argue that it is consistent. R1 is consistent with the comprehensive plan because it's actually called out for. And I'll talk about that in a little bit as we go through this presentation. But as you look at this, we could have zoned, we could have asked, and I actually did make the request that, well, forget R1, we're not even going to request R1. Let's go ahead and just rezone the A2 to the R1 and meet the 1 acre average. And staff was of the position that they would not support that, and they could not support that because then we wouldn't have the standards on the R1. And so we've made application for the entirety of the property, both A2 and R1, and applying the conditions to all of them. But I think we could be in conjunction with the comprehensive plan by just doing it otherwise. As you look at this, the only reason I mention that is in the context, this property sits along a lot of development in the last few years along River Road and behind. And really the only thing is by color coding, as we talk about size of lots, which we'll get into in a little bit more detail in a second, is that in the corridor, as we're looking at about a half an acre up to the 0.6, the 43,000, up to the 43,000, that we're consistent with Lockhart Green with across Lower Tuckahoe and many of the lots, as well as West Oak. And obviously, there are larger lots in Rivergate, as well as Wickham Glen. So the proposed plan before you is 14 lots on 14 acres. We meet the density, but not the average 1 acre lot size of the comprehensive plan. It was very important to many of the community along the River Road corridor that we have a 100-foot buffer, as has been described, and also have buffers next to Rivergate and Wickham Glen with the benefit of the public water and sewer. The one thing I'll note on here is that the common areas that you see in green, including the buffers, including the buffers on River Road and along the adjacent properties, but also along the stormwater and the common area, is owned by the association, will be owned by the association for the HOA, controlled by the HOA, not part of a lot. And I think that's important as we get into this. And I was going to go through, I think it's already been described, so I'm just going to flip through quickly. Stop me if you have any questions on this. We decreased the number of lots from when it was before you last time from 17 down to 14. I'll talk about the by right of 12 in a second. We've increased the River Road buffer from 81 feet to 100 feet. In that area specifically, so it's up to 100 feet. We've added turn lanes, both. We're going to commit to, I say we added the turn lanes, we're adding a full right turn lane that we've proffered, and then the left turn lane is going to be required by the code anyway. And that's obviously in excess of 100 feet to the west on the bottom of the screen on that buffer that you see. And we've also provided, which I think is unique that you haven't seen, a lot of detail as to the landscaping requirements in those buffers, specifically including not allowing utilities to run parallel but perpendicular as is required, and not allowing utilities at all in the perimeter buffers. I say we increase the rear yard. The setback, as I mentioned, is the 15-foot buffer is actually within the common area, so our setback is set back 15 feet. So it's actually a 50-foot setback in essence from the property line, because the setback is measured from the inside of that 15 feet. Again, I know it's not from a standpoint of a huge buffer, but it still is significant. I'm going to say it's actually greater than what you see otherwise. So this is the technical detail of the plan that was done specifically by the engineer, KPJW, Gary Scotto, that's been before you many times, and his whole group went through and did the technical proposal. And as already been described, I'm happy to go through any of these as you'd like to with respect to the type of standards that we put, the quality standards you expect, which include the elevations and the buffering as well as the material. And this is the buffer details that we described with respect to that standpoint. So I'd like to just first off start off with the lot size specifically, that there's a concern with respect to, and that you'll hear with the opposition, that the lots are not big enough. And we do with respect to the broader context as opposed to just Wickham Glen and Rivergate, particularly with West Oak, and looking at Ms. Onidis's chart that they put up, that a lot of those lots are up down to 15,000 square feet that you see in the yellow, up to 24,000. We're actually providing for 24,000 up to 43,000 square foot, which is consistent, as you can see, with the green areas that's around the area. One of the other comments that have been made, particularly at the opposition, was a concern about the stormwater. I'm happy to talk about that. Ms. Onidis covered that very well, because we have to comply with all local and state regulations. We're not proffering it because we're not proffering above and beyond, because it's already required. It's such a hefty environmental requirements that we have a positive discharge, meaning we have to capture all stormwater and only release it after it's been cleaned and held, and release it at a rate lower than what it currently flows off of the property. And that's required as part of the subdivision process. And we'll have to meet that or else we don't get the subdivision. turning to the by right aspect of things. Under R1, which 2/3 of our property is zoned R1. It's, we've got 8 acres, a little over 8 acres in the front zoned R1 and 6 acres zoned A2 currently. So if we were to do a by right subdivision, we'd only have to have 24,000 square foot homes, or square foot lots, excuse me. It would be a half-acre lots. That's all we would have to have, and they would have to be 100 feet in width. That's a requirement of R1. So this was, again, done by our engineer. It's very specific. It includes the turn lanes, which would otherwise be required. But you see on here that there's no buffers, and we have 12 lots by right. Now, granted, those include 2-acre lots, because it's A2, where you have to have 2-acre lots in the back. So there's 3 2-acre lots. It's 6 acres, 2-acre lots. We can fit those 3 lots in there. But we also have 9 lots to meet the R1 standards. And those meet the standards. I've looked at them. I'm not an engineer. I've looked at them compared to the code. Our engineer has looked at them and has opined as well, and he submitted this, that this meets the standards required under the current county code. So we could get 12 lots in there. That's by our analysis, both legal and from an engineering standpoint. And there's no buffer, whether around the perimeter, and there's no buffer on River Road. Now, we can go to the crux of the matter, really, and we'll get right to it, which is about 2 lots. Still 14 lots on 14 acres with the proffer conditions versus 12 lots with no conditions at all. And I would say that you'll hear about the comp plan and that we're in violation of the comprehensive plan. I just don't believe that to be accurate because, as you know, it's clear that the comprehensive plan calls for an average of 1-acre lots, but it also calls for a density of 1 acre. It also calls for a lot of other things. The comprehensive plan is a guide, and it's a multi-layered document. It has a lot of factions in it that, as you know, the comprehensive plan is based on policy, and one size does not fit all. And that's why we have, through the hearing, and you have proffered conditions to be able to ameliorate some of the impacts that otherwise would come. So the Board of Supervisors has to balance the priorities and the policies and the impacts of any application that comes before you. You have to balance a by right 12 lots versus 14 lots on 14 acres. You have to balance the goals and policies of quality development, including the River Road buffer, minimum house sizes, and all the other standards, quality standards that you've come to expect that we're providing, versus a bright line of if you don't have 1-acre average lots, you don't get your zoning. And that's not what the comprehensive plan says. The comprehensive plan is a guide, what we aspire to, but it also looks to what's around the surrounding area. And you can never, it doesn't say you can never vary from that minimum average of 1-acre lots, but in fact, this board has varied in the past from that standpoint. As has been identified in the staff report, there's a number of cases where the board has balanced various issues and policies and priorities and has come up and said a 1 lot per acre works because of public water and sewer, because of the public roads, because of the open space in the common areas and the amenities, and the buffers. We can talk a little bit about the buffers, and I realize that Ms. Sherry is right about Rivergate that does not have any buffers. We've got a 15-foot buffer. And the 50-foot buffer in Wickham Glen, you can actually see on this plan, you can see that the utility line, it's actually subject to a sewer utility line. It's a 50-foot that has a 30-foot utility line easement and a 20-foot construction easement. It has to be maintained clear. There's no landscaping, and they're actually under construction right now. So with that, I want to make sure that we're clear that as to what the buffer is provided for, a 15-foot buffer by proffer is actually more impactful that we're providing for than otherwise is being provided for the Lockharts when they actually own the property by the adjacent subdivisions. And the setback that we're providing for is no different than whatever's been provided for in the surrounding subdivisions as well. So we totally understand the position of Rivergate and Wickham Glen. The choice between 12 lots and 14 lots, of course they take 12 lots. That makes only perfect sense. I would do the same thing if I were them. They would much rather have the big old 2-acre lots in the back as opposed to spreading the densities throughout the entirety of the property. But when you compare that against what is good for the community as a whole, and in particular the River Road corridor, for example, Randolph Square, the Homeowners Association supported this case at the Planning Commission because what's important to the River Road community is having a 100-foot buffer, is having the quality standards that you've come to expect that are proffered conditions that are going to be, that require the applicant to uphold. So it really comes down to a simple question. Is it better to have 12 lots with no conditions, no River Road buffer, and no quality standards, or is it better to have 2 extra lots? All we're asking for is the 2 extra lots, consistent with the past approvals, consistent with the goals and policies that this board has approved otherwise, seeking quality development. And we simply ask you to follow the standards set for this development and approve this application as presented. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Lumpkins.
Mr. Conlon, I'm glad you stopped on this slide. I have some questions, and I might direct them to the county attorney. One of your proffers was all open, and you mentioned it, that the common areas will be under an HOA. This looks to me very similar to what we have in our packet. So again, I've learned the hard way to look at what's in our packet and make sure, because that's what's going forward with the case. And I see, it's hard to read, but I see you have common area and the little green common area. So I was afraid it almost begs the question, what is common area? But if this is what you're submitting and it says common area, I think I'm comfortable.
Yes.
That will go into an HOA.
Yes.
Because I agree, we've had situations where that becomes part of the property and it's just a 15-foot setback. But owners were going to do what they want, and then where's the remedy when,
Right.
we get into individual owners?
And there's a private owner enforcement too, Mr. Lumpkins, because the individual private owners will also enforce it against each other, not unlike what's happening in all the subdivisions in the area that have an HOA.
So the next question I have, and you pointed out, you've had, because we've gotten plenty of emails that say, they'll be able to put things right up to, I think they've been saying 35 feet. You've added 15 with the buffer, and then can't read it, but it looks like 35 feet, right?
Yeah, that's what it says. Now, remember, that's a 35-foot building setback. We can put accessory structures like everybody in the neighborhood can.
So that's
a playset, a gazebo, a shed.
So
Those are
that's a
all
building structure setback. Now, this is where I'm going to look to our attorney. Building envelopes, a little background. I've learned recently that building envelopes, we can't enforce them. But that would be in a subdivision plat. This is in a conceptual plan that's being proffered. So
Well, every structure that it comes in for a building permit has to meet our setbacks. I think what you're referring to is in some of our older subdivisions, and I can't tell you how old they have to be, the setbacks are like so many feet from the adjacent structure. So it's not from the property line. So depending upon where someone else puts their structure, it affects the building envelope next to it. Here, we're talking simply about setbacks. And so, yes, everything has to meet the setback, and that is enforceable by the county.
So these little dotted lines, what are they intended to depict?
That would be the potential building area that's 15 feet buffer off the property line plus an additional 35 feet off of that buffer. So that's a total of 50 feet from the property line before a primary structure could be built. Again, I don't want to mislead. We could put, the homeowner can put an accessory structure like a patio. That's not subject to the building setback. They could put a play set, something of that nature.
What's the distance that you have from the road? Is that a little bit longer?
See, I do have to go into my plan here. And that's a 40-foot, again, that's meeting the code. All we're doing is identifying what the code otherwise is required. So that's a 40-foot front yard requirement that we've got on there. Again, that's a code requirement.
Structure, okay.
Structure has to be set back 40 feet off of the public road. And they've got a slight, and the same thing with the cul-de-sacs, there's a different calculation that gets into radius and trigonometry at that point.
And 3,200 minimum square foot? 3,200 minimum square foot?
Yes, sir. And of course, usually they exceed that, but that's a minimum requirement. And that's, when we submit for a building permit, that's enforced at that time, that you have to have that 3,200 square feet.
30. Cash proffers 9,800 times, once you build them all, 9,800 times 14.
14, right. So a little over 100,000, just there. And that's meeting the policy of the board. Again, all those things go away with a by right subdivision.
Thank you, Mr. Conlon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Waters?
I know these would be estimates, but do you have estimates for time for preparation of land, infrastructure build-out?
Sure.
Construction, and would it be all at once? Is it going to be piecemeal?
Well,
what is the expectation?
Yeah, certainly, with Colonial Home Crafters or a custom builder, what they're going to do is, it usually takes anywhere from 8 to 12 months for permitting purposes. There's no substantial wetlands that are being impacted, so we don't think it'll be on the far side of that. It may be on the earlier side for permitting. And then to go through that, through the subdivision process, the county and VDOT, has necessary about 8 to 12 months. And then they'll do the infrastructure work. It takes about another 8 months to do that. And so we're talking about a year and a half to get through before you start building homes, and they'll build them based on the contract, when they come into.
Ms. Lescott?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Conlon. So, we'll talk about traffic for a minute.
Okay.
I believe it is your opinion, assertion, that 12 homes could be by right.
Yes, ma'am.
Not sure we got that from staff, but let's just say, let's go with that.
They haven't
If we-
objected either, though. So, I mean, and it's just simple math, I think.
And it's the number we have heard, okay?
Yes.
But, yeah. So if you go from 12 to 14, it's 2, right? Doesn't sound like a whole lot. But it's a 16% increase in traffic and the number of homes. So what assurance do we have that these turn lanes do affect? I mean, what is the speed limit there on River Road, right in front of there?
It's
And
45.
do the 2 turn lanes address that 16% increase?
Yeah, so.
Almost 17.
Yeah, remember in a traffic study in single-family detached homes, typically under the ITE code, a single home will produce about 10 trips per day. That's deliveries. That's you leave your car to go to the grocery store. That's 1 trip out, 1 trip back. That's 2 trips, right? So it depends on how many cars you have. So we're talking about those 2 additional lots is 20 trips per day overall. The answer is, by VDOT standards, we don't meet the turn lane warrant requirements. Again, VDOT standards. By the Goochland County standards, we must build those. And so that's why we're building a full right turn lane that we believe, based on our traffic study, is overcompensating for the additional traffic that we would otherwise need. And then we're building the left turn lane as well, which is not, again, it's about a tenth of a second delay without that left turn lane is on average through the course of the day. So again, that left turn lane will take care of that delay, if there is any, about a second.
Okay, anything else right now? Mr. Peterson?
Mr. Chair, thank you. I guess the applicant themselves are not able to be here this evening because they have another commitment.
The property owner isn't, the
Property
applicant
owner.
is, yeah.
The applicant, okay,
Yeah,
well, I'm gonna ask this question, and I'm not sure I'll get an answer or not, but I'll ask anyway. So far, we've discussed potentially going forward with the application. We've discussed potentially going forward with a by right. There's one we haven't discussed yet, which is the applicant submits an application that's in full compliance with the comp plan. Could you enlighten me as to why we didn't go down that road?
Well, in full compliance with the comp plan is probably around 10 lots. That's the bottom line. So I have to be honest, Mr. Peterson, and I know some of the people are going to say it's all about dollars and cents. It is a little bit because you have to build a public road. It is a little bit because we would still have to put the 100-foot buffer in there, right? And we would end up, we still have to put the stormwater. The stormwater is very, very important, and it's not cheap to be able to build the facilities that are necessary for this project. And in order to have the quality standards of the limits that we've got, the simple answer is if you still have that 3,200 square foot minimum and you still have the type of material, but you can only spread it across 9 or 10 lots versus 12 or 14, that makes a big difference. So with the difference, I don't see ever making sense from a dollars and cents standpoint, nor from a logic standpoint, to apply for less zoning than you have by right. It just doesn't make any sense. Why would I apply and impose conditions? I love staff, but that would just be more things that I'd have to work with staff on. We'd rather just do by right and do 9 lots, quite frankly, and that doesn't make any sense if you can get 12 lots in by right.
Okay, I wasn't sure I'd be able to get an answer. I got a nice
Yeah, I thought about
detailed
that.
answer, so.
I thought about that. I thought about presenting that, and it just doesn't make sense at this point.
Understand.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Board. Let's do this. I'm sure some folks are going to want to speak on this. So before I open the public comment, we're going to take 10 minutes. What I would ask again is if folks that are getting ready that would like to speak on this case, if you just sit up front here and then just filter up to the microphone. So we will recess for 10 minutes and come back with the big hands on the 10.
He's the one that's really getting screwed.
Oh, you're not.
He's the big one that's got 3 houses. Oh,
You're the big one. So no, you're
Okay. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for being back, and thank you for filling up the front row and helping us through this. So just to reiterate, when you come up to the microphone, please give us your name and your address, and try to keep your comments to 3 minutes. If you can concede time to another speaker, or somebody can speak longer. Up to 4 people can give 2 minutes of their time to another speaker. Just come up and say your name and address, and I'm deferring my time to this person. And then, as well, there's a lot of folks here, so if you hear your concerns raised, regardless of what you read in Goochland Living, we do get it. And so, you feel comfortable to say whether you're in favor or opposed, and we don't have to continue to reiterate things over and over again. But we look forward to hearing from your thoughts, and at that, I will open the public hearing.
Hello, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Chris McKenzie. I'm an attorney with Sands Anderson, and I am here on behalf of the Wickham Glen HOA Board. And I've been involved in this process since the beginning, and we are back here to reiterate the HOA's continued opposition to this application because the changes that have been made since it was remanded back to the Planning Commission didn't remedy the key issues as Wickham Glen sees it. And I think you'll hear more about those from the individual lot owners. But I wanted to start with my time with just a little bit more on the Planning Commission here. And as you know, the Planning Commission is the engine behind the comprehensive plan. They get down into the details of it. They make sure it stays up to date. And they recommended denial twice based on that comprehensive plan. And a little bit of extra kind of specifics from that, they concluded the application still doesn't adhere. They stated that the lot size isn't even close to what is proposed by the comp plan. They thought the 15-foot buffer along the neighboring property was much too small. And they stated it's their duty to stick to the comp plan unless there is a reason to deviate. And you have heard correctly that the comp plan is a guide. But it's a guide that should only be deviated from when circumstances warrant, because it would erode the trust of the public if that comp plan is disregarded without some serious reason to do it. And in this case, that is particularly true because of, I think, a point that's been made earlier, which had to do with the inconsistency with the comp plan as it stands now. Right now, this property is inconsistent with the comp plan. There was like a variety of answers on that, but the fact is, the R1 zoning, and this is not the only area with those split lots with R1 near River Road and A2 in the back. That allows for a density and lot size that doesn't match, specifically lot size that doesn't match with the comp plan. And so the question that's before you tonight is, are you willing to increase that level of inconsistency by rezoning the remainder to make it worse than to leave it as it is? And the harms that result, and it's important to note that the comp plan also specifically calls out the River Road corridor. And it says there should be limited infill development here, this should be in character, and it should not have a negative impact. And this application fails all those tests. And I see that I'm running out of time, but it's not in character because the lot sizes are just much too big, that those buffers are much too small. You saw on the chart, none of those other developments have lot sizes that small and buffers that small. And the stormwater issue has been a concern for Wickham Glen from the start. It's the unique nature of those ponds. They connect between the proposed development in Wickham Glen, and even during the construction phase, runoff could have catastrophic impacts on Wickham Glen, which is why they vehemently oppose this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McKenzie.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Dan Butler. I live at 442 Rivergate Drive, and I'm here to oppose this application. I want to focus on, and this has been kind of confusing, all the R1 and A2, but the bottom line is they're talking about rezoning half of this property, roughly half, from A2 to R1. And that half, this drawing happens to be up on the screen here, is the left-hand side. That is currently zoned A2. It was zoned A2 when every single resident of Rivergate and Wickham Glen bought or built their houses. Our understanding was that this was A2, any development there would be a minimum 2-acre lot size. So the portion that they are rezoning or proposing to rezone from A2 to R1 is directly adjacent to the common area in the Rivergate community that faces our lake, and is concerning for us because it can provide easy access from the back door of those homes to the Rivergate Lake with a 15 or 35, 50-foot setback, whatever, but those houses are essentially going to appear as though they're in Rivergate. Access through our common area to the lake. They are directly adjacent to 2 homes in Rivergate, one of them being mine. It is directly adjacent to the sort of scenic entrance to Wickham Glen as you come into the community on the left. It touches those. And it is directly adjacent to 3 homes on Wickham Glen. Again, 15 plus 35 feet, 50 feet, some kind of a structure, maybe a porch, a pool, gazebo, right there. So I really want to focus on what they're asking to rezone. They're asking to rezone this strip of property that is sandwiched between Wickham Glen and Rivergate, which currently is zoned for 2 acres, and they want to put a whole bunch of houses in there, very close to our backyards. So I guess my question is, what has happened that would merit a change in zoning today versus that zoning that has been in place when all of us built and bought our houses? And by the way, they're also proposing to rezone to R2 the Lockhart's personal property, which is on the bottom left of that drawing. So what happens then down the road when the Lockharts sell? That can be developed as R2. Never was contemplated by any of us when we bought our houses. And it seems to me finally that the developer is saying, hey, by rights, I can do 12. I can be a bad neighbor, and I can put 12 houses on here and be in compliance. And that doesn't feel like a very good way to be a good neighbor or to build goodwill. But I think rezoning this section from A2 to R1 would really kind of represent a breach in trust to the owners in Rivergate and Wickham Glen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Butler.
Good evening. My name is James O'Hanlon, O''Hanllon. I live at 444 Rivergate Drive. It's lot A3, Alpha 3. It touches that entire left-hand, almost the entire left-hand border on that screen. It's a northern border. So we are definitely affected by whatever happens here in this area is being rezoned, up for rezoning. One of our big concerns is water runoff from this property. We moved in there 20 years ago. There's a lot of water runoff. We had to install a drain system to handle that. We did that. When you remove all these trees in there and put these houses up, the water drain out is going to be a tremendous amount more. And we're going to be definitely negatively affected. Secondly, the buffer zone. My neighbor just was talking about that. It's 15-foot buffer zone. The house can be within 50 feet of my property line. You could put up a gazebo. You could put up a swing fence, what name it, 15 feet from my backyard. 15 feet is about from here to the flag. It's that close. And it's just, as my neighbor just said, not anything that we envisioned when we moved in. The comprehensive plan's been mentioned by the previous 2 speakers. At the last planning commission meeting, 3 of the members on that commission, current commission, were involved in developing that plan. And they stated how much work they put into that. I can't remember the time, a year or more, working, meeting, talking. And they developed that plan, and they're trying to stick to that plan. And I think before you do anything adverse to that plan, I think you ought to put the same amount of quality and time into that discussion before you make that decision, because it could have really ominous consequences. My recommendation is not to change the zoning on that area. It's just the lots of the entire north area. They can put in the way I heard the words from the previous presenter, not the most previous, but earlier. He's threatening to do whatever he can do under the rules. He doesn't have to get any approval from you for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. O'Hanlon.
Hello. I'm Allison Brand at 13281 Kelston Court in the Rivergate subdivision. My husband Alex and I have been property owners there since 2000. What attracted us to the area from Henrico County were the large size of the lots, 2+ acres, the privacy of the Rivergate neighborhood. As a gated community, it is wonderful to have wide private roads that we can walk, jog, walk our dogs, anything like that on without worrying about the cars and trucks speeding by. We also love the feeling that we are much farther away from the city than we really are. We realize it's unrealistic for the piece of property to not be developed, but we strongly oppose the rezoning request. No lot should be under 1 acre, and there should be no compromise on the buffers that the surrounding neighborhoods have. There has already been an increase of traffic on River Road and Patterson Avenue over the past couple of years, and a more dense development like this will only increase it more. Thanks.
Hey, Ms. Brandt.
Hello. My name is Jeannie Decker, and I live at 324 Wickham Glen Drive. I'm well aware tomorrow is a holiday and that you all are here late when you could be home with your families, getting ready for barbecue. And I have to tell you, more than fireworks and hot dogs, this is as American as it gets, and I thank you. I was born in Richmond, as were my parents. I've cherished River Road all my life. It's been designated a Virginia Scenic Highway. It was my privilege to purchase land and build a house in Bucolic, Goochland County in 2005. I knew further development would come, but I trusted our elected officials would ensure new homes be built within the bounds of the comprehensive plan and in the existing centuries-old River Road character. I'm confident you, as shepherds of Goochland County, both in the present and for the future, will safeguard our trust. There are Native American relics adjacent to River Road, lending evidence to its long history. Tuckahoe Plantation dates back to 1712. General Lafayette was greeted by a throng of crowds wishing him well at Powell's Tavern in 1824 as he journeyed west to see his old friend Thomas Jefferson, a man very familiar with River Road. Powell's Tavern has been a stagecoach stop, a post office, and a watering hole since 1770. Dahlgren's raiders galloped by this location in question on the eve of March 1, 1864, in a feverish attempt to take Richmond. Colonel Dahlgren failed in his attempt and lost his life in the process, but at least his last ride down River Road was a beautiful one. Later, in the later 1880s, development came to our River Road, but it was all in character. Royal Oaks, Harris House, St. Mary's Episcopal Church, and my neighbor has given me her time. I can give you her name and address. St. Mary's Episcopal in 1878 and others. Developers of newer properties like Wickham Glen and Rivergate not only followed the Goochland County rules to the letter, but paid respectful homage to the past and present character of this historic and timeless place at the expense of their profits. I want you to just think of this proposed densely filled development right on River Road in the winter, when the trees are bare, and the view will lend evidence to the magnitude of this anomaly. What's done can never be undone. What about the land just west of the county line? Once the precedent has been set, the door has been flung wide to destroy centuries of peace and serenity up and down Goochland County, stately River Road, and elsewhere. I'm asking you to respect the past, protect the present, and safeguard the future by denying this application. And I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Decker.
I'm Michael Decker, 324 Wickham Glen Drive. I'm not nearly as eloquent as my wife. I'm a retired physician, and in medicine, we deal with the standard of care. And the standard of care, while dealing with laws, the Board of Medicine, hospital regulations, is set by physicians, and we physicians follow it. And in the development of the Goochland County, we have the comprehensive plan. We have the state legislature that has designated River Road as a scenic byway. And we have developers who have developed Wickham Glen and Rivergate and other subdivisions around who are following that comprehensive plan. And they are setting the standard for development. And this plan does not follow the standard closely at all. It flies in the face of it. And the developer says, I can do A or I can do B, and that's it. Well, if you look at what's on the board now, that's great. But you don't need to have that many lots. We just sold a house in Wickham Glen for $3.1 million. How many $3.1 million houses do you need to make this project work? So I totally disagree that he has to do A or B. I think he can be a little more creative and put his buffers in and put nice houses consistent with the area and consistent with the standard of development, and we'll all be happy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Decker. And folks, if you've spoken, you can go back to your seats so other folks can filter in as they'd like to. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Mark Monahan. I'm at 307 Wickham Glen Drive. I'm president of the Wickham Glen Community Association. I appreciate my friends and neighbors who have spoken before, and I'm just going to speak specifically to another alternative. We have this proposal, and then we have the by right proposal, which I don't think anyone likes, as Ms. Decker said, or Dr. Decker said. When the leaves are off the tree, I can leave some pictures with you. Either, the by right development, you'll see more of the houses, more of the backyards, more of the play sets, more of the patios, especially along that river road. In the back, if it's left A2, that may be more palatable for our neighborhoods, but I don't think for the county, a by right development will be what you're looking for. It's palpable when you cross the Tuckahoe Creek Bridge that it becomes serene and it becomes nice. You're not looking in the backyards of the houses, in Henrico County, and that's why we all moved out to Wickham Glen. We have spoken with 2 developers who could develop the neighborhood profitably and be consistent with the neighborhoods around there. All right, so I think there is a third alternative. All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Monahan.
Hi, I'm Heidi Butler. I live at 442 Rivergate Drive. I'm reading a letter from Leela and Kirk Spitzer, and they live at 13296 Beckford Lane. My wife and I have owned property in Goochland County since 2001 and love our quiet lifestyle that the county affords. The recent proposal for Lockhart Green ignores all traditional homesite development on the River Road corridor. The plan would place the proposed homes on 1.5-acre lots. The development proposes to shoehorn 14 homes into a parcel of land that at 1-acre minimum size would accommodate probably 6 to 8 fewer home sites. We strongly urge the county to insist on minimum 1+ acre sites to continue the rural look along the River Road corridor that runs from Tuckahoe Creek to Patterson Avenue. The developer is attempting to simply maximize his land acquisition with no regard to the history or look what we enjoy today. We are not against proper development, but we are against greed. So that's their letter, but I just want to add, I too live where this development would come right up to my backyard. We bought in 2009. It's just wrong, not what we expected. So I yield the balance of my time to Jeannie Rivers. Thank you.
I'm sorry, ma'am, you can't use balance of time.
I can't?
No. Sorry.
Hello.
Hi.
Ladies, gentlemen, I'm Sharon Dillard. I live at 440 Rivergate Drive.
I'm here because my husband and I are both of the opinion, he has to drive 12 hours tomorrow, so he relegated this to me, that the density of this proposed development is not consistent with surrounding neighborhoods as it stands. And especially because it's zoned for agricultural use. And the density and siting of the proposed development is so far from its current zoning, it necessarily presents a hardship to the Rivergate and Wickham Glen properties that these homes will be backing up to, and necessarily will, we believe, decrease the property values of the adjacent homes. That's a concern. And I assume the directly affected homeowners, taxpayers in Rivergate would argue that such a dense development could not be reasonably anticipated based on the current zoning. And a lot of people have said a lot of the comments that I have, but really the setbacks are the big issue here. The setbacks to the adjoining properties are unacceptable, as the developer apparently plans to essentially remove all the trees from the property. They'll all be removed, pretty much. There'll be a remainder left, and there will be little screening left. So when I spoke to the developers at an earlier meeting, these homes will have those lines, the dotted lines, are the back walls of the home. And at the last meeting, there was not the 15-foot green space on it. So they were planning on allowing development of decks, two-story decks, patios, other accessory buildings to almost be like a zero lot line housing development. They did add the 15-foot buffer, but we don't believe that the proposed plan even now reasonably addresses the concerns that the public expressed before. We don't get a second chance. Smart development is critical for Goochland County, and we need your support to protect our property interests and those of our neighbors, and to keep our neighborhoods consistent with the comprehensive plan that we thought was put in place to protect all of our property interests. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Dillard.
Hello, my name is Jeannie Rivers, and I would first like to read a letter from one of our neighbors who asked me to read that for her tonight because she could not be here. Her name is Carolyn Robinson, and she lives at 443 Rivergate Drive, right across the street from this proposed development. Board of Supervisors, unfortunately, I will not be able to attend the meeting due to prior obligations, but I would like to express my concerns regarding the Lockhart Green development. The 14.3 acres they would like to develop is currently zoned A2 and R1. Rivergate subdivision is adjacent to the proposed Lockhart Green development. Rivergate zoning was also A2 and R1. However, the developer made all the lots greater than 2 acres, providing more privacy and in keeping with the lovely rural environment of River Road properties in eastern Goochland. The average lot size in Rivergate is 3.5 acres. We have, as you know, 67 lots, and they're proposing at current 14 lots with an average lot size of 0.63. And I'll note that not a single lot is 1 acre. So in answer to your question about the comprehensive plan, it's not even one lot is 1 acre. Let's see, buffers are needed between neighbors and adjacent neighborhoods for privacy, aesthetics, noise control, and liability. Liability and trespassing are a major concern to the Rivergate neighborhood. Trespassing on Rivergate neighbors' property, as well as non-residents entering our common areas and being in and around our lake, could be a liability if a non-resident is injured, create noise, and create issues for our community. Therefore, the barrier should include a 6-foot fence and dense evergreen landscaping. Let's see, sorry. To discourage trespassing. An evergreen landscaping buffer of a minimum of 100 feet also needs to be on River Road so the homes are not visible to preserve the rural atmosphere. Rivergate's buffer on River Road is 150 feet. The developer needs a detailed plan for the runoff water as well as a strong dam for their pond to protect the adjacent neighborhoods. The size and quality of the home should be like the adjacent neighborhoods' homes. We purchased our lot in Rivergate because of the rural atmosphere of privacy and nature in the surrounding area. We designed and built our forever house so we could always stay in this peaceful environment. The residents in Rivergate spend a lot of time outside, enjoy walking, working in our yards, watching sunsets, relaxing in our yards and by the lake, watching nature and listening to the birds sing. We assumed that Goochland would maintain their zoning ordinance of A2 and R1 lots and not allow River Road to build house farms with lots less than an acre or their current zoning of 2 acres. Smaller lots would reduce our quality of life, the value of our homes in the areas, increase noise, and destroy the rural atmosphere. I'm not opposed to the area being developed, but I hope you will please consider the adjacent neighborhood's request. It's a pleasure to drive across Tuckahoe Creek Bridge on River Road as one enters the rural setting of Goochland County. Please keep the River Road setting of Lockhart and Gree with buffers and lot sizes of 1 and 2 acres. Thank you for considering my concerns.
Thank you, Ms. Rivers.
I'm sorry?
I said thank you.
Okay, now I'll make my comments.
No, I'm sorry.
I thought you said if somebody
They have to be here, ma'am.
Defer.
And they give you 2 minutes.
I asked before. All right.
What would you like
can
to
give me
say?
2 minutes?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to repeat stuff again, it's late. But our concern and what I hear from all of our neighbors as president of the HOA is that nobody's in favor of the current development. Nobody is opposed to this land being developed. I have not heard a single objection to development of this land. We just all want it to be at least within the, even if it's not within the zoning ordinances, if it's at least within the comprehensive plan of the 100-foot buffers on River Road and a minimum of 1 acre lot sizes and sufficient buffers. I'll do one other comment is Mr. Conklin keeps trying to bring up Randolph Square and existing buffers in West Oak, but when you look at the Goochland GIS and our covenants and all that, all of Rivergate, we have 50 feet buffer that no structure can be within 50 feet of the side or the back lot lines. Between West Oak and even though those are small lot sizes, there's a minimum of a 40-foot buffer HOA owned, and it goes up to 270 feet in some places because there are wetlands there. So there's really no comparison. And in addition, between us and Wickham Glen, there's a smaller buffer, but the lots are much larger. So there's a much greater difference. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Ms. Rivers.
Thank you, sorry.
Okay.
Good evening. Jeffrey Bassett, 300 Wickham Glen Drive. My wife and I bought our house 5 years ago. She was living in the city of Richmond. I grew up in Chesterfield County. I've lived in Chesterfield my entire life until moving to Goochland. I love it here. One of the things that really helped us make our decision was the rural, bucolic nature of Goochland. As we've heard people, you drive across Tuckahoe Bridge and you're in the country. And it's so pleasant, nice, it's quiet. There's no light noise. There's no light pollution, noise pollution. It's really very quiet. And the other thing that impressed us was the attention that other developers in the area took. We did not build our home in Wickham Glen. We bought it from the original owners. But if you look at Randolph Square, what Wickham Glen did to preserve the nature and not just build on every square inch possible, that's what we're looking at here, building on every square inch possible. And it just does not fit. You've heard the comments. I won't repeat them. But as I said, growing up in Chesterfield, I saw the Robius Road corridor in Midlothian just, it's amazing. We don't need to become Chesterfield and Henrico. This is allowing us to become Chesterfield and Henrico, and it sets a very awful precedent to go against what our planners have envisioned for Goochland County. So please protect our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bassett.
Mr. Chair, member of the boards. My name is Fred Babick. I live at 452 Rivergate Drive. I just moved to Goochland about a year ago after building my house on 4-acre lots that I bought, 4-acre lot that I bought in Rivergate. I live in Henrico on a 1 acre lot. And the reason why I moved, just to have the space and the room that I have. I'm a real estate broker, so the first thing I did, I looked at the comprehensive plan. And I was confident that in my backyard, which is my lot, is just lower to this property, that I'm not gonna have the problem that I have in Henrico. And what Mr. Collins said, that have 3 lots in the back, I mean, that's a huge thing to us than having 3 lots instead of 6 right now. So I just ask you to please listen to your planning commission members, the members that they are here, and refuse this request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Babbitt.
My name's Al Rivers. I live at 13290 Kenwick Court in Rivergate. I've heard many, I'm going to go over a lot of things, but we're not Pontchartrain. We're not Henrico County. As soon as you come across the bridge, it is almost indescribable. You're in the country. You're in one of the, just a wonderful place to build a home, a wonderful place to raise a family. We're not just jam-packed in to every inch that can be developed, which sets Goochland County apart. This isn't Short Pump. There's a place for these kind of developments, but not every 14 acres really should be used for this kind of development, and that's why there's so many people oppose it. They knew the zoning before they got here, and to basically be threatening to, we can do what we want, I don't believe that. I don't think any builder really wants the stigma of doing something that they know there are so many people against. And having been turned down twice now at the Planning Commission, not to quote an attorney here, but they did say this morning, we'd like for you to, or this evening, we'd like for you to take the Planning Commission's vote 5-0 and approve this. Well, this vote was 4-1 against. I would ask that you basically deny their petition. Also, nobody's mentioned, what about the school buses? What about, there's a right-hand turn, but I don't know, can a school bus pull in there and turn around and then come back out if there's 6 families that have 12 kids and I think in the United States you basically have to go to school. So is the bus going to stop on River Road? That'll be the only one that's doing that. So I would ask that that you deny the petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivers.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm George Mahoney. I live at 325 Wickham Glen Drive. I'm a member of the board of the Wickham Glen HOA. We have filed, as I expect you all know, extensive comments here, so I have an opportunity to be brief tonight, and I will. There are 2 points that I want to make. The first is that when the Planning Commission looked at the lot sizes here, some as small as 24,000 square feet fronting on River Road, the Planning Commission chair said it's not even close to what the comprehensive plan expects. Second point I want to make is that you've heard from the developer with respect to water runoff. Oh, of course we'll comply with the regulations. Well, the regulations go to the finished project. They do not go to what happens during the construction phase of the project. The comprehensive plan says that the project should demonstrate minimal impacts on existing neighborhoods. The developer here had a chance to demonstrate minimal impacts on existing neighborhoods. We went to the expense of getting an expert report prepared on water runoff. It's been filed for months. The developer here has not done anything, not even talked to us about how to avoid the impacts on our 100-year-old farm pond, which could be devastating during the construction phase. I get the final point. At the end of the day, it's all going to be beautiful. But during the construction phase, a hurricane comes along and our farm pond could be completely breached. And that's a serious problem for us.
So I would like you to please respect the decision of the Planning Commission twice. Now is not the time to undermine the comprehensive plan. I ask that you please listen to your constituents and respect the comprehensive plan and deny this application. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Mahoney.
Gentlemen, ladies, I'm Ted Lidhart. I live at 13282 Kelston Court in the Rivergate subdivision. I brought with me tonight some 39 emails, some of which you've seen, many of which you may not have seen, from Rivergate residents, all staunchly opposed to the Wickham Glen development as amended. So, either give us our 14 houses with barely a half acre each and some proffers, or we'll jam 12 houses on the same lot and you can't do anything about it. I don't think that's what was intended by all the meetings that we have held, you all and the Planning Commission. I've heard it said tonight that the comprehensive plan is a guide. It is a guide, but so are stop signs and yield signs. And if you violate those guides to your driving, there's an enforcement agency. You gentlemen's police force is the Planning Commission. They have reviewed this extensively now, and they have turned it down twice. So why are we even here? The applicant has 14 acres, in which he can meet 1 to 2 acre minimums, setbacks, berms, turning lanes, decel, common areas, the same proffers that Wickham Glen, Rivergate, Randolph Square, Lower Tuckahoe, we have all met them. Reducing the density from 12 or 14 to 9 or 10 easily provides enough land to do everything that he's talking about. Well, why haven't we seen that? The answer, gentlemen, is simple. It's money. This is all about money. The developer and his agent can't make the numbers work, as Mr. Conlon said, at 9 to 10 houses. He asked you to proffer away the rural character of Goochland County so he can make a profit. Gentlemen, let's cut to the chase. If all of us speaking tonight wanted half-acre lots and look out our window 15 feet away into the private areas of our neighbors, we'd all still live in Henrico. I urge you to not go against your own planning commission that have studied this intensely, against all the neighbors who have spoken to this point, and uphold the position of the planning commission by denying this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindhart. Anybody else wishing to speak? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. And I would like to invite the applicant to come up to respond if you would like to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Took a lot of notes, so give me a second to go through. There's a couple of factual things I just wanted to clarify that, with respect to the stormwater, we have to comply, and you've got your own experts here, you can ask them. It's during construction. The second we put a shovel in the ground, we have to accommodate for stormwater facilities during construction. And there's always temporary basins and necessary items, facilities that allow for that. So there's no doubt. And it's a little difficult for us to respond to a report that's based on stormwater that for a development that hasn't been approved. And that's why the natural progression of development allows for rezoning, and then you go through your subdivision process and your stormwater process, because then you know exactly how many lots, where the homes are going to be located, et cetera. So that isn't a theoretical academic exercise that, quite frankly, we didn't go through and respond to that because it's actually outdated already. So with respect to that, and as to the dotted lines, that's the extreme front, side, and rear that the homes can be built. It doesn't mean the home is going to be built to the rear line on that dashed line that you see there. People have a right to have a backyard. People in Wickham Glen, people in Randolph, or Rivergate have backyards. And yes, they may have it at their restrictive covenants, and I apologize, I didn't read all the restrictive covenants of all the subdivisions in the area. I looked at the proffers. And the proffers are specific, that there's a 50-foot buffer that doesn't have to have any trees in Wickham Glen, and actually has construction going on it today. There is no buffer in Rivergate. So, you know, that backyard that we have and that 35-foot setback is no different than what is permitted in Rivergate by zoning and by Wickham Glen itself. So, you know, I can go back, and I know there were some comments about the West Oak. You know, that's literally adjacent to Rivergate and has not affected values at all. And there are lots that are about half the size that we're proposing, from 15,000 to 23,000. So that, you know, from a standpoint of impact of the surrounding neighborhood, that was developed afterwards, and it was, you can see the changes that we've made that was in response to the River Road corridor. There are concerns about having a buffer, and I know it sounds threatening that we could do it by right, but it just doesn't make sense otherwise with the landowners that have been here, that they certainly weren't protected when the zonings went on, and no one seemed to say, hey, we need to have large buffers to protect the Lockharts. And now that they're there, the surrounding subdivisions, they finally want to be able to do that. And at the end of the day, the Planning Commission does make recommendations, and it's just that, a recommendation. And they are bound by looking at the planning, the comprehensive plan. You all on the Board of Supervisors, it is a guide for both the Planning Commission and the Board, but you're setting policy. And just like there may be some commercial enterprises that are in comprehensive plan designated residential areas, there may be residential areas that are approved for 1 acre lots, or excuse me, 1 lot per acre, just like has been in the staff report that we can point to. That's something of a policy standpoint that you look at, that you balance all of the things that you have to take into consideration, including what you can build by right. I've heard tonight, leave A2 where it is and don't build per the comprehensive plan. I've heard build per the comprehensive plan, but certainly not right next to us, you know, because the comprehensive plan calls for 1 acre lots. We have 6 acres in A2. Based on the comprehensive plan, we could put 6 acres, 6 lots in there at a 1 acre apiece. It's as simple as that. And that's what we're proposing to do on that back acreage, is exactly that, consistent with the comprehensive plan. Now, granted, we're 2 lots more than otherwise that we otherwise could build by right. We think that's a benefit and a good trade-off and a good balance for all the reasons that we provided for otherwise. I'm happy to. There was a number of questions otherwise that were proposed. I'm happy to go through those. I think I went through them in my original presentation, but with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Board? Mr. Lumpkins?
I was just looking at our zoning map in that area, and if this was already zoned R1, the A2 portion was already zoned R1, would you even be here on a zoning request?
No, because we're asking for R1 now and would not have any profit, you know, obviously no profit conditions. And it would probably look, you know, very similar to this, quite frankly, because that's R1 is what we're proposing.
What, somebody said that, you said that the landowners live next door to the west.
Correct.
And I think I heard some public comments that said that they're going to develop that as well.
Yeah, that's not part of the application.
I knew that.
Right. No, they're staying on their homes, and they've got homes on those lots right now.
Is their lot, is their property zoned?
Yeah, that line is exactly like, you have to, as I go through the back buttons, not very fast here. I'll get to it eventually. Sorry, I had a lot of slides. Still going. There we go. You can see there are 2 lots to the left. So 1 lot is actually zoned R1, and the 1 lot is zoned A2. I don't know the acreage. I didn't pull the acreage up there. I don't know if you know Beth, but you know Jamie, but it's probably 2 acres in the back, and you know, I'd say probably about 4 or 5 acres in the front.
That's what I'm noticing. I've zoomed out on this map because I think it was also a reference was made that if we do this, then that's going to be a domino effect because this isn't the only place where there's R1 in the front and A2 in the back. And looking at this map, it does look like there's a lot of R1 along the roadway.
Yeah, which has been zoned a while ago and has been consistently zoned or continually zoned for this use.
But this parcel does look like a bit of an anomaly with that, in the area with that A2 in the back.
Mm-hmm.
There's that to the right, but that's just like that's a little piece of land right next to Henrico that's not going to be developed. I think it's probably wetlands in that far right. Thank you. Thanks.
And I don't remember what Rivergate was originally zoned to R1 ultimately, but I believe it was A2 in any case, but, yeah, because everything off of River Road, for whatever reason, whatever policy was set to have R1, and then, R1 is consistent with the comprehensive plan. It literally calls for R1. It calls for lots that can be less than, it just calls for an average of 1 acre lot. So you can actually have a half-acre lot, and, again, that's where we come up with about 10 lots that we could get, by meeting the comprehensive plan.
Okay. Board, any other questions? Motion?
I have a couple of questions.
Sorry, almost got away.
Did you have a price point in mind?
The expectations, they'll start at 1.5 million
About 1.5?
per home, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And I have a question for staff. Thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Just to help me with this, the current zoning, R1, which the by right is allowed to do what they need to do or can do under R1. The fact that we're rezoning now pulls in the comp plan to see if we're in compliance with the comp plan. Absent the rezoning, the comp plan densities and average lot size, how do they compare to the existing zoning? Not the comp plan that's being pulled in through the rezoning, but the underlying zoning that currently exists. How does that compare?
So if you, just to make sure I'm understanding your question, so you're asking what they're proposing with the 12 lots under the R1 part, is that consistent with the comp plan, or are you asking me would the comp plan be considered during by right development?
My understanding is the comp plan would not be considered
That's
during a
correct.
by right. It's being called in to be a litmus test because of the rezoning.
Correct.
But absent the rezoning, the comp plan is not taken into consideration in terms of the property rights that exist under the current zoning.
That's correct. I mean, they can go by right. There can still be a comparison. I mean, we can.
Yes, and the density and the average lot size that's in the comp plan, we've discussed ad nauseum.
Yes.
1 acre average lot size. How does that compare to the R1 current zoning when the comp plan is not called into question? You see where I'm going with that?
I think so, and forgive me if I'm
take a
going to
shot.
give a shot and
All
we'll
right,
go.
let's take a shot.
So, as Mr. Conlon said, R1 can be consistent with the comp plan designation of average 1 acre lots. What is unique about the R1 zoning district is when you bring in the utilities, that's when the lot size can be reduced based on the zoning ordinance. So if you are doing private water and sewer, then that's when you would have to have a lot that would be average 1 acre so that you could accommodate for the drain field. So that is more in line about the approach to, is it consistent with the comp plan based on the R1 zoning district? Average lot size is average lot size. It's not, whether or not R1 specifically. It's R1 how it's developed. Does that answer your question, or was that just an extra tidbit?
Let me try that back. The average lot size in the R1 current zoning and the average lot size in the comp plan are both average of 1 acre, is that?
Without public
Without
utilities.
public. Now, in
Yes,
this
sir.
case, the applicant is bringing in public utilities?
That's correct.
How would that change the current R1?
They could go down
Density.
to, they could go down to, I don't have the ordinance in front of me, is it like 24,000 square feet?
So
Thanks,
the
Mr.
average
Conlon.
lot size with public
Utilities would be about approximately
utilities
half acre.
could be much lower in the
Correct.
current zoning,
Thanks, Amy.
in the current zoning. But if we rezone and bring in the comp plan doesn't care private versus public utilities, it's still an average of 1 acre.
That's correct.
So through the rezoning, pulling in the comp plan, you now are looking at average of 1 acre, whether you have public or private
That's correct.
utilities. Okay.
That's correct.
I apologize for getting down in the weeds here, but the devil's always in the details.
Yeah, I
so
mean,
Thank
yeah.
you for that.
Okay. Okay, board, any other further questions? Ms. Lescott?
Ms. Chair, if you don't mind.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so if you don't mind, we have been through this a few times. If this is not rezoned, We have a piece of this that is A2 and a piece that's R1.
That's correct.
And the A2 portion is a minimum of,
It would be a minimum of 2-acre lots if it's on the secondary road, which this would be.
okay? And do you know the portion, the acreage of the A2 of this 14 acres?
I don't have the information. 6 acres. Thank you. I'm sorry, I don't have the.
So that's 3 homes,
Correct.
okay? So then there's 8 acres left.
Yes, ma'am.
I can do math. And the R1, an average of 1 per acre.
I'm sorry. Could you re-ask that second part, ma'am?
So the R1 zoning, the part that's considered, is currently R1,
Yes, ma'am.
is an average of 1 acre lots.
That's what the comprehensive plan would call for. By right, they would be allowed to go down to 24,000 square feet based on the fact that they are providing utilities.
Okay, so 3, okay. All right, thank you.
Did that
You answered
help?
my question.
Okay. Mr. Peterson?
Hi, Mr. Chair. If the board doesn't have any additional questions, we can, I'd like to maybe go through a couple things real quickly, if you wouldn't mind, a little executive privilege here. All right, so we've heard that because this is a rezoning, the comp plan comes into play. The comp plan is, the application is in compliance with the density of 1 per acre, but not in compliance with the average lot size. So it's technically out of compliance with one of those 2 measures. The Board of Supervisors, as we've heard, has the latitude to deviate from the comp plan because it is a planning document if there's justification to do so. We've heard why the applicant has chosen not to submit an application that does comply fully with the comp plan. And so that seems that that's not a realistic alternative here. So I find myself in a little bit of a unique situation here. As you all know, we try to make everybody happy all the time, and it's a little difficult sometimes, especially when there's people on both sides of an issue. So I'd start to think about, okay, if we deny this application, what'll happen is that long list of proffered conditions and protections for the citizens and the neighbors will disappear. The comp plan will not be called into play, and the densities and the average lot sizes would be as they are. The buffers, the turn lanes, the plantings, all of those proffered conditions, the cash proffers, all of that would go away and potentially expose the neighbors to a different outcome. And on the other hand, if we go ahead and approve this, we've heard overwhelming from the citizens that they're not in favor of this. So if you approve it, you'd go against the vast majority of what we've heard tonight. You'd also go against the comprehensive plan. Technically, you're not complying with a full letter. So if you approve this, you're going against the comp plan as well. And we've also heard that you'd be going against not 1 but 2 decisions by the Planning Commission. So the awkward position is that if we deny this, you potentially expose the neighbors to a different outcome. If you approve it, you go against everything that we've heard so far from citizens, the Planning Commission, and the comp plan. And that's kind of the tricky situation you find yourself in. And given that, how do we make everybody happy? It's a bit of a challenge. But I guess it's time for a motion if you're prepared to entertain one, Mr. Chair.
I am prepared.
Okay. Mr. Chair, based on the information in the staff report and from the public hearing, I move that the board deny rezoning RZ 2022 number 4 for 14.298 acres as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Thank you, Ms. Laskellette. Okay, discussion?
I would not have guessed, based on what Mr. Peterson said, that was going to be his motion. But it is consistent with what we've been asked by the speakers today, and that is to dare the developer to do what he can do by right. A lot of good comments. I went into this, seeing this go back and forth, and I thought, this one's pretty straightforward. It should be a yes, but I was eager to hear what people said tonight. And the reason I was thinking this was a yes is because of what Mr. Peterson just articulated. We're getting things that I always thought in my almost 6 years on this board was important to the folks along River Road, and that is the buffer along River Road. So when the applicant addressed that and left it at 100 feet, I thought that's consistent. I even heard comments tonight, about the last beautiful ride down River Road, and it sounds like if this gets approved, it'll, we better hustle up and go down there and see the last beautiful ride down River Road. But I thought this applicant was giving us 100 feet and getting setbacks. We were getting things. Set aside the $100,000 in proffers. That's not a reason to go one way or the other, although it's addressing impacts. Without it, we're going to have impacts without the proffers. One person said something that struck me too, that there is a third alternative. Well, of course there is, but we can't impose it. And as much as sometimes we're up here, it's like, boy, I'd love to tell the landowner, I'd love to fix this and work it out to them to do that third alternative. And, as much as I like everybody up here, I wouldn't want us to have that power. And I don't think anybody would want that power. So we're left with dare the developer to do what he's threatened to do. I don't like it either when developers and landowners come in and say, we can do this by right. I don't like that either. But in this case, I think this case has gone back and forth. I understand the developer and the landowner being more articulate about that, because I think it puts us in a position and it makes it clear, okay, if you convince this board to dare the developer to do it by right, then hang on, because they just might. And Mr. Condlin and his client have given us full notice of what we could get if we approve it and what we could get if we don't. And I appreciate, in this case, I don't see it as a threat. I think it, in my discussions, in fact, when the Planning Commission sent this back up 4-1, my question of staff is like, did the Planning Commission hear what could be done by right? And the answer was yes, but it wasn't super emphasized. So I told staff, let's make sure that the community knows what can be done by right. And if we end up approving, the motion that's on the floor, we'll find out. And we've dared the developer and the landowner, and we'll see what happens. This is a bit of an anomaly. I don't think we have. I don't know if staff can you that what we see on the map there, that does jump out as kind of an anomaly, that little back green. So when I asked Mr. Condlin if you didn't have that, would you even be here? And I mean, I don't, my view, I'm not in favor of this motion. I think we're taking a bad situation and getting the best out of it by approving this zoning case. Otherwise, I'll encourage, if this passes, I would encourage the landowner and the developer to pursue that third alternative. But it's out of our hands after that point. Could you go back, though, to the slide that was up before this one that just had proposed plan and it had, right there, yeah, thank you. Somebody made a comment towards the end about what's best for the county, what's best for the neighbors, immediate neighbors. We're giving up the 100-foot, potentially giving up the 100-foot buffer on the front, the 15 feet all around, the HOA, the proffers, turn lanes, right turn lanes, right turn lane. Well, the left turn lane is.
They're both required by code.
Oh, they both are required by
15 through
code?
60. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we're not giving that up. But we heard a lot, and I've seen some emails from some of the folks that spoke here, wrote us nice emails explaining their situation. So in that back on the northern border, we're getting three lots on this one that back up to Rivergate. On the bottom of this, on the west, it's the current landowners that are there. To the south is the road. To the north is Wickham Glen. There's one lot in this diagram closest to River Road that is closest to Wickham Glen Road, and that's got the the utility easement, what I think is 30 or 40 feet or even more. So we're really talking 3 lots along Rivergate, and the idea that people that are going to buy these homes are going to wander into their neighbors' yards to go use a lake, that's a little stretching it for me. And so then we have 1 lot backing up to Wickham Glen. I understand the opposition. I would love a third alternative. We're not the ones to force it. There's obviously been a lot of discussion among the community. For whatever reason, the landowner, the developers are pursuing this. My thought would be we would be doing best for the larger community by approving this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkins. Mr. Waters.
I hear all the frustrations coming from residents of Rivergate and Wickham Glen. I just have to voice that I do not like the precedent of pushing the development community to buy right development. One needs only drive down River Road and see a number, not River Road, Broad Street, and see a number of buy right communities popping up. And I will tell you, I've told many people, those are pockmarks. Those aren't planned. Those aren't structured with, more proffers, more structure, and some guidance. And we have to balance that. There's just a dangerous precedent of pushing the development community that way because it's too hard to work with our normal channels. And I don't necessarily want to see that. And additionally, sorry, just want to make sure I'm hitting on everything. I think, yeah. Additionally, we have to realize, I appreciate the arguments against. This is a major investment in our community. These are $1.5 million plus homes. I would guess the average comes out to $2 million. It's pretty hard to hear, arguments that this is going to be a scourge on the neighborhood and, look horrible. I get there's construction, there's challenges with that, but we do have to keep things in mind, in perspective, that in this area, I'd be shocked if any sound developer would come in there without the level of quality that everyone's looking for. And so I get it that it comes up in the heat of argumentation, but I think we're missing out to get the chance to put all these proffers in and still have a development that no longer has to meet all the elements that Mr. Lumpkins enumerated and that Mr. Conlon and others have enumerated. So those are my comments. The vote will go as it goes. But
Thank you, Mr. Waters. This kind of brings me back to, a lot of the emails we got were interesting. And when we heard comments tonight as well about this sets a precedent, this sets a precedent. My path to the Board of Supervisors went through the Board of Zoning Appeals, where I went and got certified. And the thing that they reiterate over and over and over in that is that every piece of land is unique and that there are no precedents set in zoning. So I hear that. And when we look at this, and there's been a lot of comparison about the Planning Commission and their job versus our job. And I think both of our jobs as bodies that do with land use, we have to look at the project itself. We have a comprehensive plan. We have a lot of zoning tools at our disposal. At the end of the day, it's our decision to try to figure out what is the best path forward and what is the best project. I feel, and I'm not going to reiterate what I think Mr. Lumpkins and Mr. Waters said it very, very well. In my opinion, this is a better project as presented with 2 extra lots. We're getting a lot more, and I think and I've sat in the audience and I've watched this board have to defend decisions in the past. people that, Mr. Peterson said very well during one hearing, this board has sat and we have fought for you, and we have fought to protect the rights, not of just the landowners, but of the citizens. And I feel like that is what we are asked, and that is what we are tasked to do. Any further discussion?
Call for the question.
Okay, I have a call for the question. So a vote aye is a vote to deny.
Mr. Lumpkins.
No.
Mr. Fodders.
No.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Ms. Lascalette.
No.
Mr. Spoonhour.
No.
Members of the board, if I may, a vote to deny that fails means that no action has been taken on the case. And so an alternative motion should be made.
Thank you, Ms. McGee. Do I have an alternative motion?
All right, Mr. Chair, let's see, we didn't make any, there were no, okay. changes.
Yes, ma'am, it has been amended since your packet.
And the amendments are?
They were on the dais in front of you this evening. They were on the dais.
If I may, Mr. Chairman?
The removal of the waiver.
Yes, proffer number 12.
Thank you. That was removal of the waiver of the left turn lane.
Correct.
But you're certainly entitled to say, as the proffers were available on the dais, or you can say it out.
All right, so I move that the board approve rezoning RZ 200200004 for 14.298 acres on tax map number 6410750 and 6410750A from agricultural limited A2 and residential limited R1 to residential limited R1 with proper conditions with the amendments outlined. Do we have this in right?
Yes, ma'am, you do have it in writing.
Okay.
It's a strike through the last sentence on the page, on proffer 12. It removes the waiver of the left-hand turn lane.
Correct, okay, so that is the
Am I
motion.
looking at the wrong?
And it also deletes the word taper in the beginning of that condition 12.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lascalette. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Butters, second. Any further discussion, board?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Lund.
In all this, I forgot to ask a question that was early in this. The first proffer talks about a conceptual plan. It says dated February 9th, 2023, last revised April 10th, 2023, and attached here to is Exhibit A. In our packet, it's hard to see, but I tried to zoom in and look at the map, and I don't see that map has been updated. And again, it takes a few years, but I figured out, I want to see in the
Mr.
packet.
Conlon, can you, what might be presented in front of you may be wrong. Mr. Conlon, can you
In the
present?
packet, it looked like the plat had a February 10th date. Again, when we approve this, we need to
Absolutely.
know exactly what
Exactly.
we're approving. If the motion passes.
I have the actual property.
I believe I'm seeing the date here on the conceptual plan. Under the words Exhibit A on the right-hand column, just below that, it says date colon, that says April 15th, 2022, which does not equal the same date we have here.
I think it's this one right here. It does have May 10th.
And it's packet page 139 that started me on this.
These are the ones that were submitted in June.
Yeah,
Is that the
it's May
same one?
9th, yep.
Mr. Lumpkins, the correct date for the proffer, though it has been presented, is a May 9th date. So last revised May 9th, so it reads, conceptual layout dated April 10, 2013, last revised May 9th, 2023.
And our Exhibit A in our packet
Yes.
is that same document?
It is, yes, sir.
Since you're up there, has anything substantive been changed in these iterations that we're looking at?
I believe it was a turn lane, is that what it was? There was the addition of the turn lane.
Mr. Collins, since they're your proffers, I assume the applicant agrees to amend those and would submit
They
them?
actually match, their proffers are correct in that they reference a last revised May 9th is what's right in front of Mr. Lumpkins is that plan, is what's been put, and the only change was the full turn lane.
What is in the packet may be wrong. What we have received is the May 10th.
Yes.
May 9th, excuse me.
So what you've handed is updated from what's in our packet.
But
The proper language.
Two revision dates on it.
But the proffer on the dais, the wording of proffer one that was left on the dais for me still says April 10th without.
And Ms. McGee, that may be my mistake. I had just received the proffer today, I took the old version. So that, what I actually placed there with the 12 being revised, that may have been my mistake. The intent is for it to have been, the ones that were actually submitted were the May 9th ones.
Okay. No, I trust, I just checking to make sure we get all the right things. Correct, yeah. In any event, you're certainly agreeing that that's the proffer.
We are agreeing that what you have in front of you is the May 9th is the last revised date of the concept plan, and that is our proffer. For proffer number one is what was submitted, and that's what was intended to submit, is referenced at May 9th.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think we have you had a call to the question, so. All right, any other discussion? Okay, Mr. Carpenter, please conduct a roll call vote.
Ms. Lasclette?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Mr. Fodders?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes,
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes. Thank you. Let's take 10 minutes till we start our next case. So big hand on the two.
not the facts. Well, did you see this map? I mean, this is. Case you quickly.
I'm sorry?
It has nothing to do with this. So I have a few $1 million.
All right, everybody. Thank you. We've got a couple more cases ahead of us. And is Ms. Sherry or Mr. Unitas on deck? Mr. Unitas?
Good evening, members of the board, Chairman Spoonhour, Vice Chair Vaughters. The last case you have before you all this evening is a rezoning request by Truett Real Estate Investments, LLC. This rezoning request is from an agricultural limited A2 to a residential limited R1 with proffered conditions. The site area is 49.37 acres. It's currently zoned agricultural, as I mentioned before, and they are seeking residential land use. And actually, per the updated Courthouse Village plan, this area is single-family residential, and the applicant is proposing 40 single-family homes. So just a little bit of orientation. This is in the Courthouse Village area, right off of Fairgrounds Road. And here is the actual, on the right-hand side, the aerial photo of the 49 acres and what is adjacent to it. The zoning map, let me make sure I'm going through my notes. With the zoning map, it is currently zoned A2. However, two things I want to call out. The Courthouse Village plan calls for single-family residential, which is a minimum of no more than 2 units per acre. And that is the village boundary. As you can see right here, that is Maiden's Road. And if I can't read it, I apologize. It's been a long day. So just a little more about the Courthouse Village plan. That's part of our comprehensive plan, and it calls for this portion of the Courthouse Village to be single-family residential, so less than 2 units per acre. The Courthouse Village plan also recommends sidewalks to promote walkability, alternative transportation for overall connectivity, to promote accessibility to commercial entities as well as public amenities. So the proposed conceptual that you all are going to have before you for consideration this evening, provided by the applicant, is consistent with all of the above. So just a brief summary of this case. Again, it is a rezoning. The proffered maximum lots is 40 single-family residential lots, which yields 0.81 units per acre. This land use designation calls for less than 2 units per acre, so it still falls within that boundary. The updated conceptual plan that you all have, the building elevations and materials have all been proffered. There is a 100-foot buffer along Fairground Road and its perimeter, along with public water and sewer that are proffered as well. And I'll get into all of those in a moment in detail. Again, looking at the road improvements to Fairground Road, it will be a right and left turn lanes to be provided by the applicant and right-of-way dedication, and I apologize for the typo on the screen. It will actually be 62.5 feet in the right-of-way dedication. Now, I want to emphasize with the right and left turn lanes, what you would see there if this development moved forward, it would be very similar to Breeze Hill and Lanes End sections within Fairgrounds Road, so there would be road widening that would occur inherently with those right and left turn lanes. And with that ultimate right-of-way dedication, that 62.5 feet, there's room, should the county have future needs for road widening, that would be there, as well as if we saw the need or desire to pursue sidewalks in that area as well. So there's ample right-of-way dedication. So again, another update with this case is there's a dedication of recreational access easements for future extension of development of shared use paths. Those are on a conceptual that I'll show you here shortly. They're also proffering construction hour limitations from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Also proffering an entrance feature to create a gateway type feel when you're coming in, as the applicant has recognized that they have an opportunity with the development to provide a gateway type feature to courthouse. And the cash proffer is meeting policy. So here's the conceptual, and as you can see, we've marked up some of the recreational access easements. Then again, typo with the right-of-way, that's 62.5 feet with the frontage along Fairground Road. They are also proposing internal sidewalks, as well as improved access to the cemetery that is there with a trail, as well as a potential trail, or not potential, as well as a trail around the stormwater BMP to have an actual loop. And again, this is 40 homes on 49 acres. So the applicant has held 3 community meetings to date. The first one was in October of 2021. At that time, their proposal was for 23 lots. There were 6 citizens at that meeting, 1 planning commissioner. In December of 2021, they also had another community meeting for 27 lots. 9 citizens attended. There was Mr. Spoonhauer there as a supervisor, and our interim county administrator, Mr. Alvarez, were in attendance. In February of 2022, the proposal was 47 lots, 25 citizens, and Mr. Myers were in attendance from the Planning Commission. So in summary, from those community meetings, there were a variety of concerns that we heard as staff. So we wanted to put together, because there were 3, a table that showed what we heard and also how we got to the evolution of the lots. Initially, they started with very small number of lots in the proposed development, the 23. There was a lot of ask about public water and sewer. So to have public water and sewer, they increased their numbers. There were concerns about Fairground Road safety. So again, having the turn lanes, the full dedication of right-of-way, the stub road location, that's been revised. Again, with the stub road location, I do want to emphasize, I know a lot of times that's a new process we're seeing as we're moving forward with subdivision developments. Staff works with VDOT to make sure it meets VDOT's requirements. And it's up to that, we work with the applicant just to make sure that it's meeting the VDOT requirements. We've also made sure that there's a minimum proffered size of material, minimum house sizes, as well as proffered materials. And so with regards to community feedback throughout this process, staff's actually received 3 emails recently in support of the proposal as presented to you all this evening. And previously, staff received 16 emails in opposition to prior proposals. A little more on the case history. This has been before the Planning Commission. A tie vote occurred in May 2022. At that time, 5 citizens spoke in opposition at the May 2022 public hearing. The commission accepted a deferral request at the June 2022 meeting and the July 2022 meetings. At the August 2022 meeting of the Planning Commission, a motion for approval failed by a 2-3 vote. 15 citizens spoke at the meeting and 1 in support, and the rest were in opposition. So it came to the Board of Supervisors in September of 2022. The applicant at that time deferred to February 2023. One of the main reasons the applicant deferred was so that the small area plan for Courthouse Village could be completed. In February, since the county had not yet completed its Courthouse Village plan, they had deferred to July, where we are now. And I will also say that the applicant also deferred, recognizing that the county needed to complete the road study that was recently done for Fairgrounds Road as well. So just a summary again of the changes to the proposal since it was before the Planning Commission, because that's been a little bit of time. So the applicant has updated proffers. You have updated proffers on your dais that reflect some of the latest changes that have been made. I want to emphasize that those changes really center around the adopted Courthouse Village plan and focusing on the connectivity aspects as well as the gateway features. And again, there are some updated proffers that are to the foundation treatments such as stucco and EIFS. And again, keeping with those Courthouse Village concepts of pedestrian amenities, sidewalks, easements for future connectivity. And they've also proffered an updated conceptual plan. So that involves a relocation from the stub road that was previously shown to the Planning Commission, revised, improved access to the cemetery, and internal pedestrian amenities and sidewalks. And so just a summary from the staff report. This is consistent with the newly adopted Courthouse Village plan. The lot sizes as shown fall within zoning district and land use guidelines. Pedestrian amenities, as I've mentioned throughout my presentation, they are consistent with the recent plan efforts we've had. The dedication of easements will allow the county for future extension of multi-use paths to the village. Extension of water and sewer to the development addressed concerns we've previously heard of impact on wells and drain fields of adjacent residents. The right-of-way dedication of the 62.5 feet and proposed improvements along Fairground Road are consistent with the major thoroughfare plan. And I should note that in the major thoroughfare plan, it does call for potentially improving the road widening in that section of Fairground Road, as well as opportunity to look for sidewalks or overall connectivity. Revised stub location has been addressed, and a 100-foot buffer along Fairground Road is consistent with recent development, and there's a 100-foot perimeter buffer that offers greater separation from neighboring properties. And so there's a summary of the proffers. Again, the maximum of the 40 residential units. They're proffering their updated conceptual, proffering minimum house sizes for single-family ones. Well, obviously, they're all single-family, sorry. For single-story homes, it's 1,800 square feet. For two-story homes, it's 2,500 square feet as a minimum. And they're also proffering specific materials. Again, internal pedestrian amenities and sidewalks along public roads, dedication of pedestrian easements to the county, entrance feature, a la Gateway, road dedication and improvements to include left and right turn lanes along the Fairgrounds Road. A 100-foot buffer along Fairground Road and the subdivision perimeter. And again, the cash proffer that is with our capital impact model is consistent with our policy, and they are proffering that as well. The exterior construction, limited to 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., Monday through Saturday, and they are proffering that they will have public water and sewer. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Rodgers.
Are those construction hour limits the norm in our experience? I mean, I get that there are limits, but that's pretty early and pretty late, in my opinion.
I will defer to our planning staff for an answer on that, for how they've typically structured proffers with that.
Those hours are pretty similar to what we see in other proffers, especially summertime. The jobs start 5 and they try to get as early as they can on the site.
Have we ever gotten seasonal?
No, we haven't. In my experience, I haven't done a seasonal one. Of course, that's an option if the applicant would like to seek that.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Lascolette?
Okay, Ms. Onitis, so I'd like to understand a little bit better about Proffer 15, the pedestrian access easements. And what I'm trying to understand is what is the impact on surrounding properties? I understand that there's an access easement within this subdivision if it were to be approved, but how does it affect other surrounding properties?
Yes, ma'am. There is no immediate impact on the surrounding properties. That's a recreational access easement. Should the county ever have the ability to connect to Hidden Rock Park, that's the intent there.
I know, but that's not answering the question. The question
So the easement
is,
would, there's nothing that would change immediately with the easement. We would still need future easements to meet the county's intent from other property owners to have a connection to Hidden Rock Park.
okay, so my question is, surrounding properties, adjacent properties, will they have pedestrian walkways like in their backyard?
No, ma'am, it would be within the buffer.
Okay, so it's within this property.
Yes, ma'am, it would be within the property.
And explain, if you don't mind, the foot pedestrian access easements will be dedicated to Goochland County. So then we would be responsible for them?
Yes, ma'am, if we ever moved forward with furthering trail connectivity, as we have an existing trail network within the Courthouse Village area.
Okay, news to me. Thank you.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Let's drill down on that last a little bit to make sure. You said we don't have any expense or any obligation until we build some connectivity. Let's expand on that a little bit. I mean, if they just, because the proffer says they're going to, the developer will construct and the association shall maintain the proposed 10-foot meandering asphalt multi-use path within the easement and the locations shown on the conceptual plan. The pedestrian access easements will be dedicated in a form acceptable to the county attorney with the recordation of the subdivision plat for the development. So these easements are just rights of way right now. Do we know if they're going to clear anything?
I will refer to Mr. Cash, because this is his case. Just a moment.
Did you understand my question? Are they going to clear where these,
So
is
we would,
anybody going to clear these paths that they're talking about?
right, this is within the required buffer. It would be our expectation there would not be clearing, except for the trail that they're proposing to do. This will be part of
And
the
they're proposing to
consideration.
maintain that portion.
Right, their portion
The
of it.
association.
Should they seek to do so in the future, that's something that certainly could be evaluated. The intent is that this would be sort of a meandering type of path with the terrain that's there. So it's very important we don't clear it until it's time to really take into account that somebody's ready to utilize the trail.
But it's going to be identified. It's not just going to be like an easement that just says you have a right to cross in this general area.
Right, and that's going to be a time of plan development where we'd really look to figure out where that exact location is. And we do a little bit wider type of easement than what the trail is going to be, so you have room to sort of field locate.
And then our expense and obligation would come in once we decide to actually, maybe through CVTA, transportation money, when we start building the network, right? Or start putting something down on the path.
Correct, that is the intent. Once we would connect to that for further connectivity, that's when we would potentially maintenance.
But the idea is when we develop, when and if the future board develops the village plan with the walkability and all that, the idea is we will, at that time, I guess, we will take on the obligation.
That is
Only
correct.
until then. But we won't have any acquisition costs is the key.
Yes, sir. There will be no acquisition costs. The developer will have these meandering trails at time of development completion, and the HOA will maintain them until the county, if and when it moves forward with further connectivity of its trail system.
Ms. Lescott?
It's still not clear to me. So it says that the developer will construct, the association shall maintain this meandering asphalt multi-use path within the easements. The pedestrian access easements will be dedicated in a form acceptable to the county attorney with the recordation of the subdivision plat. So it sounds like the county gets it when this plat is recorded.
Actually, the county will get it, and the reason we ask for it to be in a form approvable by the county attorney is because we want an easement document. We don't want to just have it show on the plat, but it would be in both an easement document and on the plat.
Okay, and I understand that, but what I'm hearing is that this is way down the road before Goochland County gets involved with this. That's not what this says. It says as soon as this plat's recorded, it's ours. It's dedicated to us.
It is. However, the maintenance would be by the HOA until there is future connectivity.
I think what would be down the road is if the county chooses to actually put a path there.
But that's not what it says.
There isn't anything in this proffer about when or if the county will ever put a path there.
It says it will be dedicated to the county when the plot's recorded.
But
An
just an
easement.
easement, not an actual path.
That-
Is that right?
That's not what it
Yes.
says.
The title says pedestrian access, but then it only talks about easements. Yeah, pedestrian access easements. So nothing guarantees that something will be built there. The county would have the right to in the future.
Okay.
Okay, did the applicant want to come forward?
Can I have my presentation? Hook me up.
cannot read what that says. Can somebody read that to me? Thank you. Yeah.
We've got a thumb drive, Jim.
That's why I brought it. Yeah, to make sure it works.
Lisa, would that go there or would that go here? Yeah, thank you, Warren.
You're the expert, I'll leave it to you. I know it's late. Ms. Oneida stole a lot of my thunder, so I'm gonna go quick, so. Yeah. Can you take the notes off? Take the notes off, just show the slideshow, whatever. Click on the slideshow, yeah. That one, there we go. There we go. Sorry. I woke up this morning and realized I was old, I can't see anymore, I have to wear these glasses as well. Good evening, my name is Andrew Browning, 923 Stonecastle Drive, with Youngblood Tyler and Associates representing Truett Real Estate Investments LLC. Here with me tonight is Mr. Eric Greenbaum, who's the manager of the LLC. I would first like to thank the staff for all the hard work and effort they put in this project over the last couple of years, and I'd also like to reserve a couple minutes at the end of the presentation for rebuttal. This is the proposed conceptual plan of the 40 lots. As Ms. Oneida stated, we've been working on this project for 2 years. The first had a community meeting in October of 2021. We've had 3 community meetings, 2 planning commission hearings, and this is the second board of supervisors hearing. We deferred the case at the request of the county to have the Courthouse Village Small Area Plan and the VDOT Fairground Road Study completed. We have worked diligently to address the concerns of the neighbors and county staff. This is in a comparison of the response to citizen and staff concerns. The first concern we incurred was effects of the neighboring wells, and so we extended connection to public water. The next concerns had to do with drain fields on the neighboring properties and leachate escaping the site and the unsuitability of soils, so we proposed connection to public sewer. There were concerns about buffers and view sheds, and so we've proffered a 100-foot buffer around the entire neighborhood, not 15 feet, a 100-foot buffer around the entire neighborhood with planting requirements in areas where there's inadequate vegetation. The site is currently in loblolly pines. 100 feet of loblolly pines probably provides a pretty good screening. The stub road location has been a real thorn in their side, and we've worked pretty hard with neighbors and VDOT to try to secure an acceptable location. Quality development, we've proffered elevations, materials, and an entrance monument. Connectivity and walkability, we've proffered sidewalks on one side of the streets internal. We've proffered a 10-foot multi-use path along some of the frontage of Fairgrounds Road. And as Ms. Oneida was speaking, we've proffered pedestrian access easements for future extension of those trails east and west along Fairground and also to the property potentially connect to Hidden Rock Park. We're in compatibility with the comprehensive plan. We meet the objectives of the 2035 comp plan and the recently adopted Courthouse Village Small Area Plan. Future expansion of Fairground Road, we've dedicated right-of-way to allow for a 4-lane section of road with a sidewalk. Traffic, we're widening Fairground Road, adding left and right turn lanes, and an 8-foot paved shoulder. I want to speak a little bit about comprehensive plan compatibility. This is the land use plan for the new village plan. The project complies with the 2035 comp plan and the recently adopted Courthouse Village Small Area Plan. The property is in the Courthouse Village, which is one of the 2 major villages in the county designated for growth. Multiple provisions were made with the comp plan to allow for higher densities if sewer capacity were to become available. Recent upgrades in the efficiency of the Department of Corrections and the upsizing of the Valley View Force Main have made additional sewer capacity a reality. Single-family land use designation on the small area plan designates for densities up to 2 units an acre. We are only proposing 0.81 units an acre. Recently approved projects were zoned with higher densities, and I just wanted to point out a couple recent Courthouse Village projects in the density. Reed Marsh had public water and sewer, 56.3 acres, 64 lots, 1.14 units an acre. Swan's Inn was public water and sewer, 23.5 acres, 30 lots, 1.27 units an acre. Rural Hill was public water and partial public sewer, 264 acres, 170 lots, 0.64 acres, and we are both public water and sewer, 49.4, 40 lots, 0.81 units per acre. I want to talk a little bit about probably the main issue tonight, and that's traffic. 3 traffic studies have been completed, 2 by the developer and 1 by VDOT. The traffic studies concluded that Fairground Road has the capacity to handle the traffic generated from the development. Traffic generated from the development is insignificant to the overall functionality of Fairground Road and its intersection with Maidens Road. The Fairground Road, Maidens Road intersection will operate at the same level of service today and in the future, whether or not this project goes forward. The traffic study concluded that no turn lanes were warranted with the development. However, the developer is providing left and right turn lanes with full 200-foot of storage and 200-foot of taper. The VDOT study recommended that shoulders along Fairground Road in this area be widened to at least 2 feet. We're providing 8 foot of paved shoulders and then 10 foot of a grass shoulder before you get to the ditch. I think it's known to all of us that Fairground Road will need to be improved to handle future traffic as this small area plan is developed and comes forward. The improvements that we're proposing with Fairground Road with this case outweigh the slight increase in overall traffic. The project will make this section of Fairgrounds Road safer. This is just a kind of a blow up of the proposed section at Fairgrounds Road, showing the left and right turn lanes, the 8 foot paved shoulder, and that dash line at the top is where the ditch would actually be. So you have a big clear zone before you get to the ditch. I want to go back one time. I'm sorry, I'm going the wrong way. Back. So that picture at the bottom is a shot right in front of Lane's End. So what we're proposing is essentially that widening in that section would be along Fairgrounds Road in front of our project. And it's about, along the whole frontage of the property is about 1/3 of a mile that we'd be making improvements along Fairground Road. Other benefits to Goochland County: quality development in Courthouse Village close to the schools, library, and YMCA. Development in area designated for growth, reduce urban sprawl into rural areas of the county. Added rooftops to support local businesses. We proffered elevations and conditions to ensure quality development. Extension and connection to public water and sewer. Road improvements to Fairground Road. 1.6 acres of right-of-way dedication along the future road for future road widening. Just a couple financial things for benefits to the county. The developers agreeing to pay the full cash profit in the amount of $13,781. Assuming 40 homes, that would be a cash profit of $551,240 allocated to future roads, schools, parks, public safety. Assuming all the houses are connected to public water and sewer, which we have proffered, that would generate another $448,000 in water and sewer connection fees. And based on an assumed value of $425,000 per home, the project would generate about $90,000 annually in real estate taxes. And the extension of public water and sewer is approximately $250,000 to $300,000. And I would add to that, probably the road improvements to Fairgrounds Road are probably $750,000 plus that the improvements that we're making. We think we've done everything we can to satisfy the concerns of staff and neighbors. The project meets all the objectives of the recently approved small area plan. We're connecting to public water and sewer, and the improvements we're making to Fairground Road will make the road safer. Therefore, we humbly request that you approve the case before you tonight. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Any questions at this time for the applicant?
And it might go back to staff, but it's something you brought up, and I'm looking at the plan. You talked about the stub road, and we got the stub road moved. And I think Mr. Spoonhour and I were a little engaged in that because we've been doing all things transportation for the last year and meeting with VDOT, and I think this came up in one of the meetings with VDOT, and I'm glad we were there. We got some insight because VDOT was digging their heels in with the stub road heading, I think, to the northern property.
Yes, sir.
So it was good, and I think my impression was we got a good result with the shift. But 5 minutes before 6 tonight, I got a call from somebody in the community that said, is it true that the stub road now goes to Goochland Vet and these folks have never been told about it? And because the person said that these owners where this stub road now ends only learned about this earlier today. So not blaming anybody, but the person made the statement to me. They said, even if there's no rule that we let somebody know when something like this occurs, said, shouldn't the county have a culture and a policy of doing what we would want others to do for us. So I don't know if we had an obligation, I don't know if they were actually notified, but I can't argue with that sentiment that when that stub road moved over to there, whether we were required to or not, we probably should have let them know. My question maybe to staff, but I think, Mr. Browning, you would know, what's the purpose of this, and what can we tell these folks now, that what is the significance, what is the meaning of that stub road being there to them?
So I apologize, I did not speak to that landowner. Same questions asked at the meeting tonight. We've tried every location for the stub road. As an engineer and a land planner, and I'm sure staff would say, the stub road probably should go north. And that's where we initially proposed the stub road, but we have some, the neighbors didn't want it. To the Price property, there's some environmental features, there's some issues there. We tried to the west, and that landowner didn't really want it, and, VDOT didn't like that location. So now we're back to the east. I think the misconception that everyone is having is that you guys are gonna come in and do eminent domain and take their property and extend the road through to Maiden's Road or wherever, and I've never seen that done. VDOT requires us to have 2 connection points, and they'd have to be, if we had a separate road, they would count as 2 connection points, or you have to stub to another property for their connectivity requirements that is part of the secondary subdivision street acceptance requirements. And so, the intent was for these roads to be made public and maintained by VDOT. The only way we could get out of a stub road is to make the roads private and eliminate it. But we felt that was for 40 lots and this much road, it's quite a burden to put on the residents to maintain the roads. And then the snow doesn't get pushed and they call you and you call me and nobody's happy. And so, that the intent was to try to make them public. But I think what everyone is concerned about is one day someone's going to come and force them to give up their property to push this road through.
And Mr. Lumpkins, if I may, to the first part of your question, with regards to the policy and practice with the notification, it is not policy nor practice of staff to reach out to a stub road location if it is near an adjacent parcel. Typically, or not typically, our practice is, as is with most places, that is the applicant's responsibility. We work with VDOT on making sure it meets the requirements. As the stub road is part of that secondary road system, it goes to their connecting communities opportunity that, in time, if there's future changes with the road networks, that there's opportunities to logically connect if that occurs organically. And I know you were in that meeting, I'm so sorry, that meeting as well, where VDOT said that, they don't even also support using eminent domain with these stub roads. It's a requirement, and it's also something that's for maintenance to allow for a large turnaround area if you don't have that secondary access point.
Well, and I think you touched on it, you both touched on it. I guess if I was that homeowner or landowner, I would be like, what's going on here? But I believe the point is you design it in such a way that there is a way out in the future so that if development happens, then you're not left like, well, we can't connect to there because houses are all built there and it's all closed off. Is that a fair?
Yes.
That's the logic behind VDOT's requirement?
Yes, sir. And let's say development was to come to that parcel and there was a stub road, VDOT will make you connect to that stub road. So if it's there, they will make you connect to it in some fashion.
So it's anticipating development, but it's not it's not driving it, it's just actually if it happens, it's making it a
Yes,
whole
trying
lot
to plan for
smoother.
it. Yes, sir. And all the improvements and everything is on our property. There's nothing on the neighbor's property. There's no easements. There's no anything on the neighboring property. It would be all on our property.
You do have to build a turnaround though?
Yes, sir. I do have to build a turnaround for fire department there.
School buses and
Yes, sir.
fire and that sort
Yep.
of thing? Okay. All right, thank you for that.
Mr. Waters?
I mean, I would prefer the term eminent domain never even come up in discussion related to this. Is there any way that, legally, is there any way the county could do anything without public hearing, a vote, anything like that? I don't know whether to say an amendment that road is built and stops there, or if it's already.
There's no reason to amend the proffer about it. And the county or any agency wouldn't be able to exercise eminent domain without public hearings.
Okay, so it's effectively addressed. I just, yeah, okay, got it.
Mr. Brennan, would you be able to put in some sort of signage that there is a future planned road there?
Yeah, some of the other counties require signage at the end of the road and say, future road extension or something like that, if it's a stub road
Because
developed there.
we are running into situations where stub roads are existing and people aren't aware.
So part of our goals moving forward is to have for stub road locations, a uniform formal signage that says road potentially extended in the future, call this phone number for any information. That's something that we're working through.
And that won't be our phone number, right? That'll be your phone number.
It will probably be my phone number, yes,
Thank you
unless you
very
want to
much.
volunteer so kindly to put yours on there. But that's something that we're hoping to have common practice moving forward.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Lescott?
So still on the stub road thing. All right, so the property that stub road is going to, it's not crossing the boundary, right, the property line, it's on this one. That piece of property is how many acres?
I will defer to Mr. Browning, and I will also, I will,
8 or 10 acres maybe?
is it 8 or 10 acres? And I will also apologize earlier that I cut you off while I was trying to think.
10 acres, I was close.
Okay, and it's zoned,
Probably A2.
okay? So it could be, I guess A2 could be 2 homes could be built there by right?
It cannot be divided anymore. I believe the property owner is in the audience.
All right, so it can't be subdivided again
Correct.
unless they come here,
Yes, ma'am.
right? And
Yes.
ask, okay, and if they do that, and that's approved, what happens to that stub road?
It just sits there. If we never plan to connect to it.
If they do some type of subdivision, they put in a public road, VDOT will make them hook to that road if
Well, you
it's a
can't do a
public road.
subdivision on 10 acres.
Right, so if it's not a public road on that piece of property, there will never be the connection. Because it wouldn't be a road to be accepted into the county system. That's the point where that criteria comes in.
So it's like, this is like, no, I'm not even gonna say it. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. All right, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on this case. Same rules apply.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. My name is Louise Thompson. I live at 1930 Soldiers Lodge Road in Crozier, and my driveway butts up onto Fairground Road. As a resident with a driveway fronting on Fairground Road, we've seen a substantial increase in vehicle traffic in the recent term and multiple major traffic accidents with injuries and property damage, including 4 such serious accidents in the past 2 weeks alone, if you haven't been down Fairground Road and seen the skid marks and the trees damaged. We've had to ask our family members and grandchildren to use our back entrance onto Shepherdtown Road to avoid the dangers on Fairground Road. Unfortunately, few Fairground Road residents have this opportunity. The increase of traffic and the safety of Goochland residents is a major concern should this case be approved. I'm extremely happy to see the double turn lanes in front of this neighborhood. Understanding that speed limits are a VDOT issue and not for the Goochland administration, I also strongly urge our administration to work with VDOT to implement a 45-mile-an-hour speed limit along the entire Fairground Road corridor. A recent road study of Fairgrounds did not specify immediate major improvements to the nearby intersections of Maidens and Broad Street Road, and as the traffic studies indicate, Fairground appears to be working at the acceptable levels. But due to the reality of daily traffic counts, congestion, speeds, and danger at intersections of Maidens Road and Broad Street Road, I strongly urge the board to add a proffer to this application requiring the developer to make a monetary contribution at the time of the plan approval toward future improvements of these intersections. The developments of other neighborhoods along this corridor as part of those earlier rezoning cases as far back as 2007, and I have a case right here where it's been done. They've been required to make cash contributions in the amount of tens of thousands of dollars, which Goshen County may likely still be holding as unspent funds exclusively for future improvements. It's totally fair that other applicants be required to also make monetary contributions toward these intersection improvements due to the daily additional construction and residential traffic that will be added to this corridor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Hi, my name is Barbara Sloan. I live at 2052 Maidens Road, and I encourage you to not approve this development. I am going to, here we go. I have shared with you my story of my accident on Fairground Road, and based on what Ms. Thompson just said, I really, I don't understand the logic of somebody saying that putting 80-plus more cars on Fairground Road in that concentrated area is not going to affect our traffic, because it is. It is a dangerous road. It's getting more dangerous every day. This hits home with me because I had a very serious accident, as you can see, and lasting permanent damage from it. So I urge you to consider the reality of driving up and down Fairground Road every single day. Anybody who does it knows what it's like, and it's getting worse every day, as proven by the multiple accidents that have occurred in the last 4 to 5 weeks. We didn't used to hear sirens all the time. We didn't used to see the rescue squads out as much as they are. It's a weekly occurrence, and if not daily. So please consider not approving this for that specific reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Sloan.
Good afternoon, honorable board members and Mr. Chair. My name is Matthew Price. I reside at 2070 Maidens Road. I'd first like to thank everybody for coming out here tonight on this holiday weekend. I've lived in Goochland my whole life. Slowly changed over time, but nothing's changed like it has in the past couple of years. We've seen growth this county hasn't seen. We've seen growth in the county no one ever thought would happen. Just in the past 2 weeks, we had 4 major accidents on Fairgrounds Road. We say this at every meeting. We talk about it. Every meeting we have, there's a new accident, another accident on Fairgrounds Road. This is the main issue that needs to be addressed. I passed out our county's calendar for 2023 to each of the board members. Back in the early 2000s, my dad, Doug Price, retired. He got heavily involved in the Goochland Historical Society and started these calendars from scratch in 2006. Hundreds of hours designing the layout, gathering up pictures, following up with family members to be able to give the story behind each picture. He devoted years of his life to preserve Goochland County's history. This is what makes Goochland, Goochland. We are a rural community. Henrico is slowly making its way out to Goochland. Everyone sees it. Our current census says Goochland has 26,000 residents. Our neighboring county, Henrico, census is 333,000. If we don't take a step back and look at the bigger picture, this is what we're laying the stepping stones for. Our village plan is good, but needs to be thought out and not rushed. Remember, it's a 20-year plan, not 2. I would like to point out that the Goochland Planning Commission voted not to recommend this development when we first started this, as well as we had 2 pages of signed petitions from all the local neighbors against this development. Ashley Parker took copies and put it on the records. Please take our citizens and our beloved county into consideration when casting your vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Price.
Good evening. My name is Paul Burkle, and I reside at 2368 Twin Creeks Lane, right off Maidens Road, and I would like to concede my time to Ben Sloan.
Thank you, Mr. Burkle. Hoorah.
Hi, I'm Kathy Kelly Burkle. I live at 2368 Twin Creeks Lane, and I'd like to also give my time to Ben Sloan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the board, Mr. County Administrator, Madam Council, Madam Secretary.
My name is Ben Sloan. I reside at 2052 Maidens Road, Maidens, Virginia, 23102. And I'm going to actually keep it short. I'm going to break protocol. First of all, I'm not going to show any slides, which is because they've already been shown. And I know you're very intelligent people, and I know you know this. And I first of all want to say I sincerely thank you, Mr. Chairman, and other board member, for the work you've done discussing with VDOT to change the stub road location from our property. That was, to us, a very big issue, and eliminates really the need of future actions and other conflicts that would occur if that didn't. The unfortunate thing is that two of my neighbors were not made aware of that. And that, I think, is a very unfortunate thing, and I don't know how that's going to reflect on things. I also thank you for commissioning the Fairground Road study, which was an interesting start, because I do say it's a start. I still, as I put forth in the document that I gave several months ago that I hope you all read and took to heart, there are a number of flaws in it that I still believe are there, and I understand from the transportation meeting that was held what some of the staff comments are on that. And real quick, I also will add that there was no mention of the petitions that have been put forth, both to the Planning Commission and on record to the Board of Supervisors. I think those are very important because it was minimized as part of the public response. As I spoke previously, the Virginia Constitution, Article 1, Bill of Rights, Sections 1 and 2 state in part that all men by nature are equally free and independent and have certain inherent rights, pursuing and obtaining happiness and safety. And that government is instituted for the common benefit, producing the greatest degree of happiness and safety. And further, in the Code of Virginia, 15.2/2200, it states in part that it's encouraging localities to improve public health, safety, convenience, and welfare of the citizens, and to plan for future development of communities to that end. Transportation systems be carefully planned, that new community centers be developed with adequate highway. This is directly from the code. And that residential areas be provided with healthy surroundings for family life. According to the Goochland County Sheriff's Office records, Fairground Road experienced a record number of accidents in 2022 at the rate of 1.27 accidents per week. Last month, we had at least 3 Fairground Road closures that lasted hours. In one case, I was there when an ambulance came down Fairground Road and had to turn around to go a different back road to get where they were going on Broad Street. This is not a simple matter. These things can be mitigated, but there's nothing in part of this plan or in part of this development to do that. One of the slides you saw tonight was very insightful. There's at least 220 homes that are already approved and being built. That's not including 10 other homes that are by right that have popped up in the last, I'll say, month. And I believe in by right. I have enough property for by right opportunities, but we're not going to do anything with it. But Amar Lane, Red Rose Lane, an unnamed road that Blue Ridge Custom Homes is building homes on, 2276 Fairground Road, a home that was just finished last week, and 2734, which is literally in the village right across from the applicant's property, is now being built. So there's 10 more roads on top of the, 10 more houses on top of the already approved homes. Fairground Road is getting worse. This is a serious matter, and I wish that I could understand what's the acceptable rate of accidents. There's a whole series of things that can be done. There's a whole series of calculations that can be done. I've spoken previously about the county historic documents and analysis showing that Fairground Road is identified as a problem for a long time. The fact that the county plans going all the way back to, well, let's say quite a while ago, several decades ago, have talked, and even up to 2018, talked about making Fairground Road 4 lanes. That's not going to happen, I don't think, anymore. I don't think it's a possibility, especially with the cost of the land. Look at the number of homes approved. You've seen them. I've shown them. We just saw it a moment ago on the slide. The data from the Goochland County Sheriff's Office showing the 5-year accident rate shows an increasing rate, except for the virus. Last year was 66 accidents, 1.27 a week. Right now, we're sitting, according to the Goochland County Sheriff's Office, we're sitting at 29 accidents. Several of them were serious just in the last month, where people had to be taken to hospital with somewhat serious injuries. I think safety is a data-driven issue, but the county relies on VDOT and other studies. The county needs to get ahead of this. I don't care whether you're talking about modern aviation or naval nuclear submarines. Safety is driven by data. We don't do that, and I'll suggest we need to do that. We need real-time traffic monitoring. We need to look at all the accidents, what's the causes, and what we can do. You have the responsibility for citizens, bless you, citizen safety. As we know, you don't maintain or control the Commonwealth roads, but you can limit the intersections and vehicles on the roads by controlling growth. This is the only tool you have. You don't have any other tool at all. With outside of perhaps getting a few dollars coming in to fix certain things here and there. I was asked after the last meeting, would improvements to Fairground Road make the road safer? And I said, no, because A, it's putting another intersection, which is inherently a danger, and it's adding more homes, more traffic. So that's a problem. I'm reminded of a former assistant county manager who, I'll paraphrase, said, well, you know, the road conditions must really get bad before anything is done. This is Goochland County. The citizens demand better than that. We're all better than that. And I ask you to defer or disapprove this application due to its detrimental effects on the citizens' safety. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan.
Good afternoon. Richard Allison, 5443 Community House Road, but I'm also the owner at 2000 Maidens Road where the stub road connectivity is proposed to go. I've been to multiple meetings. I saw the road. It spin the bottle where the stub road goes. I was unaware that it'd end up on me or my wife and myself. If it ever did go through, it'd go through our drain field, which the other directions to the north and west, I think, were more open, but it's always going to be a problem anytime you go to changing land. I am concerned with safety on Fairgrounds Road. We've been traveling that road over 30 years and see the additional traffic. But I was really irritated when nobody could take time to address me or my wife about changing the stub road. You would think that would be. It's said that the stub road's not going to amount to anything. Well, why is it going to be put there? Well, the plan is to have the state take over that road or you wouldn't need the stub road. So I'll keep it brief and thank you for your time. And I'm not real happy with the development as it's going and I oppose it at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allison.
My name is Billy Ware. I reside at 2035 Maidens Road. My land joins Richard's land, and according to the map that they had there, that the stub road goes right adjacent to my land. Nobody contacted me or talked to me about it. You know, my concern is it was turned down in 3 or 4 other locations. How come now you want to approve it on my land or next to my land? And the other concern I had is I've been there for 75 years, right in that area, either on the land that Richard owns or on the land I own right now. I was born there. And I want to keep it rural as possible, you know, but to put 40 homes on that land is just ridiculous. That's one thing, my concern. And the other concern is the safety on Fairgrounds Road. I don't know who's got the count, but I don't know how many times the guardrail has been repaired right across from the property where they want to fix. I know it's been repaired at least 3 times in the last year where people run into it. And I can't see why putting 2 turn lanes on there is going to improve that road. It might improve it for that development, but it's not going to improve the safety of the road. So I really oppose this subdivision, so we should consider it, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ware.
I'm Louise Ware. I live at 2035 Maidens Road. And when I walked in this evening, I found out that the stub road is coming next to our property, right along the property line. So, you know, I am upset about that. The stub road may not ever do that, but this is a hayfield that comes through it. And my husband and I have used it as a hayfield. I've been around and around and around on a tractor, raking the hay. So this is our property right up above where they're doing this is a graveyard. So I am very concerned about that. And I'm also concerned about all the traffic. We live within sight of Maidens and Fairgrounds. It's nothing to see lights because there was an accident. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ware.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Kate Garrity, and I am actually speaking in favor of this proposal of rezoning 2022-00003. I would like to say that I feel like the applicant has done an excellent job of addressing all the community concerns. It's been 2 years, so I commend them for staying in there for 2 years. I do think that this application, you know, meets the courthouse village small area plan. It does fall within that, so that's very encouraging. I do think that this development is also going to give this community an opportunity that it doesn't have, and that's housing that is going to be probably at a lower price point than what's offered in the courthouse currently. So that's tremendous, actually. I would say that the courthouse area is economically for people that work in the public sector. There's no housing. There's no housing for those people in this county. We need to really look at that. That's very important. This is where people live and want to work here, but they can't live here. That's not okay. You talk about safety on the Fairgrounds Road. Yes, I have lived here since I was 5. I've driven Fairgrounds Road since I was 5 years old. I know all about it. However, this applicant is actually proposing to improve those conditions, so I commend them for that. The other thing I would like to address is that the applicant has done, you know, everything by having 3 community meetings. I think that's huge. I think they're really listening to the community, and they're bringing forth great efforts to try to address all their concerns. So again, I feel that this is a great application that's been put and proposed to offer, again, what I think is a big need in this county, and that's more affordable housing options than what's currently in the courthouse. I think Reed Marsh, and we have Breeze Hill, and we have, I mean, we know the price points there. No, it's not the case. So I hope that you look at this application and you understand there's a huge need in this county, especially for the public sector workers that work within this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garrity. Oh, Ms. Garrity, could you just state your address where you live for this?
I actually do not live in the county.
It's
My
okay.
children attend Goochland County Public Schools, though.
Okay, but could you just say where?
Oh, where I live, yes, 15500 Hidden Falls Drive, Moseley, Virginia. Kevin
you.
Carroll is actually my board member.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bill Haskins. I'm at 3285 Scott Road here in the courthouse. Just a couple of comments, if I could, please. And you all are familiar with me. I come to these meetings. I speak and I talk on a regular basis. This particular project touches on the very same issues that I've spoken to you with in previous cases. Traffic, traffic, traffic. At some point, you have to admit the fact that this courthouse area is limited in its access by Fairgrounds Road and Route 6. I'm sorry, I wish I could change it, but that's it. Those are the two roads in and the roads out. At some point, you have to also realize the mathematics involved. Even though VDOT may say that the road can carry it, the LOS is satisfactory. As a driver who drives that road, and I drive it every day, since 1991 I've driven that road. And I know what the traffic is like, and you all know what the traffic is like, and all you have to do is look at the accident reports for the last 3 weeks, and you know what the accidents are like on that road. We've approved more houses than I ever thought would be approved for the Goochland Courthouse area in the last 18 months. Almost 300 new homes with the attendant vehicles. We're just going to continue to add to these things until we have a really serious gridlock problem. Just 2 weeks ago, when one of these accidents had occurred on Fairgrounds, trying to get to my office in the West End in Innsbruck, I had to reroute completely down Shepherdtown Road and circle all the way around because the hole from Maidens Road to Broad Street was closed. And it stayed closed for over 3 hours. You can't continue to put more water through the funnel and expect it to come out satisfactorily. You've got to take some responsibility and take the safety of people into concern. The other thing that I've heard, and I've heard this song and dance before also, about affordable housing. Let me tell you about affordable housing. The Chesterfield Village, the Courthouse Village program, when it was originally suggested, was going to be affordable housing for school teachers, firefighters, police people. That didn't happen either. This project won't fulfill that goal either, because building real estate, the object is to maximize the profit and dollars you can generate from the house that you build. Nobody builds substandard houses or sub-price houses if you can take that same land and get a maximum amount of money out of it. So, and it's just the reality of it. Not to mention the fact that we don't have that many private sector jobs here in the courthouse center that people need to. This is a bedroom community. You live here, you drive out to where you work, and you come back. There's a very small number of people who live and actually work here. Very small. So I urge you to decline to approval on this project, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Haskins. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to close the citizen comment period. Public hearing, sorry. Okay, did the applicant want to respond to anything that they heard?
Yes, sir, thank you. And I'll take responsibility for not doing a better job in contacting the neighbors and, talking about where the stub road was going to go. That's on us. We should have done a better job of contacting them. Can I get my presentation back up again? The second one up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it looks like something's up there. There you go.
There we go.
Just so it doesn't show it out. So, I read this study, the VDOT study that you guys had done by Kittleson and Associates, and the majority of the wrecks on Fairgrounds Road occur because there is no shoulder. You run off the edge of the pavement, you run off the road, it's a 2-to-1 slope or 1-to-1 slope down the hill, you overcorrect and wreck on the other side and hit a car in the other lane, or you run off the road and you can't recover and get back up the slope and you hit a tree that's, 10 feet off the road. So most of their recommendations recommended going in and adding paved shoulder, grass shoulder, reducing the slopes, cutting the vegetation back, maybe even putting in rumble strips, but that type of improvement. Within there's a website that you can go to that shows crash data. And it might have been a reference in that study, and our traffic engineer referred us to it. It's www.virginiaroads.org. And it keeps record of all the traffic incidents over like a 7-year period. And so the picture you're looking at here is the road today in front of where we're proposing the Village of Hidden Rock Park. And as you can see, there are a couple clusters of accidents, almost where we got our entrance, and then up here, kind of where that culvert pipe is. So the goal here would be to improve that section. There is a shoulder. If you do run off the road a little bit, you have some ability to correct and get back into the road. What was unique to me was, let me go back to where, no, the wrong way again. So this slide shows lanes in. And if you notice where the road is improved, right in front of that, there's hardly any wrecks. But this data is over a 7-year period. So there, when you look at the roads, it's kind of interesting to look at all the different roads in the county and how many accidents. And I think you can click on them and it'll tell you what the accident was, whether it was an injury, the weather, all types of things. I'm not a traffic engineer. We've had many traffic studies done. Mr. Sloan referred to a couple questions. There are 8,000 vehicles per day on Fairground Road. Again, this is VDOT's standards. VDOT says a 2-lane road can carry 15,000 vehicles per day. At 400 vehicles per day, we're generating about a 5% increase of traffic on the road. The intersection at Maidens Road and Fairground Road will increase about 2 to 3% based on the project. And so VDOT does have some data when they start looking at collisions and when they start to look at roads. So based on this Kittleson study, there have been 14 collisions at Maidens and Fairground in the last 5 years. And based on 8,000 trips per day, 3.3 million cars go through that intersection every year. So that results in 0.85 collisions per 1 million vehicles. And my traffic engineer says VDOT doesn't even flag the intersection or look at it until that number is about 1 collision per million trips, which is interesting to me. So that's why VDOT hasn't flagged some of these intersections. So again, I think what we're doing here, Fairgrounds Road, regardless of this project, we know it needs improvement. And the studies have shown that this project has little impact on that capacity of the road. But with the project, you get 1/3 of a mile of road improvements that otherwise were going to have to be paid for and done by someone else, plus the right-of-way dedication. And Mr. Greenbaum and Ms. Thompson spoke of proffers in the past for road improvements, and she indicated to me what they proffered on some of the other projects. And Mr. Greenbaum is willing to proffer an additional $40,000 we would commit to at subdivision plat to go towards maybe the future roundabout at Maidens and Fairgrounds Road or additional improvements to the road. I don't know if that's something we can commit to now, but we would be willing to offer a proffer for future road improvements.
Yeah, I mean, if you want it considered by the board and a vote taken tonight, it has to be proffered.
That's what so we would like to proffer an additional $40,000 to go towards future road improvements of Fairground Road, and that proffer would be paid upon recordation of the subdivision plat. That makes sense?
Of $40,000 for transportation improvements on Fairground Road,
Yes, ma'am.
payable,
With subdivision plat recordation. So when we go to record the plat, that fee would be due prior to recordation,
so yeah, we say prior to.
prior to
recordation.
subdivision recordation, yes.
Mr. Chair, wait for Ms. McGee to finish. That's okay. Under state law, are there restrictions on off-site improvements, impacts?
Voluntary, we're voluntary.
No, there's no state law under the Constitution. All proffers have to address an impact that this development may have and to ameliorate an impact that this development might have on an adjoining piece
So
of
if this is
property or
considered
neighborhood.
a direct related impact by virtue of the development, then it's a direct related as opposed to an unrelated off-site.
That's correct. This would meet the standards set by the Supreme Court cases with respect to allowable proffers.
Okay.
Something along reasonable nexus and there's another
legalese.
phrase, but yes, it meets it.
Thank you, I just wanted to double check, thank you.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Browning?
I'm happy to answer any additional questions you guys have.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant at this time? Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thoughts? Thoughts, motion? Ms. Lascolette, thank you.
Okay, yep, saved, right, finally, somebody said something. So there's a lot to like about this project, in my opinion. I like the price point, although there's plenty of houses in Goochland at this price point. They're just further out. People don't want to live there. But in my district, we definitely are selling houses at that price point. The concern here is the traffic. We've added a lot of homes. We're adding a lot of activity to this courthouse. And to me, it's kind of like it needs to be the right place and the right time. And I don't think it's the right time yet. I don't think we're ready, based on all the growth going on in the courthouse, to add more homes, based on seeing all the other construction and new homes going into the courthouse area. So those are that's what worries me more than anything. I really don't like the idea of the stub road. I know it's a VDOT requirement. I mean, I personally would have fought it tooth and nail myself. It'd been my property. So I completely understand where you're coming from on that. I understand the Sloans were coming from that as well. So that really bothers me. But it's really the traffic. And the traffic is not getting any better. We have had a bad stretch here, there's no question about it. The last few weeks, I managed to get stuck in both of those road closures. I don't know if they knew who I was, but but I'm looking at some of the traffic data from the Goochland County Sheriff's Office, and this stretch of road seems to be one of the worst, even though we're hearing about Anwar and some of these other areas. This block, I think it's the 2601 to 2800 block of Fairground Road, does seem to be one of the worst. So it's the traffic. That's a really big concern to me, and I'm not sure turn lanes are really going to be the answer at this point. My comment.
Thank you, Ms. Lascolette. Mr. Waters.
I appreciated Mr. Browning putting this into perspective with his rebuttal, in that this is not the ultimate problem, this development proposed. It's the overall traffic. And one thing we have to remember is, it's easy to pick on the latest proposal on Fairgrounds Road. Powhatan uses Fairgrounds Road. Cumberland County uses Fairgrounds Road. It is a thoroughfare to get to I-64 and Broad Street, and we're not putting gates up around our county. And unfortunately, I mean, with the village plans and things like that, I don't want to cut off our, I don't want to butcher that comment, but we don't want to spite our whatever to get to it. Yes, there we go, John. Y'all know what I was saying. So, I think when we could get development proposals that take the concerns and address them methodically, one after the next, that's the standard we strive for. And I just don't want to poke holes in the latest one because we have a more holistic problem on one of our thoroughfares that we need to address as a board, as a sheriff's office, as a county as a whole. And so, I'm, the traffic concerns are real. I understand them. I drive Fairgrounds Road all the time. I drive River Road all the time. It's how I get to courthouse from where I live. So it's, I just think we can't, I don't want to use this as the pretend that this is the bad sheep when it's a much bigger problem as a whole. in our community.
Thank you, Mr. Waters. Mr. Lumpkins?
So I guess there's two things. You can step back and say traffic is the biggest objection to this. But we heard tonight folks that are also objecting just to the growth and to the amount of growth in the village. And I think I've been struggling with that for the whole 6 years that I've been on the board. The growth pressure has been a lot in the last few years. Henrico is out of land. The economy's been doing well. Inflation is a problem, and these house prices, when Reed Marsh, the sign went up starting at 400, and that was up for a week, and they tore it down, then I'm hearing houses are selling for 700. So we can't control all of that. But Goochland is desirable. We've listened to folks talk about growing gracefully. The village, long before I got on the board and for going back 20 or more years, the comprehensive plan has targeted the courthouse village for our growth and the East End Centerville area. Those have been the areas. The struggle I have with it is, by allowing growth in those areas, are we really taking growth pressures off of other parts of the county? And I don't know that we are. But what are we to do? Just say, give up the village plan and give up this effort? I mean, this proposal is now in compliance with the comprehensive plan. I was wary. We asked the applicant to defer it and let us get through the plan. And I was wary that, is this plan going to just be shaped to fit this proposal? And in all honesty, I don't see that has happened. Outside looking in, you might say, yeah, this was all a setup, and this was done this way to make this happen. But I can honestly tell you that that's not been the case. And this application, just in the last few weeks, I think the applicant has stepped up and done some things that are above and beyond what they needed to. The internal sidewalks was a plus. The connectivity, the easements of connectivity, because our village plan has talked about, when I'm off the board, there's going to be more layers added to this village plan, including connectivity, walkability. And I live over in Holland Hills, and I had neighbors screaming at me when we approved Reed Marsh and then Rural Hill. They were like, what are you guys doing? You're letting all this growth in. And I said, well, we have a village plan. We're going to have walkability, we're going to have connectivity. And when you describe to people what's happening, at least constituents that were first angry, they're like, oh, wow, you mean you're really going to have those features? And to get those amenities, we need to have development, and we're going to have more dense development as you get to the core. That's just a fact. So the fact that these villages have been our areas for designated growth, nothing here changes that. This is consistent with that. The traffic, Mr. Sloan, I don't know that you're generally right, but I try to be optimistic about traffic, about transportation in the region. And the timing was great to hear from Mr. Carroll. Mr. Carroll has been great to work alongside. He's been chair of the CBTA. I was honored to be chair of the Richmond Regional Transportation Planning Organization. I got to work closely with him. The region, the transportation is a regional problem, and there has been, I'm born and raised around here, and I can say there's never been better regional cooperation on transportation, and that's critical. So I think, Mr. Sloan, there are other opportunities besides us just saying no to development. I mean, it is a very available, obvious tool for us to ameliorate traffic problems. But one thing, if y'all were here, Mr. Carroll, I think Mr. Parsons, the director, spoke about the traffic, what the traffic counts that are required to get funding. Well, one of the things coming that he didn't mention, and it's at the request of the rural counties, the Charles City, the New Kent, the Powhatan, the Goochland, there has to be a way for projects to be designated regional projects eligible for regional funds outside of this traffic count limitation. So if that passes, and I believe it already has that passed on the CBTA, Mr. Spoonhour, that we have that one? It's coming, though, where we will have a tool to put in a project. So I foresee us having access to some money to do some needed things on Fairground Road, and Fairground Road being, but it's going to be very expensive to widen it the whole way, yes. But we've had this discussion before on other projects. The safe areas of Fairground Roads are exactly the places where, in front of what's going to be this neighborhood, that's going to, so we're adding a stretch that's going to now be safe. The counterpoint, I realize, is just more traffic. I think I think Mr. Vaughters touched on this. You know, we point to this one and say, this is the straw that's breaking the camel's back. I don't know, because the plans, as they fill out over the next 20 years, it's going to be a lot more, but we have to be committed to keeping it in here. And that's when we can start talking about transfer of development rights and things like that this board has started talking about. So there are a lot of moving parts. But this is I think they've addressed things and they've gone above and beyond. They've been at it for 2 years. I think if you're against it, you're against it. But if you're trying to fit it into the plans that we're developing, I'm inclined to look favorably on this. Austin, can you field a question on transportation? We've always heard, and I've seen it, VDOT controls the speeds.
Yes.
Is there, because it's 45 for trucks now, 55 for vehicles. And Mr. Peterson's going to be impressed, a lawyer doing some math over here. But or let's see if the numbers work. But and I drive it every day at least twice.
Mm-hmm.
I drive Fairgrounds Road, and there's some, maybe it's because I'm getting a little older, and maybe 30 years ago I could feel comfortable driving it at 65, but now at 55 it's tight in a few spots. So I slow down, but it takes it's a 5-mile stretch. If I did my math correctly, it's 1 minute and 12 seconds longer from end to end if you drop the speed 10 miles an hour to 45. But what are our chances? I mean, and things are changing, and as again we get more regional cooperation, and actually our relationship with VDOT, I think, has improved with the leadership that all these board members have shown. But if the traffic gets heavier, adding a minute drive to that stretch, I think would make it safer. I mean, or telling me I'm getting way out of I'm a lawyer and stick to lawyering and stay out of transportation.
No, it's something that we do discuss, I think, quite frequently, is speed limits. It comes up with quite a few times with rezoning cases, and then also I know I've had conversations with board members about speed limits. I'll speak a little bit for VDOT here, that their goal is to get folks from A to B as quickly and as safely as possible, quickly being a part of that. We joke that two of the hardest things to do with VDOT is get a signal approved and get a speed limit lowered. Because of that, they want to get people from A to B as quickly as possible. It's not something that's out of the question as growth occurs. If we were to conduct a speed study now, what they do want is the speed limit to be within, I believe, 5 miles an hour or so of that 85th percentile. So 85% of the vehicles need to be in and around that limit. And the Kittleson study, I was just going to look for that speed. The speed limit on the portion of the 5-mile portion of Fairgrounds Road is currently accurate. It's what it should be based off of the driving habits. Again, that's based on today's densities, on today's volumes. That could change if we see the Fairground corridor grow exponentially.
And that's based on the actual volumes, not on projected based on growth?
Correct.
Based on approved?
When speed studies are undertaken, it's based on current conditions.
Right.
It's hard to project those out. That's more of a capacity analysis. The speed is looking at today.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I think my point is that there are tools that we will continue to try to develop, and obviously keeping our community safe is a priority. Starting to deny good proposals, otherwise compliant and good proposals. And we're just going to have to keep denying if we want to address it until we get roads, and that chicken the egg thing, it's not going to work. Lastly, on the affordable housing component, I think we tend to call, that suggests subsidies and whatnot. We talk about workforce housing. There's national economic issues that I think need to change a little bit to make it more viable. But the reality is density is just a fact. That's the only answer. And our current village plans, the land is more affordable in the courthouse area than it is in the eastern end of the county. So if we're going to do workforce housing, to me, all the indications are it's going to have to grow organically, and it's probably going to have to be supported by the county in this village area. But again, we want quality at the same time, so that's the push-pull. But density is the answer there. But I appreciate the applicant deferring. I appreciate the applicant going a little bit above and beyond on some of these things. It's not, well, I mean, it meets the connectivity piece with what y'all have added with the easements, and then the internal sidewalks similarly meets the priority for the village plan. And the other, I was getting emails today that were saying this is going to damage the water table in Cars Home. Well, we've been back and forth on that. This started out much larger, a little bit larger, went back to water sewer. And so this is, what was that, 20-some, I think it was down to 20-some homes to do water and sewer, and then now it's back up. But you're connecting 12-inch, I believe, that my understanding from utilities is you're tying in from Hidden Rock Park, a 12-inch water, all the way 12-inch.
Correct. They are using a 12-inch line and they're connecting to a 10-inch county main line. So then in the future, if there is future growth and development, as the county works to continually upgrade its system through the DOC and our DPU utility master plan, there is capacity for additional growth within the designated growth area.
And the other thing that we forget sometimes when we don't have to wait a few years to talk about it, our utility master plan has been, for years, we've been moving it towards having, and now we have the capacity. I think when I was on the school board back in 2012 and 13, there were capacity limits. Even back at that time, the plan was for the village to be prepared for the growth. We've gotten that, and our utility master plan has, in the last 5 years, has been greatly improved. We have the water capacity. We have the sewage capacity here. The growth is coming as much as, so now the next question is quality. And will it fit a village plan that will be attractive and keep Goochland an attractive place and retain rural character? I don't know. This is two tough cases in one night is kind of draining, but I think the applicants have put forth a good proposal here.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkins. Mr. Broaders?
I just have one more comment, and I know those who want to see growth slowed and might not be keen on additional development could be skeptical, but with this falling inside of one of our two village plans, I think it's huge. And my goal, as long as I'm a supervisor, and I think others hopefully echo the same thing, is it's great to look at the development community and say, we have two great plans and we have contemplated growth in our community and how we do it right. Does your project fit within those parameters? So it is just, I hope the community trusts the plans that we have thought long and hard about and used immense county resources to create, to vet, and to hopefully get enacted. It was great that the courthouse plan seemed to be viewed very favorably, and I can only hope the same for the Centerville plan.
Ms. Lescott?
Mr. Lumpkins brought up one really good point. This village plan is a 20-year plan. These roads are not growing in. Fairground especially is not growing into the plan as quickly as the growth is coming. We have hundreds of homes coming up in the courthouse village today, getting ready to come in. And it seems like to me, we've traded walkability, paths, sidewalks for safety on the roads. And I just don't think I don't think it's a trade-off that we can take right now. We need to be considering the safety of our citizens who are traveling Fairground Road and not worry so much about the walkability factor, which is not going to save any lives or save any property damage. My comments.
Mr. Peterson?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. It sounds in some respects like we're being asked to effectively implement a moratorium on all development on fairgrounds until everyone is convinced that fairgrounds is safe to travel. What I've heard is that VDOT won't make it safe to travel until we hit certain thresholds. A moratorium would ensure that we never hit those thresholds and stay below them. Mike, it's really more of a question or a comment of where does that leave the county? Those are my thoughts.
Getting that full heady at 11:15. Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Lumpkins did partially answer that. I mean, we are taking a look at other measures other than traffic counts that will help localities, small ones like us, actually be able to address those issues. So I think that's not exactly a good premise.
Thank you, Ms. Laskett. Are we ready for a motion?
And I'll just remind the board members.
40K.
I'm sorry, I'll just remind the board members that what staff provided to you tonight included amended proffers already that was on the dais in their presentation. So it is amended to what staff presented tonight, as well as I have drafted a proffer 18, if I could read it perhaps one more time. If a developer agrees to pay to the county $40,000 for transportation improvements to Fairground Road, payable before recordation of the subdivision plat.
Thank you, Ms. McGee.
All right, so I don't know that I need to go through all these. The
And
unfortunate
that's what I'm
thing is-
saying, you don't. It was as was at the dais, which is also consistent with what staff presented. It's just amended from what was in your packet. The only thing that changed, so it would be, never mind.
No, so, Mr. Chairman, I'll move that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors approves rezoning application RZ 2022-3 for the 49.372 acres on tax map number 43-1-4-0 from agricultural limited A2 to residential limited R1 with the proffered conditions, the amended ones that we have been presented that are dated corrected from June 28th to June 29th, and with a deletion in proffer 2, with an additional sentence in proffer 3A, an additional sentence in proffer 3B regarding a buffer, and then proffer 15 pedestrian access easements with some edits that dedicate a 30-foot pedestrian access easement with 100-foot buffer along Fairground Road and continued edits there. And then the 5-foot wide sidewalk will be constructed within the right-of-way on one side of each proposed public roads. And then proffer 18, you're going to be able to put all this in the minutes.
This is amended, all you had to say.
Well, the problem I have is I don't think the public doesn't get to see these things, right?
Keep going.
Well, yeah, I was almost done. With number 18, as read by our county attorney. That's
Thank
my
you.
motion.
Seconded.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Mr. Waters? So I haven't weighed in yet. So when I first heard about this project, I was a hard no. I get more calls about Fairgrounds Road, and it wasn't even in my district, than any other road. There's even a certain developer in the room that, at their last project, said to me, Spoonhauer, you gotta fix Fairground Road. And I respectfully disagree in principle with Ms. Lascalette. This isn't going to get fixed by CVTA or funds from that perspective. Fairgrounds Road is going to get fixed by development. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing a third, it may not sound like it, a third of a mile of 5 miles is significant, especially in those spots. And when I drive Fairgrounds Road, the best spots are where we've had the development. I think a lot about intentions. We talk about intentions of folks that are doing development. And, I look at this applicant who wanted to do just 20 homes, listen to the community, wanted to get water, just continued to listen and try to make a project. And we talked about this the last case. Land use cases are about what's right for that area at that time. And Fairgrounds Road is not a good road, but any chance that we have to see improvements, I think is worthwhile. I wish it was different. I spend probably 20 hours a week doing transportation stuff. I wish I could say to VDOT, let's fix it before it's broken. It just doesn't work like that. I really wish it did. Maybe we can get to a point where that does change, but it's frustrating. But we're getting better at it. And I think we have a study, we have our transportation manager that has potential improvements that could be made. We just saw what do they call the mumble strips that we put down. We need to make improvements to the Fairgrounds and Maidens entrance, the intersection. And I think we as a board have to make Fairgrounds Road our priority, just like we aggressively went after broadband. We went after broadband and said it is our priority, and now we have a broadband solution. We need to commit to do the same thing. And I do think that this is a step that gets us a little bit closer. Any other comments? Yeah, who wants to follow that up, right? Mr. Carpenter, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Lumpkins.
Yes.
Mr. Balders.
Yes.
Ms. Lascalette.
No.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Mrs. Spoonhauer.
Yes. Okay, thank you everyone for coming out. We do appreciate all the participation, and we appreciate
Andrew, do you need your thumb drive? I'll give it to you as a souvenir.
Thank you. See you.
See ya, happy 4th.
Same to you. Is it 4th now? Might be already.
It's got an hour and 10 minutes.
All right. Okay, Ms. Onitis, did you? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. McGee.
I'm sorry, you only
Sorry.
get me. Members of the board, you have before you for public hearing tonight a proposed amendments to the Goochland County Code, Section 244, regarding the polling place in Precinct 301 Beaver Dam. In the last election, animal shelter was used for the first time as a polling place, and the election staff discovered that both the parking lot and the interior facilities were not well suited to accommodate the voters that were coming to that polling place. And so the proposal from the electoral board and your general registrar is to change that Beaver Dam polling place to the Parks and Rec building at the county complex, a place that is already our satellite office and has been used in the past for more than one voting activity at a time. The Parks and Rec building at the county complex is not located within the precinct of 301 Beaver Dam, but it is legally allowed to be a polling place because it's located within 1 mile of the border of the precinct. So it is within the state law requirement for a polling place. I have provided you this evening with an amendment to the proposed polling place only in this respect, and that is, as originally drafted, the ordinance referred to the Goochland Sports Complex, which I think is today how that building is referred to. However, in identifying this very same building as the satellite voting office, it's called the Parks and Rec building at the county complex. And so in order to ensure that our voters are not confused by two different names, before you I've put a proposed ordinance that uses that same language, the Parks and Rec building at the county complex. So it is a change in how it is referred to, but not to the location. So should you choose to favor this with an approval motion after the public hearing, it would be as amended.
Thank you, Ms. McGee. Any questions for Ms. McGee at this time? Okay, seeing none, I will go ahead and open the public hearing. Okay, it doesn't look like anybody's coming forward. Closing the public hearing. Any questions? Motion, Mr. Voters?
Mr. Chair, I move that the board adopt as amended this ordinance amending County Code Section 2-44 to change precinct 301 polling place to the to the Parks and Recreation Building at the county complex.
Thank you, Mr. Voters. Thank you, Ms. Lascolette. Any further discussion?
And it'll keep some people off Fairground Road, at least for voting day, right?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, Ms., for the record, roll call vote.
Ms. Waters?
Yes.
Ms. Lascolette?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Ms. Spoonhour?
Yes. Good job, Ms. McGee. Thank you. All right, folks, that is it. It's a late night. We will be adjourning the Board of Supervisors meeting to our Tuesday, 1 p.m., or August 1st, 12:30 for our Audit and Finance Committee meeting, our regular business meeting at 2 p.m., and then our public hearings will start at 7 p.m. to accommodate Sheriff's Night Out. And then Monday, August 7th at 6 p.m., a public hearing for the Centerville Village Small Area Plan. You're here in 250.